Chapter 1 of Fact Stranger Than Fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fact Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. Origin of the Family Green, The Short and Simple Annals of the Poor. John P. Green, the subject of this sketch, was born in the old town of New Bern, North Carolina, on the 2nd day of April, 1845. His parents were John R. Green and Temperance Green, both of whom were free colored people of mixed blood and highly respected by the people of both races in that community. John R. Green, the father, was the reputed son of John Stanley, spelled by him Stanley, of North Carolina, who was the son of John Wright Stanley of the same place, and who, during our Revolutionary War, for a long period of time maintained a fleet of 14 privateers in the vicinity of the West India Islands, which preyed upon British commerce quite successfully until, being attacked in its West Indian harbor of refuge by a portion of the British Navy, it was thoroughly destroyed, and Stanley betook himself to commerce and merchandise in the old North Carolina town, at that time the capital of the state. This is the same John Wright Stanley upon whose head, with that of William Gaston, a great revolutionary patriot of the same state and community, was placed a premium by the British military authorities during that war, and who, in the darkest days of the War of Independence, loaned General Nathanael Greene the sum of £40,000, which I may say was never repaid to him. And when we consider the scarcity of money at that time, and that £40,000 was as valuable then as £200,000 is now, we can form a correct estimate of the patriotism of that son of the Revolution. It may interest the reader in passing to know that Gaston was murdered by British spies for the bounty which was offered for his head, but Stanley lived to see the end of the war and enjoy the blessings of liberty for many years under our glorious stars and stripes. John Stanley, my reputed grandfather, was widely noted for his legal lore and successful practice at the bar of North Carolina. It was said of him that he never lost a case, but as to the truthfulness of this statement I am somewhat incredulous, unless it be a fact that he had very few cases, or that he was so uniformly successful in practice that it became a proverb that he lost no cases. That he was a great orator, politician, and statesman was well known. He was, for 7 consecutive sessions of the North Carolina House of Representatives, Speaker of the House, was in Congress once, and followed and sustained that great party of which Henry Clay was the famous leader, known as the Whig Party, and stood for America for Americans and the protection of American industries. This John Stanley, in the early part of the last century, became involved in a quarrel with Governor Richard Dobbs Spite of North Carolina, one of the original signers of our national Constitution, and accepting a challenge sent to him by Governor Spite, they fought a duel in which the governor was killed. This was a social and political calamity in the old North State, for a long time deplored, and did much to bring into hatred, scorn, and contempt a system of so-called honor which was finally outlawed under a heavy penalty. Herein, peculiarly enough, lies the explanation of this writer's name being John Green rather than John Stanley. My father's mother, Sarah Rice, a woman of African descent, had for years been a good and faithful maid servant in the home of the unfortunate Governor Spite, and had exercised over the little girls and maidens of that august Southern family almost maternal care. A condition of affairs which I suspect few persons in the North, East, and West can adequately conceive of unless they lived in the South during the slavery era and became familiar with it, so close was the association between the Negro and mulatto nurses and their little wards that even down to the present day we often hear the signs of old Southern families, and some of the elderly ladies from the same section refer to their old black mammies with accents of love and affection. Such was the love and affection for Sarah Rice on the part of the Spite family that they set her free, manumitted, emancipated her, giving her at the same time the sum of $200 as required by the law of the state at that time. Previous to this important event in the life of this favored nurse, she had been delivered of a wee boy baby whom she had named for herself only Johnny Rice, not daring to disclose his true paternity, but subsequently having attained her freedom, she called him Johnny Green, for a little boy whom she had nursed. For Johnny, having been born when his mother was still in the bonds of slavery, followed his mother's slave condition, and not having been manumitted with her, he was still the slave of the Spite estate, and to let it be known that he was the natural son of John Stanley, the fatal ball from whose pistol had killed the governor would in all probability have sealed his fate adversely. So Johnny Green became in later days John R. Rice Green, and this writer, his son, has flaunted the green flag as John P. Patterson Green ever since. Sometimes, really, fact is stranger than fiction. Having stated it as a matter of fact that my father, John R. Green, was the reputed son of John Stanley, a son of the Revolution, the skeptical may demand the proof of this fact. If so, I submit the following data. A. Sarah Rice, John R. Green's mother, declared that Stanley was his father. B. John Stanley, on his dying bed, sent for my father, and to him in person acknowledged his paternity, giving him at the same time a steel-engraved likeness of himself, which we still have in our family. C. My father, it was generally conceded, bore a more striking resemblance to Stanley than any other of his sons, except that he was a shade darker. D. It was common rumor in that community that Stanley was his father. To the best of my knowledge, the most illustrious son of my grandfather, John Stanley, was the Honorable Edward Stanley, M.C., who was leader of the Whig Party in Congress in the 40s. This gentleman and scholar was later on the first nominee of the Republican Party for governor of California, and afterwards, during the Reconstruction period subsequent to our Civil War, was appointed by President Andrew Johnson provisional governor of North Carolina. I've gone into this matter somewhat minutely because I am proud of the fact that I can trace my descent from a family so distinguished in both camp and state, and also because it furnishes to the student of society and social standards in these United States a concrete example of how fearfully and wonderfully a large percentage of the colored people here are made. I shall end any further consideration of the Stanley family by submitting the following epitaph from the pen of the late William Gaston of North Carolina, who was the son of that William Gaston, the friend and associate of John Wright Stanley, who died a martyr in the cause of American liberty. This William Gaston, who wrote the epitaph, was noted in his day and down to the present as having been one of nature's noblemen and the greatest Chief Justice and jurist his state ever produced. He was from the first John Stanley's close personal friend, both at the bar and in the political arena, and well knew whereof he spoke. The following is the epitaph. John Stanley, eldest son of John Wright Stanley and Anne, his wife, born 1774, died August 2nd, 1833. Few persons in any community have occupied a more prominent station. Few have exercised a more powerful influence than this distinguished individual for many years held and exercised in our town and throughout our state. Long in the affectionate and grateful remembrance of all will live his genius, his learning, his courtesy, his eloquence, his virtues, his personal characteristics, and his public services. Gaston. My mother, Mrs. Temperance Durden Green, was a quadroon by blood, and was a direct descendant on both her father's and her mother's side from those Scottish and Yorkshire Englishmen who followed the flag and fortunes of the last Pretender, descendant of the unfortunate James II of England in 1745, and after having met disastrous defeat at Derby, almost at the gates of London, were expatriated and in large numbers found asylum in North Carolina, notably in the counties of Cumberland and Sampson, where by thrift and economy they left a numerous and wealthy progeny, as may be seen by tourists and others today. In the latter part of the 18th century, 1792, to be specific, there resided near the town of Clinton in Sampson County, North Carolina, about 30 miles from the city, then town, of Fayetteville, in the same state, a family containing 2 beautiful daughters, of which a man, Chestnut, or Chestnut with 2 T's by name, was the head. This paterfamilias was a well-to-do farmer, and with his wife and daughters was known and respected far and wide by persons of his class. Moreover, since his daughters were young and comely, they were frequently favored by the calls of young gentlemen in the vicinage, who socially and financially deemed themselves their superiors. In the course of time, the young ladies became greatly enamored of two of these young men, but since they did not hasten to make to them proposals of marriage, they had recourse to the advice and services of a likely young colored man, the slave of their father, who advised them in the premises, with the result that ere long each became the mother of a little colored girl. One of these baby girls was named Obedience, which was transformed to Bede. This one was my grandmother, born in the same year as my father, 1793. The child of the other girl, sister of this first mother, was named Alice, but invariably, as long as she lived, called Alice. A glance will suggest that these two babies, being the offspring of one father by two sisters, were at once sisters and cousins. This condition during the womanhood of these two colored girls was doubly complicated when each girl presented to two white brothers severally a child, one of whom was my mother. If the foregoing is proof of a low moral status amongst both white and colored persons in that portion of these United States, at that time, place of the odium, where it belongs, not at the door of the poor slaves, nor should we forget that as far back as the time of Homer, when bondsmen were of every nationality and race, it became a maxim that Jove made it certain that whatever day makes man a slave takes half his worth away. Moreover, it seems to be a natural inclination governing dominant and oppressing men to take unjust advantages of unprotected females and others, as witness the Romans under Romulus taking by force the Sabine virgins and carrying them into captivity, and a more recent proof of my contention may be found in the conduct of the German warriors and the Reds of Russia, who have disregarded every sacred right of conjugal, maternal, and virginal purity. Under such conditions, those damnable doctrines, might makes right, and to the victor belong the spoils, are an unspeakable curse. It may interest the reader to know that both those colored girls lived to a ripe old age. Bede, my grandmother, lived to be nearly 97 years of age, and had she not yielded to dread pneumonia, she would probably have rounded out a century. Alice was almost 90 years of age when she died. Both left behind them a numerous progeny, thus proving the fallacy of that scientific dogma that mulattoes cannot reproduce their species, for both were mulattoes, having white mothers and a Negro father. Granny Bede was in her youth and young womanhood a very strong and active woman, as the two anecdotes which follow concerning her will abundantly prove. When she was between 18 and 20 years of age, she had to some extent the care of the cows and other cattle belonging to the farm on which she was reared. On one occasion it became necessary to put a rope around the horns of a powerful steer, which was confined in the pen, but this being at a time remotely ulterior to the herding of cattle on our western prairies, and skillful lassoing of the same by our doughty cowboys, the men failed of success, and after repeated efforts and failures appealed to Bede, their keeper. "Here's Bede," they said, "they know her, let her try." No sooner said than done, for in a jiffy she vaulted over the fence of the pen, and noose in hand, dauntlessly approached, confronted the steer, lowering his head, the beast rushed at her. In this supreme moment Granny did not scream and faint, but grasping his horns, she held his nose to the ground until relieved, when she triumphantly climbed back over the fence, the cynosure of all eyes, the heroine of the moment, and even down to the present day in the estimation of this writer and others. The other incident follows. In 1872, when she was in the 79th year of her age, I visited her on a farm in the suburbs of Bennettsville, Marlborough County, South Carolina. The little cabin in which she then resided was on the roadside at the edge of a 50-acre cotton field, and it becoming necessary to call one of the hands to his dinner, she did not ring a bell or sound a horn, but with a stentorian voice called, "Louis, oh, Louis!" I can hear her to this day. "Come to dinner." Needless to say, Louis heard the gladsome summons, and dropping his hoe in his tracks, ran as the crow flies to that refreshment which his manly labour entitled him to, and which made a mere dish of corned beef, and more palatable to him than any nectar brewed by a fabled god. My dear mother was a born Spartan, with not the slightest suspicion of African blood traceable in features or complexion, with brown eyes, auburn hair, high cheek bones, high forehead, straight nose, and thin compressed lips. She was a study for every one who was introduced to her as a colored woman, and yet she married a colored man, not disowning her descent, and to her death in her 81st year of age she commingled with her colored friends. Some conception of my mother's energy and determined spirit may be gained from the fact that when she was about 20 years of age, she walked from Clinton, Sampson County, North Carolina, to Fayetteville, North Carolina, in less than one day, arriving in Fayetteville in a foundered condition, carrying her shoes in her hand. When she arrived in Cleveland, she had occasion to transact some business with Mr. Blair, who owned the extensive real estate on the south side of Prospect Street, just east of 30th Street. Mr. Blair said to her, "Of what nationality are you?" Mother answered, "I am a colored woman." "Well," replied Mr. Blair, "I wouldn't tell it." Mother could wash and iron, cook, make any article of wearing apparel for either man or woman, from a shirt to a Prince Albert coat. In addition to all this, she had been taught and thoroughly understood how to card wool or cotton, spin with the wheel, and weave at the loom. She could gather the cotton from the stalk in the field with her own hands, without assistance, card, spin, weave, and manufacture it into a suit of clothes. She could even knit the stockings of the family. The first kite ever flown by me was attached to a ball of twine, which my mother had manufactured for me out of the raw cotton. When she, a comely lass of 24 summers, married my father in 1837, he took her to a beautiful home, which was still standing in 1897, when I last visited old Newbern town, and was in use as a parsonage for the Presbyterian pastor and his family. The interior decorations of this house by the carpenter in the 30s cost in cash $1,800, an amount which would purchase then what $5,000 would today. Having given a survey of the Stanley family and others of his ancestors, I will now proceed to give an outline of my father's brief but useful and remarkable life. And here and now I dare assert that, taking into consideration the time and place of his birth, his enslaved condition, his absolute handicap in the way of obtaining even the rudiments of an education, his was one of the most remarkable careers that stand attested by any other colored man of his age and generation. It is a peculiar and interesting fact, which I may mention in passing, that my father and I together have lived in portions of 3 centuries, the 18th, the 19th, and the 20th centuries. Father was born, as I have said, in the year 1793. He lived until November 1850, while this writer, having been born in 1845, in the 19th century, is still living in the 20th century. In addition to the foregoing, it may be noted that we each have lived in 2 centuries, my father in the 18th and 19th century, and this writer in the 19th and 20th centuries. My father, having been born of a slave mother, before she was manumitted, his estate followed that of his unfortunate mother. He was a slave. Ye gods, fancy the son of a Stanley in slavery. Yet stranger conditions than this have existed in the southern states of this country. The natural colored sons and daughters of many slave masters have been openly sold on the auction block, and the proceeds of those sales have gone to line the pockets of their unnatural parents. Little Johnny Green was of such small and delicate frame, even up to the time when he entered his teens, that it was somewhat of a problem what disposition should be made of him. A laborious occupation for him was out of the question, and as for a professional career, that was not to be thought of. Finally, it was determined to apprentice him to a tailor, and the resolution was no sooner adopted than executed. At the age of 13, in 1806, when by reason of diminutive size he was dubbed Jack the Weasel, he first crossed his legs on the board and commenced a career which continued for 43 years, when death ended it. Father related many instances of shameful treatment of him by some of the apprentice boys during his apprenticeship, who frequently picked on him, but to his last day he spoke in terms of superlative gratitude of the protection often extended to him by a Frenchman, Durand by name, whose memory I laud and magnify to this day, who can tell the limitation of little deeds of kindness, little words of love. He also often spoke of his meager supply of food, when old Aunt Hannah, his caretaker, would at times prepare and serve him cush, a dish which I suspect few of the present generation know anything about. Having been served with the same dish in my childhood, I hereby submit that recipe for making that inexpensive and palatable dish. Take crusts and crumbs of cold cornbread, moisten them moderately, put them into a spider frying pan containing a modicum of hot grease, and let them fry until all are nicely browned. Then voila, a dish for a hungry boy. We think we are experiencing hard times in our day, and we are in many instances, but what will you say when I avow to you that the mistress of his salve cousin Maria, often before sending her out into the street to perform an errand, would grease her lips in token of the fact that she had been eating meat? Father considering his direct lineal descent, was in reason necessarily an apt pupil, and in the course of a year or two he began to earn money by doing extra work during his spare hours, and by occupying some of the hours allotted to him for sleep in this way. At the age of 21, when his apprenticeship was ended, he was the proud possessor of $1,000, which he ultimately used in buying his freedom, for he related that after he had married a free wife he could no longer endure the yoke of slavery. When he attained his liberty, he had already learned to read and write. In fact, he had to some extent mastered the 3 R's. No school door swung open or even ajar for him. He learned the alphabet in some mysterious way, for it was a crime to teach a slave to read and write. In this respect he was in a sadder plight than the great Frederick Douglass, for he, before he escaped from slavery, had some side instruction, but father had no instructor, save a copy of the then Webster's Elementary Spelling Book, which was his inseparable companion by night and by day. And with the assistance of a blind man whom at times he led through the street, he was gradually inducted into the mystery of reading. The method in practice between my daddy and the blind man was as follows. Dad would call the letters of a word, and the blind man would tell him how to pronounce it, and Jack the Weasel, like his forebears, being naturally clever, ere long was reading in the same little book the monosyllabic sentences beginning, "No man may put off the law of God." It may surprise the reader to learn that in after years, without any additional schooling, my father kept the single and double entry books of accounts used in his business, that at the time of his death he owned a large collection of books, amongst which I can at this late day recall the Life and Speeches of Henry Clay, the Church Register, which contained thorough accounts of nationwide transactions in the Protestant Episcopal Church of the United States, a History of the World by Sir Walter Raleigh, Rollin's Ancient History, and many others. In fact, so choice and in some instances rare was his collection of books that when, by order of my mother, they were sold at public auction, the bidding was spirited and the competition noteworthy to obtain possession of some of them, even amongst the wealthy slaveholders who were in attendance. Unquestionably, my father possessed a great desire for literary attainments, and did his utmost to reach to some excellence along that line. This talent on his part was recognized during all his life. Men of learning and discrimination sought him in his store and engaged him in conversation to such an extent that much of his valuable time was lost in this way, and even the bishops of the Episcopal Church, of which he was a member, Bishops Ives and Atkinson respectively, always visited and conversed with him when they made their Episcopal visits to Old Christ Church in that town. In this connection it may not be amiss to state that, although born and reared a slave and residing in a slaveholding community, my daddy so deported himself as to merit and receive kind and courteous treatment from all. He owned and occupied with his family a pew in Christ Episcopal Church, which was the most wealthy and aristocratic congregation in that part of the state, while the other members, with 2 exceptions, sat in the galleries, and as proving how tenacious he was of what he conceived to be his rights, it may be stated that when the Reverend Dr. Buxton White, a clergyman of the Episcopal Church, married him and my mother in Fayetteville, North Carolina, in 1837, and did not wear his clerical robe, he would not give him a bill which he carried in his vest pocket for him. I may add in passing that my father, who never aspired to be called a poet in any sense, yet undoubtedly was possessed of the afflatus to some extent, for he read the higher poets with avidity, and had committed many excerpts to memory, which in animated conversation he often repeated. As an illustration, I will here record one which I have carried in my memory for 65 years, and during that time I have never seen it in print. Where are those names which set the world on fire? Where does the pride of Rome and Greece retire? Caesar's dread name now marks the butcher's dog, while Cato saws wood and Scipio drives the hog. Seek ye for Pompey, search the tanner's yard, while Nero you'll find your kitchen's faithful guard. As tending to show that father was possessed of a keen sense of humor, and could on occasion extemporize a little rhyme, I will give the following illustration. One Sunday afternoon, when he and some of his boon companions were promenading one of the principal streets of the town, he noticed that one of them, Boston by name, was wearing a coat which had been made in his tailor's shop, and that it had been dyed black. Like a flash he slapped Boston on his shoulder, and exclaimed, "This coat I know it once was brown, and shone all o'er this new-burned town. But now, alas, this coat is black, and shines upon poor Boston's back." It is needless to remark that this thrust drew forth much merriment at the expense of poor Boston, but since it was confined to the friendly group, it was taken for a joke as was intended. The following epitaph, written composed by my father, was engraved on the marble headstone placed by him at the head of his first wife's grave in grateful and loving remembrance of her. She died beloved and even revered by the whole community in which she was born and passed her useful and devout life. Sacred to the memory of Sally Green, who departed this life March 29th, 1837, aged 45 years, 6 months. A constant friend, a tender, loving wife, prudent in all the needful cares of life, and when arrested by the hand of death, in faith and hope resigned her mortal breath. Her soul, we trust, doth dwell with God above, and there drinks in the copious streams of love. In the course of father's long experience as a tailor and merchant tailor, he had many apprentices, some of whom became quite noteworthy by reason of their attainments and mercantile successes. The most conspicuous of these was the late Reverend William J. Alston, a native of Raleigh, North Carolina, who for 8 years was under my father's eye and finished his apprenticeship cum magna laude. William, as he was called, was for years bubbling over with animal spirits. He was rude, boisterous, and untidy, and more than once had to be disciplined. It was the general opinion of William that he was a ne'er-do-well, and that he would come to no good end. On one occasion he tied up his small wardrobe in a bandana handkerchief and shipped to sail before the mast. However, he was intercepted by my father before the departure of the schooner, taken with his luggage back to his home, soundly flogged, and given some wholesome advice for his government in the future. Shortly thereafter he was invited to participate in the exercises of a singing society which held Sunday afternoon sessions. He accepted the invitation, became a regular and most interested member, and ultimately announced his intention to study theology for the Episcopal ministry. This resolution having been received with marked favor by his father, the late Oscar Alston of Raleigh, North Carolina, he was in a way matriculated in an institution at Chapel Hill, North Carolina, where he was prepared for college. After that he was graduated from Oberlin College in the later 50s, and finally at Cambria, Ohio, became a full-fledged priest in the Episcopal Church. In many years this true and tried servant of God, as rector of both St. Philip's Church, New York City, and St. Thomas Church, Philadelphia, preached Jesus Christ and him crucified, and his sweet exemplary life was as a beacon light to many who perhaps otherwise would have been stranded and lost. The following anecdote, related by Reverend Alston to my dear mother in my presence, goes far to prove the almost intolerable condition which prevailed, even in religious educational institutions in the United States prior to the Civil War. Being the only colored student in Kenyon College prior to the abolition of slavery, Alston was the cynosure of all eyes, and at times not a little at a loss for companionship and even association. To such an extent was this true that on one occasion, while taking a stroll in the suburbs of the old college town, he was confronted by a cow, who, honoring him with a friendly stare, turned out of his way, gave him gangway, as the vulgar expression of our day would have it. Delighted at the unusual recognition and courtesy shown him by the humble brute, Alston saluted her and exclaimed, "Good morning, Mrs. Cow." It goes without saying that we had a hearty laugh over the incident. Another story related by him at the same time is recalled by the former. During a summer vacation, while exerting himself to add to the contents of his meager purse, he shipped as a waiter on a steamer plying between Cleveland and Lake Superior ports. On arriving at Duluth, Escanaba, or some one of the other seaport towns, he left the steamer and went in search of some other remunerative employment. The older readers of this narrative will recall that during the later part of the 50s, the whole country was in the grip of a most trying panic, which made it almost impossible to procure remunerative labor at any price. William, in that remote section, soon made this discovery, and since the boat had gone and funds were extremely low, he was open to any job that presented itself. He soon found it in the shape of a small mountain of earth, which had been formed by the excavation of a large hole to be used as a cellar. The owner of this mountain offered to pay him the sum of $35 and furnish him with a shovel and wheelbarrow if he would remove it. In a jiffy he accepted the proposition, and without delay, having peeled off his coat, disregarding his flaccid muscles and tender hands, he bent to his task. At the end of 2 weeks he had finished the undertaking and received his compensation, which he had in his pocket when the boat returned to convey him back to Cleveland. Another father's apprentice who was graduated with honor from his workshop was the late Jerry Harvey of Boston, Massachusetts. Mr. Harvey, near the close of his apprenticeship, had the sad misfortune, while playfully pointing a gun at a comrade on Christmas Day, to kill him by its accidental discharge. In North Carolina in the 30s, such an occurrence was an exceedingly grave affair, for the old criminal common law of England, with only slight modification, was still in vogue, which made the condition of the offender vastly different than now under our enlightened and merciful regime. However, my father went to the front for him, and as usual he received a respectful hearing in behalf of the unfortunate young man, and the matter was compromised by allowing the defendant to leave the state, not to return again. Without any delay, Mr. Harvey betook himself to Boston, where he followed the trade which had been taught him, and being very successful along this line, his name became well known, especially amongst colored people in all sections of New England. At that period in the history of the South, Mr. Harvey might with propriety have paraphrased our well-known school declamation, beginning, "Banished from Rome, Newbern, what's banished but set free from daily contact with the things I loathed." My father was a man of generous impulses. He really, at times, when pressed to bestow a favor, could not say no. And since the homestead exemptions to heads of families in that state at that time were extremely scant, the usual result followed. He was compelled to meet the defaults of others by exhausting his earnings and sacrificing his properties. Added to this was the fact that on two several occasions his establishments were destroyed by fire. On both occasions he was the victim of neighboring conflagrations. It is scarcely necessary to say that the amount of insurance recovered by him at that time was of slight value, hence his was an almost total loss. Twice he bought some of his relatives when being sold at public auction, being entreated by them to save them from the speculator. Note: the speculator was a person who traveled from one location to another, buying slaves for resale and speculation in the cotton, cane, and rice-producing sections of the Gulf States. The amounts thus advanced by him, it is needless to say, were never returned to him. Being importuned by two frail mulatto youths, apprentices of his, for whom he entertained regard and sympathy, he bought them on their promise to repay him the money advanced in installments. Sad to relate, both these young men died of tuberculosis before they had paid to him a tenth of the money advanced, $1,000 for each of them. Here again was an additional loss of $2,000, which we must not forget was then worth at least 3 times as much as at the present time. Ultimately, of course, he was stripped of all his earthly possessions save his honor, and broken in body, bereft of his redundant humor, good cheer, and genial, whole-souled, winsome conversation, he betook himself to his bed, from which he was never to rise again. The sheriff came, levied on everything, save the sad and downcast widow and 3 forlorn children, ranging in age from 11 years to 9 months. This writer, being second in order, was 5 years of age, small and weak for the age. "Lift me up and let me die," he said to our dear mother, after a lingering illness, and so died John R. Green of Newbern, North Carolina, of whom it may be said he loved not wisely but too well. The more I reflect on the current of my father's eventful life, of his early struggles for existence, his social limitations, his vaulting ambitions, his consuming zeal, and his unspeakable disappointments, the more I wonder at the phenomenal successes which attended his efforts. He was broad and cosmopolitan in his views, and although he was a colored American in a slave state, carrying on his shoulders all that incubus of caste proscription which characterized the time and place in which he lived, yet he counted amongst his friends and quasi-associates many of the wealthy as well as the poor whites in the place of his residence. It was no uncommon occurrence to meet in his place of business illiterate persons of the white race, who took advantage of his literary attainments to procure begging petitions and other documents for public use. And after his death I was accosted frequently by persons of both races, who would ask me, "Whose boy are you?" I would answer, "I am the son of John R. Green." Then invariably the reply would be, "Well, son, you must be a good boy, for your father was a good man." Father was very fond of aquatic sports. If a vessel was to be launched, or any race rowed on the river, he was sure to be one of the spectators, and as for swimming, boating, and fishing, they were the acme of his out-of-door pleasures. The town of Newbern North Carolina is located in the triangle formed by the juncture of the Neuse and Trent rivers, where they unite to form Pamlico Sound. These rivers, as well as the Sound, are well stocked with many species of most delicious seafood, not omitting oysters, clams, and hard and soft-shell crabs. So fond was he of seafood that when the hegira of colored people from the south to the north was at flood tide during the decade prior to the Civil War, and especially during the debates in Congress about the year 1850, and he was asked whether or not he intended to join in the procession, he answered that he would never leave North Carolina until he could carry the Neuse and Trent rivers with him. And it is a notable fact that as long as we remained in that state, he was the only person who knowingly had ever walked over the frozen surface of the Trent River at New Bern, where it is from a half to a mile wide. This feat he daringly accomplished during the winter of 1833-4, as my mother informed me. As a workman, my father was without a superior in that section of the state. He designed and executed all styles of clothing and uniforms which the trade demanded, even going back to old continental styles and theatrical costumes. In closing this brief sketch of the life of my dear father, I shall use the lines of Lord Byron as dedicated to a poetic enthusiast of his time, White by name, only paraphrasing the word or two to make them applicable. Unhappy soul, when life was in its spring, and thy young muse just waved her joyous wing, the spoiler swept thy soaring lyre away, which else had sounded an immortal lay. Oh, what a noble life was there undone, when science's self destroyed her favourite son! Yes, she too much indulged thy fond pursuit. She sowed the seed, but death has reaped the fruit. 'Twas thine own genius struck the fatal blow, and helped to plant the wound that laid thee low. Like the struck eagle stretched upon the plain, no more through rolling clouds to soar again, viewed his own feather on the fatal dart, and winged the shaft that quivered in his heart. Keen were his pangs, yet keener far to feel. He nursed the pinion which impelled the steel, while the same plumage which had warmed his nest drank the last life-drop of his bleeding breast. Here begins in an humble way an epic, to end when and how God in his great wisdom, power, and mercy wills it to end. We follow the little somber hearse by twos in the direction of Christ Church Cemetery, now popularly known there as Rock Cemetery. Mother supported on the arm of a true and tried old friend, leading the cortege, this writer clinging to the arm of his elder sister. Next, a few friends following. The beautiful burial services of the Episcopal Church having been read, and the final earth to earth, dust to dust having been pronounced forlorn and needy, we turn away to confront and fight, to strut and fret our more or less gloomy way, widowed and fatherless for many years to come. Mother, glum, demure, and determined as ever a Spartan mother showed herself, turns from her palatial residence of yore, mahogany furniture, cut glass, silver service, the ministration of maid servants and hosts of friends, and repairs with her little brood to a rude cottage in an obscure section of the old town, confronted on the opposite side of the narrow street by the ancient graveyard, gloomy with its weeping willows, funereal cypresses, and moss-covered cedars, and flanked on either side by dwellings tenanted by persons the like of whom she had never known as associates, and who, on occasions, would publicly proclaim in clarion tones, "It makes no difference how high the eagle flies in the air, he's got to come down to git his support," as the immortal bard puts it. Oh, what a falling off, my countrymen, was there. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, A Fact Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Childhood Days. Is the road dreary? Patience yet. Rest will be sweeter. If thou art aweary, then bide a wee, and dinna fret. In commencing the first chapter, I stated humorously that I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, and rocked in the cradle of luxury, a mahogany cradle to be explicit. But now all is changed, save that mother still retains a few pieces of the furniture and broken sets of silverware rescued from the flames, grim reminders of the fact that the besom of destruction had passed by, and the merciless hand of fate was weighing heavily upon us. In that sad predicament, some of her friends wondered that she, being still in comparative youth and pleasing to look upon, did not accept several offers of marriage made to her, especially since her only means of existence for herself and 3 fatherless children was the use of the needle, which at that time and place was a source of very small remuneration. Her curt answer was that she would not place her children under any stepfather, to be treated in accordance with his whim or mood. My domestic environment was, apparently, all that could have been wished for a boy, far better than that of Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, or Booker T. Washington at 5 years of age, for my food, though scant at times, was sufficient to sustain life at least. I had a feather bed still to sleep upon in cold weather, and mother by extraordinary efforts managed to preserve for me a Sunday suit of clothes. In addition to the support which we derived from the industrious use of the needle by our mother, we had in our garden, which was intelligently cultivated, a source of much assistance. In addition to a few plum trees and a large fig tree, all of which yielded abundantly in season, we raised fair crops of sweet corn, collards, and the medical roots and herbs which a century ago could be found in every well-regulated truck garden. Southern people and those native to the soil will recognize in the term collard a plant greatly resembling the cabbage down to the time when the cabbage heads. The collard is of a greener tint than the cabbage and never heads save to the size of a small orange in the center. When the frosts come, the leaves of the collards are streaked white and wind boiled in a big iron pot hung on trammels placed in the big fireplace, with a piece of bacon, pork, or corned beef, together with the well-known corn dodgers. They furnish the dish de resistance placed before a half-famished boy. I can't see at this writing what on earth would have become of us had we not been in possession of that little garden and a few chickens which furnished us with an occasional egg to vary the monotony of our diet. In order to procure a piece of fresh beef or a pound of liver, it was necessary to arise with the lark and hie us to the market house, which with the court house stood at the junction of the 2 principal streets and formed an imposing group. Let it not be imagined, however, that our dear mother was in any sense remiss or lax in providing for the future, for denying herself fine clothing and all the adornments of the body, so much coveted by many women. She dedicated her whole life to the support and partial education of her children. During the summer season she would save it as best she could, $1 now and then, for the purpose of buying a pig for the remainder of the year, and then when the weather was sufficiently cold she would purchase on the market one of the weight of 100 or 150 pounds, and impose on this writer the task of wheeling it home. I have a very pleasant remembrance in this connection of a friendly, generous act performed in my behalf by a noble white lady during the winter of 1855-6, which goes far to prove that neither true gentlehood nor true womanhood is always to be found in the palace, nor must we search for them beneath robes and furred gowns. Now listen. Miss Arrett Ellis, a maiden lady of culture and refinement, was the matron of the Griffin Academy, an institution founded for the nurture and education of poor white girls in that section of North Carolina. She was an Episcopalian by religious faith, and attended Christ Episcopal Church at the head of her group every Sunday morning. She had known my father all her life, and she had seen me and my elder sister in our pew invariably every Sunday morning. On the occasion I am now referring to, I was wheeling in a wheelbarrow a dressed pig weighing about 150 pounds. I was 10 years of age and weighed exactly 50 pounds. Placing a 50-pound weight on one side of the old market scales, I would then stand upon the other side, and they would equally balance. As the slang phrase of the present day would have it was 50-50. The date to which I have referred was one of the coldest I've ever seen or felt, and I was minus an overcoat. I'd stopped at about half the distance to my destination to rest my muscles and recover my breath, when along came Miss Arrett Ellis, nicely and warmly clad, carrying in her hands a few parcels which she had just purchased from one of the dry goods stores where she had been shopping. Slackening her gait, she beamed upon me a countenance full of sympathy and compassion. "Poor little fellow," she exclaimed, "aren't you very cold?" "Yes, ma'am," I answered. "Well, take my parcels and let me help you," was her rejoinder. Suiting the action to the word, she handed me the things, seized the handles of the wheelbarrow, and trundled it along the public street almost to my mother's door. Here was in very fact an angel in disguise. Her name was Arrett, a Greek word which in the original Greek signifies talent, skill, fitness, courage, etc., and surely on this occasion she proved that she was worthy of the name. Miss Ellis has long since been gathered into the bosom of her lord and master, whom she loved and served. It has been 65 years since this unselfish deed was done unto one of the least of these. But her face and form and kindly act lives and blooms perennially in my mind and heart, never to be forgotten, and whether there be erected monument or tablet in commemoration of her useful, virtuous, and noble life, I know not, but here and now I pour out to her all the gratitude and esteem of an appreciative heart, hoping that a knowledge of her goodness may stimulate others to go and do likewise. Returning to mother and her struggles, sometimes the bacon would be exhausted before the next pig would be purchased. At other times work would be scarce and the purse would be almost depleted. On such occasions the strictest economy would be required. Once in a while we would put some cornmeal into a bowl, sprinkle some salt in and upon it, pour in some hot water, and stir it thoroughly. After that we would place it on the griddle, with live coals under it. When it browned on one side, we would turn it over and brown it on the other side. Then we would divide it into 4 equal parts, of which each one was given a portion to eat or let alone as the humor moved us. Judge John R. Donald, the widower of the late daughter of the former Governor Richard Dobbs Spite, of whom I have spoken, had a mansion about half a mile distant from the humble abode of my mother. Here were servants galore and food in abundance. Several of the servants were related by blood to my deceased father, and they sympathized with us in our forlorn condition. One of the poor slave women, for whom father had done a kindness, could not endure the thought of my elder sister doing the family washing, and be it said to her everlasting honor that she came to mother by night, and begged permission to do the washing rather than that my sister should do it. Mother, in her stern, positive way, said, "No, Sarah has got to work for her living, and she may as well be learning now as later on." That ended the matter, and for years after that, while mother sewed, sister in her teens assisted and did the washing. Amongst Judge Donald's maid servants were 2, one whom we denominated Little Auntie, and another known as Aunt Hannah. Each was domiciled on the premises in adjoining rooms of an outhouse. Little Auntie was a cousin of my father, and quite reasonably regretted the great misfortune which had befallen us, and in her poor way she told mother to send me around there in the night time, and she would give me some milk to carry home, and such other little articles of food as remained over from the table of the great house. Of course we eagerly grasped at this opportunity of satisfying the cravings of hunger, and it became my duty to go to Judge Donald's every night and fetch home the bounty dispensed to us. This was at times a source of much assistance to us, and we made the most of it. Indeed, so jubilant was I over the trend of affairs that I was wont to exclaim in a superlative glee, "That woman that you call Little Auntie has a plenty. That woman you call Aunt Hannah has a plenty." And so these poor slave women, grateful for kindnesses which our big-hearted daddy had bestowed on them in the day of his abundance, found now their opportunity of repaying, almost in kind, what their true hearts had always been grateful for. In those days I was little more than 7 years of age, and frequently the streets through which I wended my way to Judge Donald's were as dark as Egypt. However, I quailed not, and when I could not see the route, I tried to feel it as best I could. Sometimes Aunt Hannah would sigh and say, "Ah, Johnny, I haven't got nothin' for ye tonight." On such occasions, returning home empty-handed, mother would say, "Well, go to bed and go to sleep, and you will forget your hunger." This I did on more than one occasion. We had our bright days, though, for on Christmas mother always secured a little turkey, and during the summer season we more than once enjoyed a luscious watermelon. As soon as I was strong enough to use a wood saw, I was given charge of sawing and splitting the firewood. A cord of hickory, oak, or ash wood would be thrown over our fence. After that the trouble began. However, as I look back to those days, and the benefit which I derived from my contact with those wood piles in the way of developing muscles and general physique, I am persuaded that the criminal branches of our courts would have less to do, had every boy a woodpile and buck-saw in his backyard, over which he could preside with honor and profit. This recalls the fact, of which I am very proud of, that in the winter of 1858, when I was 13 years of age and weighed just 60 pounds, I raised the money to buy me a pair of skates by sawing and splitting and piling up 3 cords of wood. 2 cords I sawed into 3 pieces, and 1 cord I sawed into 2 pieces. It required much walking around the streets of Cleveland in order to find the wood, and I regret to relate it, after buying the skates, I used them only a few times before I was seized with pneumonia, and sold them for about 1/2 their purchase price. What limited skating I tried to do was without pleasure, for I wore shoes while the other boys wore boots. My shoes were too low for the proper strapping of the skates on, and my ankles would ever and anon turn over and cause me to fall. Another task which I had imposed upon me while I was yet a little boy in Newbern was that of turning the grindstone for Uncle Balaam Jones, a cooper, who would recompense me by supplying some portion of our firewood. Every Saturday afternoon I would go to Flanner's cooper shop, about half a mile distant from our home, to perform this function. I was too light and weak for the work, but mother permitted us to eat no idle bread. At times when Uncle Balaam would bear down with considerable weight, the grindstone would cease revolving. Then he would let up for a few moments and allow me to rest a little before proceeding again. And when finally the adze, the broad axe, the drawing knives, the chisels, etc., were properly sharpened, I was well nigh exhausted, for be it remembered that I was conditioned like Hungry Jake in the minstrel show. The interlocutor said to him, "Brace up." Jake answered, "How can I brace up when I ain't got nothing to brace up on?" Many times I went to perform the task before I had dined, for mother was loath to lay her work down before she had accomplished a given task. The grinding being completed, then came my recompense. Uncle Balaam would select some defective ash heading, split them to convenient sizes, and fill my deep tray which I had carried there for the purpose. After this he would assist me in placing the burden on my head. I had no little four-wheeled wagon to draw it home in. Then I would start for home, half a mile distant. In the course of 4 or 5 minutes, the pressure upon the top of my 10-11-year-old cranium would cause my eyes to feel that they were beginning to bulge out, and my neck would pain me severely. In such an emergency, I would sidle up to the nearest fence and ease one end of my tray onto the top of it. Having rested a while, I would proceed on my course, repeating the act from time to time until I reached my home. On the route leading from the cooper shop to my home resided a family by the name of Bragg, father, mother, and some 7 sons and daughters. The father was a tailor by trade, carrying work to his home and performing it there, with the assistance of his good wife and other members of his family. 2 of the boys, Cicero and Edwin, both of whom resembled white boys, seemed to have it in for me, and since there was no other route I could take in returning to my home from the cooper's shop, I was compelled to pass the residence of the Braggs, where these 2 boys, switches in hand, invariably waited me. Both were my superiors in age and size, and there was no alternative for me but to grin and bear the whipping which they administered to me as I quickened my pace with bulging eyes and aching neck. The complaints of my mother had little effect in stopping their brutal sport, for it would ever and anon recur. The irony and cruelty of this torture which they imposed on me was all the more conspicuous from the fact that my dear deceased father had, to a greater degree than anyone else in the world, been instrumental in securing Mrs. Bragg's freedom from slavery, even advancing some portion of the purchase price which had not been returned to him at the time of his death. Here is one sequel to what I have just recited. About 20 years after the occurrences between the 2 Bragg boys and me, Edwin and I were both residing in the city of Cleveland, Ohio, my present home. I was a lawyer and justice of the peace of the township of Cleveland, while Edwin was a barber. Edwin committed a larceny and was indicted for felony. He was without means, and I defended him gratis. I put forth every effort at my command to save him from the penitentiary, but all to no purpose. He was convicted of grand larceny and sentenced to serve a term in the state prison. In sentencing him to the penitentiary, the aged and learned Judge Foote complimented me on the energy and interest which I had evinced in defending the young man. I told the judge that he was the son of one of my deceased father's friends, and the playmate of my childhood, whereupon the judge expressed great surprise and animadverted on the fact that he had fallen so low, while I had followed another course. Later on in life his form crossed my vision. After that he was swallowed up in the human whirl, and was lost to me entirely. On one occasion, while I was turning the grindstone for Uncle Balaam, an incident occurred which to my dying day will haunt my memory. Mr. Hancock, the town sergeant, came into the cooper's shop and exclaimed, "I want one of your men to make me a paddle." The men, one and all, knowing the purpose of torture that the paddle would be put to, stoutly refused to make it. This they could do with safety at that time, for they were slaves and knew that their masters would uphold and protect them in the refusal. It is not so in the South now. "Well," said the official, "give me a drawing knife and a brace and bit, and I will make it myself." He was as good as his word, for in a jiffy he had the instrument made and bored full of holes. He then took his departure, carrying the paddle with him. I followed him at a distance, for I was curious to learn the sequel. From my coign of vantage I saw him go to a remote spot up the shore of the Neuse River, which coursed near the location of the cooper's shop, and stop under a cypress tree which reared its head in the midst of the pure white sand. There stood a group of white men with a young negro in their midst awaiting him. As the sergeant busied himself in removing a portion of the unfortunate negro's clothing, tying his hands behind him and partially swinging him to one of the lower limbs of the tree by a rope attached to his wrists behind, I improved the opportunity in securing a position from which I could see every movement of the posse, and hear the exclamations and groans of the tortured victim. Tortured, yes, tortured, for if it be not obvious to the most casual observer that a human being suspended by a rope attached to his wrists bound behind him must suffer excruciating pain, then let him try it for 1 minute as an experiment. By reason of the peculiar posture of the victim's body, the blows with the perforated paddle were administered with the utmost facility and with much force, which first blistered and then wounded the body, as I afterwards ascertained by going to the spot and viewing the sand, which at first white was now crimson with the blood of the poor slave, helpless in the hands of his tormentors. Oh, how earnestly I did plead with my dear mother on my return home to follow in the tracks of the Martins, the Hancocks, and the Stanleys, all of whom had recently left their native heath and gone in quest of a modicum of liberty into the great free North, East, and West. However, the time was not yet ripe for this important undertaking, and we must needs bide our time. The reason assigned for torturing this slave man was that he and another had conspired to blow up the dwelling house of a prominent citizen of the town. The victim of the torture had confessed to placing, like another Guy Fawkes, a keg of gunpowder under the residence and laying a train for its explosion to it, but no threats or tortures could force him to incriminate any one else. When the resounding blows of the instrument would cause more blood to flow from the wound, he would exclaim, "O Lord, nobody but me and Jeff." But who Jeff was, if in very truth Jeff existed, no one could find out. Here perhaps is the place to give some account of the administration of justice in the old North State at that time in the history of our country. In the old courthouse, which was located in the heart of the business section of the town, was construed and to some extent applied a modified form of the English common law, as it existed before the days of Peel and his coadjutors, who pulled many of the fangs out of it. The courthouse had been there from that time, whereof the memory of man ran not to the contrary, and with all modesty it resembled quite closely the old courthouse which we found standing in the southwest section of our public square on our arrival in 1857. Within this North Carolina courthouse all the business of Craven County was transacted, even to the casting of ballots for all officials, from president down to the least elective office. To this temple of justice trudged or stalked the grave and potent member of the bar, and the honorable judges, sometimes carrying a green bag containing a volume of legal lore, at other times followed by a dark-hued slave carrying the same. The court being duly opened in a formal way by the sheriff of the county, who, generally bearing not the fasces but a rod or pole of authority, would proceed to execute the preliminary orders of the court. Sometimes the court would say, "Sheriff, call Millie White." Then that august official would raise a window, or if in the summertime stick his head out of a window, and in stentorian tones call, "Millie White, Millie White, Millie White, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, come into court," etc. Another name which comes down to me through the 70 years since I heard it is that of Irish Jimmy, Irish Jimmy, Irish Jimmy, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, come into court, etc. The oh yes, is a corruption of the old Norman French oh yes, hear ye, which for centuries prevailed in English courts of common law after the Conquest. It was my fortune or misfortune to be in the court-room one morning when condign punishment was meted out to a person, White, who had been convicted of manslaughter. The sentence was that the prisoner should be branded in his right hand with a hot iron, bearing the letters MS, signifying manslaughter. The iron not to be removed until the prisoner should exclaim 3 times, "God save the state! God save the state! God save the state!" I watched almost breathlessly the sheriff bind the right hand of the convict securely to a small column, which was one of the supports of the ceiling of the courtroom. Then he drew from the stove which furnished warmth to the room a branding iron, which was quite hot. Without delay or more ado, the official pressed the hot iron against the thick portion of the prisoner's hand. There was a sizzling sound. Smoke curled up into the air, and there was a smell of burning flesh, while the convict exclaimed in rapid succession 3 times, "God save the state! God save the state! God save the state!" Immediately the iron was withdrawn, and I departed in haste to disclose to my mother and sisters the scene which I had witnessed. It was not an uncommon sight to witness in passing the jail yard a man standing in the stocks, with his wrists and head fastened in the holes of the same. It was fortunate for the men who were punished in the stocks that they were within the jail yard, which had a fence around it, for the historians of England tell us that in times not so very remote, convicts in the stocks in the city of London were entirely at the mercy of heartless mobs, who would often stone them and sometimes pelt them with rotten vegetables, overripe eggs, and decaying cats. To such an extent was this persecution carried that frequently the victim lost his life. All persons convicted of capital offences were executed upon gallows, which was erected, when needed, in an old neglected field not so very remote from our residence. I saw a white man, John Tillman by name, hail through the street in which our residence was located, in a tumbrel or cart, which was preceded and followed by an armed guard and hosts of curious people. Afterwards, standing at a respectful distance from the gallows, I witnessed the black cap drawn down over his face and his body swung into eternity. The reader will readily infer from what I have already written that there was not much going on in that old town, on land or on water, in those days which I did not see. If there was to be a sale or hiring of slaves on the auction block, I was near at hand to note every word, cry, or movement. If any one was to be lashed at the whipping post, there was this writer to behold it. At home frequently I would meet a warm reception on my return, after having neglected some domestic duty in order to keep tab on the varied county and municipal affairs. Mother was at times quite severe in her treatment of me, and I've always entertained the opinion that from her lack of proper educational facilities she was not keen to discover temperamental differences and to differentiate in the treatment of persons. My mother was as cold and sang-froid of temperament as any Scotchman of the Highlands, and as a matter of fact she could not or did not discover that I was a mere little bony bundle of nerves, that, like my dear deceased father, I had to do or die. To have kept either of us still would have entailed upon us St. Vitus dance or epileptic fits. All the boys of the town knew me, white and black. The white boys scorned me because I was not white, and the black boys despised me because I was not entirely black. They would pick quarrels with me, and I would with either my fists or weapons defend myself. I had no big brother or other person to take my part, and it devolved upon me to hoe my own row, which I may add in all truth I proceeded to do to the best of my ability. On one occasion a crowd of white boys chased me like a pack of hounds baying at a stag. They did not give up until they had seen me enter my mother's door in safety. On another occasion, that same Millie White, a colored woman of the town, whose name was called by the court crier, assaulted me in the Academy Green, on my way homeward, carrying a tray of sweet potatoes on my head. And it was not the first time. And happening to have a small knife open in one of my hands, I defended myself by letting her have it in one of her hips. It was her last assault on me. That was the nearest I ever came to being arrested, for she made a complaint against me to the authorities, who sent the same town sergeant, he was our police force, to investigate. He, on hearing the statements of my mother and myself, said the woman had received no more than she deserved, and dropped the matter. The colored women of the lower class seemed to be piqued at my mother because she had never associated with them, and even in her changed and humble condition she carried her head high, and scorned the association of all white or black who were not congenial or fit. One of these colored Amazons, who wished to make me the scapegoat of once upon a time when I was about 9 years of age, got me cornered in such a way that no choice was left to me except to fight or be soundly beaten. In that emergency I picked up a stone, closed my eyes, and like another Macduff, laid on. When my antagonist called a halt and ceased her struggle, I opened my eyes to find her pretty thoroughly covered with blood. This struggle, against great odds on my part, was viewed by an old friend of my deceased father, who declared that I was the worst boy in town, a declaration which made a lasting impression on my mind, and is still ringing in my ears. I've often debated the question, did Mr. Green state a fact, or was he ignorant of conditions and biased, for some unknown reason, against me? What are the characteristics of a bad boy? I assert, after an experience of 50 years as an attorney at law, much of the time spent in defending persons indicted for and charged with felonies and misdemeanors, persons ranging in age from 10 years of age to old age, that to be a bad boy or a bad man one must have an evil, malicious heart, and his deeds must be the offsprings of such a heart. But if, on the contrary, a person's heart is free from envy, hatred, malice, and all uncharitableness, he is not in any sense bad. I've known boys to lie, cheat, and steal, to delight in causing pain and suffering to both man and beast. I knew a boy once who derived pleasure from seeing a chicken suffer after he had cut off its feet. I saw young Southern blood on one occasion raise his gun and shoot to death a beautiful spaniel dog, his good friend, because he failed to obey his command and come to him directly. And I personally knew a young fellow who dared his companion to place his wrist on a block in a meat market. When the youth placed it there with one forcible stroke of the cleaver, he severed his hand from it. The foregoing acts I regard as being malicious, bad. But what must be said of a boy who could not look at a wound without shuddering, and whose every fibre was shocked at the recital of acts of cruelty and tales of woe? True, this writer was a live wire in the slang of the day, and gloried in being conspicuous in leading a boisterous play, and in performing deeds which call for more or less courage. But it is not on record, nor does the man live who can cite one instance of barbarity or destructiveness on his part. He confesses to the indictment of visiting with another boy, his senior in age, Mr. Smallwood's vineyard, on one occasion, and then and there, without permission, indulging quite generously in the luscious Scuppernong grapes which cumbered the vines. But this was an extraordinary proceeding on his part. It was an act which was not repeated, for while the writer made a safe and speedy exit, his companion, who was less fleet of foot and expert in vaulting fences, paid the penalty of being detained by a vicious dog until a goodly portion of his trousers had been sacrificed. Hence I deny the arraignment of my father's old friend, long since gone to join him in the great beyond. Of one fact every one will bear witness. I was patriotic to a fault, as the following anecdote will prove. On a certain 4th of July, I rose betimes and hurried down to the new county wharf to participate by sight and by hearing in the firing of the daybreak national salute, only to learn that there would be none fired, and that the celebration of the glorious 4th of July would be duly consummated at Trenton, in an adjoining county 20 miles distant. Later on in the day, the monotony becoming unbearable, and having no horse and saddlebags like another John Gilpin with which to ride to Trenton, I concluded that I would walk there. Now here is an exemplification of one of the reasons which actuated the old gentleman to dub me the worst boy in town, for truly I was the only boy of all that town who dared to walk to Trenton after 8 o'clock in the morning to assist in celebrating our nation's natal day. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, I made my obeisance to sundry musicians, cooks, and waiters who were functioning a great patriotic ball being given in honor of the day. I was tired, dusty, and both hungry and thirsty. Of course, every one heard with astonishment at my adventure and the successful termination of it. But as the procession had long since broken ranks, and the participants had betaken themselves to the banqueting hall and ballroom floor, my efforts to view the parade were in vain, abortive, and I found myself in a condition closely allied to that of the King of the French, who with 30,000 men marched up the hill and then marched down again. However, the kind and sympathetic colored waiters would not allow the patriotic hero of the hour to languish and to starve, for they plied him with bits of roast pig and other delicacies, not to mention a dish of ice cream, which was at that time somewhat of a luxury, and seldom in evidence. To express my unbounded happiness would require a pen more facile than mine, after I had thoroughly gorged myself and lent my ear to the dulcet strains of the orchestra proceeding from the ballroom. Ere long, however, the shades of night began to fall. The merrymakers by twos, by fours, and by sixes began to depart for their homes. Then the little speck of a cloud in the distance, which at an early hour had slightly dimmed my vision, began to draw near and hang over me in threatening form. And ever and anon in my mind I could see the forked flash and hear the reverberations of thunder, betokening a coming storm on my arrival home. Moreover, how was I to get home? For the road was long, dark, and dreary. Just here the kindly fates came to my rescue. The orchestra, which hailed from Newbern, knew me, knew my mother, and had known my father. And again, with that generous kind-heartedness for which all colored people are noted, they came to my assistance and invited me to return to my home with them in the band wagon. Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. I was saved. Through the sands and the intervening forests the languid horses progressed until far after the break of day, but finally they drew up in front of my mother's home, she standing in the door, anxious and doubtful, poor soul, not knowing whether the coming of that wagon was for her an omen of good or evil tidings, for more than 24 hours had elapsed since she had seen or heard from me, and who could say that I was not drowned in the Neuse or Trent River, or even had been kidnapped by vultures for the slave market? "We have brought your boy home," exclaimed the leader, "and we charge you $1. $1, ye gods! $1 from my poor needy mother in 1855. How could she spare $1 as one of the results of a silly escapade on the part of a wayward boy? "I've no $1 for you," mother exclaimed in her positive way that carried conviction in their minds and hearts. Nothing more was said. I dismounted, and the team, with a steady trot, departed. But with me, as I entered the gloomy portal of that home, the thought uppermost in my mind was that one which has vexed the ages, to be or not to be. Am I to be thrashed within an inch of my life, or am I to be the subject of maternal love, affection, and forgiveness? The latter prevailed, the weight of fear, doubt, perplexity, and grief having been removed from mother's shoulders and heart. She welcomed her erring boy, returning like another prodigal with outstretched arms, and gave him no blows. There was no fatted calf killed or suckling pig put upon the spit. The remains of all these were left behind at Trenton. It may be of interest to my readers to know that in returning from Trenton after midnight for 10 miles, we had the association of a stalwart slave man who walked by the side of our wagon and engaged in the conversation. He had walked to Trenton 10 miles from the plantation where he was employed to visit his slave wife. Now he was returning, walking another 10 miles so as to be able to answer the morning bell, horn, reveille, or what not. Such is fate. Educational opportunities for colored people in any portion of the South were very poor, as may well be imagined, when we reflect on the fact that it was made by law a felony to teach a slave how to read and write. But North Carolina was perhaps the least proscriptive of all the Southern states in that behalf, for many free colored people, especially in the eastern cities of the state, enjoyed their fair educational advantages under the circumstances. There was a school at New Bern, of which the late John Stuart Stanley was master. It was famous all over the state for the reason that Mr. Stanley was thoroughly equipped for his office. He was a son of John C. Stanley, a barber, who in turn was the natural son of that John Wright Stanley, son of the Revolution, mention of whom is made in the first chapter of this narrative, and half-brother of that John Stanley from whom my father descended. John C. Stanley, colored, was well-to-do, and gave to all his sons and daughters all the education that could be obtained for them at that place, for love or money. And John Stuart, his son, was in all English studies the peer and the superior of a majority of the white men of that section. Whether or not he had any acquaintance with the dead languages or modern tongues besides his vernacular, I cannot say, as I have never heard that phase of his education discussed. As a reader, speller, and penman, he was not surpassed, and in all the studies pertaining to a thorough English education he was the equal of the best. I recall that in 1856, when I was 11 years of age, the books of Mr. Alexander Mitchell, the leading wholesale grocer of the town, got out of balance. Mr. Stanley was employed to audit them, a task which in a reasonable time he consummated, to the entire satisfaction of his employer, after which he took charge of the accounts until he left the state to take up his residence in the city of Cleveland, where he died many years ago, leaving behind him here a large, intelligent, and prosperous family. Mr. Stanley was a grand, good man. Colored students came to Mr. Stanley's school from all parts of the state, and were well instructed for a very reasonable compensation. This writer, in his 6th and 7th years, was gradually inducted into the mysteries of Webster's elementary spelling book, which was at that time in use all over the eastern part of this country and elsewhere. To the best of my memory, Mr. Stanley carried me through my ABCs and my ABs, even to the lesson beginning with BA, K-E-R, Baker. After that, his good wife, Mrs. Fanny Stanley, one of the most faithful and industrious of wives, and loving and affectionate of mothers that ever lived, took me in hand. She had visited Ohio with one of her daughter, Mrs. Sarah Stanley Woodward, to place her in Oberlin Preparatory School, and on returning to her home brought with her a set of the McGuffey's school books than which it is difficult to imagine better, notwithstanding the numerous changes which have taken place since their publication. Seated on a stool on her knees by the side of her beautiful little daughter Fanny, she laid the foundation of such education as I now possess, and for which, in deep gratitude, I shall always revere her name and memory. This branch of John C. Stanley's descendants was always conspicuous, noteworthy. Their reasoning and education, even in that old slave state in the midst of a slave-holding community, was on a par with that of the best families of the state, and in many respects the treatment accorded to them did not differentiate from that accorded to the elite of white people, saving only that they were not accorded domestic social contact, which I may say the Stanleys never sought after, since our colored social circle in New Bern was satisfying and uplifting. There was not amongst us any of that squeamishness with respect to the varying shades of color. All that was required of a person knocking at the door of our social circle for admittance was fitness. My dear father, who was one of the leaders of the colored society in the old town, always stoutly maintained that persons seeking association with others should be congenial and meritorious, and this theory was acted on until the emigration of the families composing the circle annihilated it. One of the well-to-do and most highly respected of the families which affiliated with that social circle was Mr. Richard G. Hazel, a man of pure Negro blood, and his family. Mr. Hazel was a blacksmith by trade and also owned a small bakery which was managed by his worthy wife and daughters. One of his daughters was a student and graduated from Oberlin College during the latter years of the 50s. Color did not make the status of that social group. Fitness, merit only. This, it would seem, should be the criterion the world over. During the Buchanan-Fremont campaign for the presidency in 1856, the slaveholders became greatly excited and quite fearful that if the Republican Party elected its first presidential nominee, their favorite degrading institution of slavery would be jeopardized, and properly so, for despite the fact that their smart men in Congress had wrung from the great North, East, and West many concessions, such as the Missouri Compromise, the Fugitive Slave Law, and the Dred Scott decision, it was easily apparent that the twin relic of barbarism was doomed, and that with the enlisting of men, drilling of soldiers, searching of colored residences for firearms, and cruelly whipping the owner when an old fowling piece was found, a reign of terror seemed imminent. Thereupon a majority of self-respecting colored families in all parts of the South began to sell out, pack up, and get out while, as one expressed it, the getting was good. This was especially true as regarded the colored families long resident in old New Bern. They stayed not on their going, but sold their possessions and went, some to New York, some to Philadelphia, a few to Boston and New Haven, but the majority to Cleveland and Oberlin, Ohio, whence they began without delay to write persuasive letters to the dear ones left behind, exhorting them to follow their example. My dear mother was persuaded by the late John Patterson of Oberlin, Ohio, to sell her little home and come with her children to a land of freedom. The fact that mother feared that I would later on in life leave her there, as her elder brother, William Chestnut, had left his mother and settled in Terre Haute, Indiana, in 1835, whither he had ridden on a little clay-colored mare, had much to do with influencing her to follow Mr. Patterson's advice, but especially the petty persecutions and insults she was constantly subjected to by her crude neighbors fully determined her to take the step. As an indication of the extent to which she was subjected to these petty annoyances, I will here record the true story of the treatment of our game old rooster, old Dick, which I have often related in my talks to children as an example of nil desperandum, never give up, never despair. My mother, in addition to her helpful garden, had a few chickens. Amongst them was a game rooster of the genus now denominated Rhode Island Red. We called him Old Dick, for we found him on the premises when we moved in 5 years prior to the incident I am about to relate. Others of our neighbors also owned roosters, of which they were proud, and in behalf of which they were ready to contend. Aunt Betsy York was one of these, and since her bird, as ours, each metaphorically carried a chip on his shoulder, and frequently contended for the mastery, but with varying success, Aunt Betsy looked with much disfavor on old Dick, and vowed vengeance on his head or body. One morning, mother, in the usual trend of her maternal duties, went to the door with some corn and other feed for the chickens, and began to call them up. Chicky, 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 she called. All answered by putting in appearance, except old Dick. Again and again she reiterated the call, but no old Dick answered it in any manner. "John," said mother, "go look for our rooster. I'm afraid something has happened to him." As swift as the wing of the swallow, I was out in quest of our treasure bird, scanning his usual haunts, peeping underneath the neighboring cottages, all of which were supported by blocks underpinning, and making frequent inquiries of persons in the vicinity, gave no clue as to his whereabouts. Finally, I looked into a tar barrel on the premises of Aunt Betsy, which was partially filled with pine tar. And there, to my amazement and sorrow, I found the game and courageous old rooster, submerged as to his whole body, excepting his head and neck, and gasping for breath. In less time than it takes me to write this, I had extricated him, and was speeding to my mother's home a few doors distant. There we laid him on the ground, and carefully examined him, diagnosed his case, which disclosed the fact that his bill was cut off to the quick, likewise his wing feathers and his spurs. His feathers, of course, were thoroughly saturated with the sticky tar, all of which left him in such a deplorable condition that we despaired of his life. However, that Scotch, English, African blood which animated my undaunted mother's being was equal to the emergency. Nil desperandum, never give up. Despair as to nothing was her motto, and she immediately set to work to save the life of her truly game bird. His bill being severed almost to his head, it was impossible for him to pick up corn or any other kind of chicken food. So she made a ball of dough out of cornmeal and placed it before him. He ate of it, bit it up voraciously until he was satiated. Then he helped himself to water as best he could from a pan set before him. Thus day by day his needs were met and supplied. The next question was how to divest him of his thick coat of tar. This was done by giving him daily baths in warm pot liquor, the liquor left in the pot after boiling fat, pork, and collards in it. It was covered with grease and was warm. Dick enjoyed these baths very much, and ere long the bill grew out again, just as a fingernail will grow out again. The spurs were as long, sharp, and menacing as of yore, and instead of close-cropped wings, old Chanticleer disported himself in a new suit of feathers all over his body, and crowed as lustily as ever. He was on the job for all comers, and when a year later on we sold him to another, he was treasured as a fighting bird's, ready to meet all. Another source of great annoyance to my mother at this time were the raids of the patrols, who were constantly visiting residence sections of the colored people in quest of firearms and war munitions, mentioned by me in the first chapter. They were respecters of no persons of color, and had no regard for time or conditions. In the course of their rounds they visited our home. Late one night I answered the summons on our front door. They unceremoniously entered. Not the least obeisance made they. Not a moment stopped or stayed they. But unceremoniously they began to rummage the drawers of the sideboard and bureau. Their first exclamation on beholding this writer, who wore a suit of homemade pajamas, was, "Hullo, what a pretty boy! Who lives here?" I told them it was the home of Mrs. Green, the widow of the late John R. Green. "Well, come on, boys," one of them exclaimed. "She's all right," and they took their departure. Our rest was frequently broken by the bleating of goats, which wandered into the old graveyard on the opposite side of the street. They would thrust their heads through the interstices of iron fences surrounding some of the burial lots, and nibble the grass which grew green on and between the graves enclosed. Both before and after midnight they would make the welkin resound with their pitiful baa, baa, as their fluked horns would prevent them from withdrawing their heads. They were thus caught and held as firmly as if they had been behind prison bars. "John," mother would exclaim, "I can't sleep for that noise. Get up and go into the graveyard and release that goat." Without any hesitation I would slip on my trousers, run across the street, vault the board fence, and follow the sound amongst the graves and tombs in the almost pitch darkness until I found the animal, when, having extricated him, I would wend my way back again safe and sound. There were slave men and women in that town who declared in my presence that not for their liberty would they perform that feat, so thoroughly at that time and place were they saturated with a superstitious fear of ghosts. We should rejoice to know that the light of reason and educational facility is now within the grasp of many of the children of those poor deluded people, is rapidly banishing this and kindred superstitions from their life and mind. The foregoing and many other annoyances to which mother was constantly subjected finally induced her to listen to the persuasive appeals of Mr. Patterson and others of her former friends who had gone from comparative darkness into the light of liberty and justice. Some of her friends of both races endeavored to dissuade her from the act, but once having given her ear to the siren voice, she was determined to depart with her little ones in search of a new home, the land of opportunity, not only for herself but for her whole family. In this frame of mind, she requested little auntie to ask Judge Donald, the son-in-law of that deceased Governor Richard Dobbs Spite, to whom my deceased father had paid the $1,000 mentioned in the first chapter of the bare privilege of calling his life his own, if he would contribute a small sum towards the expenses of our journey. He promptly answered no, and sent this Message to my mother. You had better remain here amongst your friends. Mr. Jim Green and Ben came around and crated the household effects which had not been auctioned off. The premises were sold to the trustees of the cemetery to be included at a later day in the graveyard when the time was ripe for its extension, and then we were ready, without carrying the Neuse and Trent rivers with us, as my father had suggested, to exclaim, in poetic phrase, "My native land, good night." In leaving this shelter, which for 7 long years had been a snug harbor from the sun's scorching rays and winter's stormy blasts, my dear mother was leaning on faith and trusting in God. Her constant motto and solace was, "Trust in the Lord and do good, and so shalt thou dwell in the land and verily be fed." Nor did she, during her long life, confide in it in vain. The manner in which mother came into the possession of this rude shelter is worthy of note, and goes far towards proving that there are still in our midst men and women who are true and worthy of all confidence and trust. When father saw the inevitable, that the last vestige of his property would be taken from him to satisfy the demands of his inexorable creditors before it was too late, he deeded this little cottage to a colored friend of his, Shade Green by name. After the deluge, while he was reposing in his grave, Shade Green, this honest, generous friend, deeded the property to my mother, and the facts in the transaction were never questioned in court at least. Had the property been of more value, an investigation perhaps would have taken place, and a court of equity might have annulled the 2 transactions for the want of any consideration for the benefit of creditors. However, as the sale of the premises only brought to her the sum of $225, including some substantial improvements which have been added to the house, it can be seen that to the average business man the place was well nigh negligible. This Shade Green was a man of means, and well reputed in the community where he lived. He possessed on his premises a well of crystal water with pump extending into it. This water, which was used gratis by every one within a half a mile who thirsted for it, was, to make use of a homely expression indulged in by one who knew as cool as the polar bear. He left a numerous progeny, one of whom, Mrs. Hattie Price, has from childhood been a resident of this city, Cleveland, Ohio, and a most excellent teacher in our mixed schools for many years. The adieus and farewells were all said. The crates and personal luggage were all safely transferred to the hold and stateroom of the good ship Laura Johnson, and now nothing remained for us to do save to take ship ourselves. This in the afternoon of the 24th day of June, A.D. 1857, we did. The ship lay at anchor in the offing, partially loaded, for it was at low tide. Her yawl boat came alongside of the dock and received us, and in a few minutes we were snugly ensconced on the single deck of the staunch schooner, casting long, lingering glances back upon our former home, by none except this writer ever perhaps to be seen again. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Fact Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bittersweet, twilight and evening star, and after that the dark, and let there be no sadness of farewell when I embark, for though from out our bourne of time and place the tide may bear me far, I hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar. At the time referred to in the last chapter, 1857, no ships or other vessels, as we called all sea-going craft drawing more than about 12 feet, which visited New Bern, could enter our port, and as there was a bar in the sound which every ship was obliged to cross, either coming or going, it was necessary that our good schooner Laura Johnson should be lightered over the bar, that is to say, a small vessel denominated a lighter carrying her deck load should accompany her over the bar and transfer the same, her load, to her deck. This occupied at least a day at that time, and afforded such of the passengers as inclined an opportunity of visiting some of the small rocky islands which line the coast in that vicinity, on which very many aquatic fowls were accustomed to lay their eggs and hatch out their young. On this occasion 2 of the vessel's crew and several of the passengers, including my elder sister, took advantage of the invitation and went ashore, returning after an absence of several hours with a goodly quantity of eggs, which the cook prepared and served for us. I'm not certain that at this writing I should care to indulge in the eating of those legs, for I was in profound ignorance as to the kind of species of birds that laid them, or the length of time they had lain amongst the rocks before they were gathered and served to us. Of one thing I'm sure, the flavour which remained in my mouth after partaking of them was not reassuring. Without wearying the reader with the details of this sea voyage, which skirted the coast of North Carolina and Maryland until we sailed serenely up New York Bay and lay at anchor snugly in the harbour on the Brooklyn side, I will remark that at times, especially when we were doubling Cape Hatteras, the so-called dread of seamen, we had excitement enough for the most exacting. The monster waves, billows, piled up like Ossa on Pelion in poetic phrase, heaved on Olympus, tottering Ossa stood, on Ossa Pelion nods with all his wood. Since then I have crossed the Atlantic Ocean 8 times, but nothing within my own personal experiences has equalled what I then endured, tumbled out of my berth upon my head, with part of our luggage upon me. Cabined and cribbed for days within our stateroom, not very stately at that, terrified when the billows mountain high threatened to engulf us, and when our little 2-masted schooner, like a cockle-shell, hung trembling on the crest of a mighty wave, I for one imagined that my end had come, and could not with the unhappy Moor say, if after every tempest come such calms, may the winds blow till they have wakened death, and let the labouring bark climb hills of seas, Olympus high, and deck again as low as hells from heaven. One thing interested me very much, even amid the thundering of the billows and the strident sounds of the winds playing amongst the rigging. That was the captain, when in stentorian tones he gave his commands to the helmsman at the wheel, which enabled our sturdy bark to dodge the dangers and weather the gale, none the worse, apparently, for her perilous voyage. When an extra heavy wave came thundering toward us, our captain would shout, "Right about," and then, after the imminence of the danger had passed, his voice would ring out, "A hard lay," and so time and again he would exert his authority and skill, until after hours which seemed days we were sailing, gliding over comparatively smooth seas, toward our sure haven of rest. Who, now living, can vividly recall before their minds the appearance of little old New York in 1857, 63 years ago, when by the latest census she contained within her walls about 450,000 souls, a few less than half the number now credited to the great city of Cleveland? Who can picture the appearance of her forest of masts, and complexity of the spars and riggings, like the tangles of Neaera's hair, as one surveyed her spacious harbour in those early days? Vastly changed, I think, from their appearance in 1837, when my dear father visited that city for the purpose of buying a stock of goods, yet oh, how different than she is to-day. It was in the early morning of July 3rd, when our ship was moored to her Brooklyn dock, near Washington Street, only a few rods distant from the Brooklyn end of the first great suspension bridge. Within the present decade I have looked down from the great bridge and seen the identical little house in which we spent our first night in that great city. Nor can I ever forget the following day, the first 4th of July I had ever spent in a northern city. What we saw and what we heard, both by day and by night, almost startles me even now. Imagine then, if you can, what an impression was made on my mind when I was only 12 years of age. The first 4th of July celebration I had enjoyed outside of my little native town, excepting only the time when I ran away from my home and walked 20 miles to the village of Trenton to hear the eagle scream, and then neither saw nor heard him, saw and ate fat pig instead, and heard the dulcet notes of the violin and the cornet. Before leaving my Southern home, my dear mother gave me a $50. "John," she said, "you are a big eater. Now when we get to New York, if we are invited out to dinner by any of our old friends, don't try to eat everything on the table. Eat a reasonable amount, and if you are not satisfied, go out and buy a little something to piece it out. But make this $50 go as far as you can." I fear my dear good mother lost sight of the fact that I was, after all, only a patriotic little boy, as the sequel proved, for before the glare of the rockets and Roman candles became evident at the setting of the sun, I had invested every cent of that $50 in a little brass pistol and suitable ammunition for it. Could I have made better use of it? Could I ever have bought more happiness in one day with it? I think not, and although the error of my conduct was called forcibly to my attention at times during many succeeding years, yet I am free to say I have never regretted my conduct in that behalf, for it stimulated my love for my country and her glorious flag, which is the only one which shelters and protects us at home or abroad by virtue of our Constitution and laws. The next day was Sunday, if I mistake not, and my baby sister, 7 years of age, and I attended a Sunday school in the neighborhood. It was the first time in the life of either of us that we had ever been seated with white children. Oh, how happy we were, and how lustily we did sing for the first time those dear little nursery hymns, little drops of water, little grains of sand, etc., and that other one, I want to be an angel, and with the angel stand a crown upon my forehead, a harp within my hand. This was the beginning only of what was to follow in our little far-away Ohio home. Eye had not seen, ear had not heard, neither had it entered into our infantile hearts, the joys that were laid up for us in the not distant future. The pleasure derived from our brief sojourn in New York was greatly intensified by the association of some of our old New Bern friends, one of whom had been a fellow member with my father of Christ Episcopal Church down there. He guided us through the labyrinthine streets, pointed out to us objects of interest, and explained them to us. And when our crated goods were released from the hold of the good ship Laura Johnson, he kindly saw that they were shipped on one of the canal boats of the Erie Canal en route to Cleveland. His name was Mr. Richard W. Hancock, a skilled carpenter and builder who had planned and constructed some of the most ornate buildings in our hometown before he deserted it. Mr. Hancock was the only titler of a white Masonic lodge in a slave state that I have ever heard of or seen, marching with drawn sword at the head of a white Masonic procession. Where he was made or how he won recognition in that town 20 years before the Civil War is more than I can explain, and what makes his treatment the more remarkable lies in the fact that though not a pure-blooded Negro, yet his color was pronounced unmistakable. On the afternoon of the 6th of July, 1857, accompanied and assisted by our worthy friend Mr. Hancock, we boarded a day car of the Erie Railway Company, and our adieus having been said, we were on our way to Dunkirk, the western terminus of that railroad. At that time, I say, we boarded a day car. Yes, for to the best of my memory and information, there were no sleeping cars in existence at that time. That there were no Wagner, Pullman, or double-day cars on that or any other line, I am quite certain, and persons wishing to dine accommodated themselves from the hampers which they carried with them. And as for sleeping, they were restricted to doubling up on a seat or disposing their bodies in the next most convenient manner. We must not lose sight of the fact that not only the Erie but most of the other railroads in this country were at that time of recent or comparatively recent construction, and as a direct result of that fact the roadbeds were very poorly ballasted or not at all. On the Erie road the riding was rough. There were sections of that thoroughfare so rough that one would almost imagine himself riding in a stage-coach. The rails were light, the springs were poor, and the couplings between the cars were so very loose and insecure that smooth, easy riding was out of the question. Estimated the distance between New York and Cleveland by that route to have been 600 miles, we maintained an average speed of about 25 miles an hour, for we were just 24 hours in reaching our destination. However, the whole trip was crammed full of pleasure for this writer, whatever may be said as to the other members of our party, and when at about 5 o'clock p.m. on the 7th day of July, 1857, our train drew into the first Union Depot, years before our present old Union Depot was considered or planned, our joy exceeded expression. At last, thank God, we were on Ohio soil. Finally, we were in the beautiful forest city of Cleveland, with its population of 36,000 souls, its grand public square, and its long, broad, ornate streets, cool and refreshing to look upon. The bluff was high and steep at the northern extremity of what is now West 9th Street, then called Water Street, and years afterwards it took a deal of grading to reduce it to its present form. As we reached the summit of the bluff, there were two objects quite conspicuous which are no longer in existence. On the right, a few rods distant, stood the government lighthouse, commanding a view of Lake Erie for many miles out, while on the left-hand side Bethel Church raised its spire gloriously in the air. It was warm and very dusty. The lake breeze then, as now to some extent, was continually in motion, and raised the dust from the unpaved streets to the great discomfort of all pedestrians. But even then the young people were in numerous instances out on the curbs, sprinkling the streets, since the waterworks had for a year or more been established and was coming gradually into use. Superior Street from the public square to West Ninth Street was covered with boards, and on the south side of that chief business thoroughfare from the square to Bank Street, West Sixth Street, the buildings were principally of wood. The public square was enclosed with a sort of fence on all four sides, while the interior was carpeted with green lawns and shaded by beautiful elm and maple trees. The southwestern section of the public square contained a little antiquated courthouse, which reminded me strongly of the old courthouse which we had left behind in New Bern. I could go on and mention many of the structures existing in Cleveland at that time, but a mere enumeration of them would tire the reader, I fear. Mr. Freeman H. Morris, one of the most intelligent, conservative, and genteel colored men then residing in Cleveland or elsewhere in the United States, was the proprietor of a tailoring establishment under the Bennett House, a hotel subsequently enlarged and christened the Forest City House. On the opposite corner, where now is located Marshall's Drug Store, was located Rouse Block, built and owned by Deacon Rouse, one of the most prominent of the pioneers of this city. Rouse Block was for its day large and ornamental, and was greatly admired by its owner and community in general. There was one theater in the city, the Academy of Music, of which the late John A. Elsler was the proprietor. He maintained a stock company of which he was the leading star. Miss Effie Elsler, his wife and mother of the younger Effie Elsler, who was then a baby, was the leading lady. There was a tragedian of much merit by the name of McCullough, James Lewis, inimitable comedian, and Miss Anna Dickinson, soubrette. It was with other characters a good company, and played regularly for the entertainment and instruction of this community. Occasionally during the season great stars would visit the city and entertain the habitués and others of that theater. I remember well the Marble Heart, in the production of which the late John Wilkes Booth, assassin of President Lincoln, was the star attraction. Also Edwin Booth, Cool Doc Sothern, father of E.H. Sothern, now prominent as our interpreter of some of Shakespeare's plays, and many others. The old building, transposed, still occupies its original site in West Sixth Street, contiguous to the old Kennard House, then called the Anger House. The auditorium of the theater was on momentous occasions boarded over and used for balls given in honor of distinguished personages. It was the largest public auditorium then at the command of the citizens of Cleveland. Melodeon Hall was another hall provided with a stage and scenery. It was located on the present site of Mr. Jacob B. Perkins' big building, the Wiltshire, on the north side of Superior Street, near West 3rd Street. It is the building used for a post office while the present post office was in course of construction. There was also another hall, a small one, in a building located on the present site of the Williamson Building, called at one time Garrett's Hall, and another on the top floor of a building which stood where the American Trust Building is now located, Chase Hall. There were no places of business on either Superior Street or Euclid Avenue east of the public square, and on the north side of the public square the entire space was filled with ornate residences. Prospect Street ranked second in importance as a residence street, and Woodland Avenue third. There were also beautiful residences on Lake and St. Clair Avenue up to Erie Street, now East 9th, and also on Ontario Street from the public square to the lake. There was a pontoon bridge spanning the river at the foot of West 3rd Street, Seneca Street, and a ferry established to transport persons across the river at the foot of Superior Street Hill. The old stone church stood like a grim sentinel where it stands today. The tall spire had recently been destroyed by fire. It has never been replaced. On the corner of East 4th, Sheriff Street, and Euclid Avenue stood St. Paul's Episcopal Church, and in Superior Street, between the public square and East 6th Street, Bond Street, was located both Trinity Cathedral and the Second Presbyterian Church. The Second Baptist Church, now denominated Rockefeller's Church, was then located on the northeast corner of East 9th Street, Erie Street, and Central Avenue, Ohio Street. to the north of Ohio Street, and on the south side of the cemetery was a broad space of land whereon the county fair was held that year. Miss Lucy Reitman, the beautiful and accomplished daughter of the late David L. Whiteman, one-time sheriff of Cuyahoga County, Ohio, carried away the prize as the most skillful equestrienne of all those who contended for it. The Central High School building was located where the Citizens Loan and Trust Company's building now stands, in Euclid Avenue near East 9th Street, while the First Baptist Church, which had formerly occupied a building at the corner of Champlain Avenue and West 3rd Street, was then located on the present site of the Hickox building, northwest corner of Euclid Avenue and East 9th Street. There was a pretty little park located on the bluff overlooking the lake at the foot of what is now East 17th Street, called Clinton Park. There is now little or no reminder of the fact that it ever existed. This was at a time anterior to the establishment of Lakeview Park, when the side of the hill between Lakeside Avenue and the railroad tracks was covered with little Irish shanties. It is a curious commentary on our ephemeral existence that both the shanties and the park have already yielded to the march of events. Much could be said of the fire department, which I say we, advisedly, drew to the occasional fires with our hands, the engines and trucks, and pumped with the same power. It was a slow, laborious process, and often quite uncertain, but it was better than none, as well as a source of much recreation. It was midsummer, and time was winging his flight. It is a true saying, eternally true, that time and tide wait for no man, and this writer was not using it wisely. On the contrary, he was scouring the city and its environs with no useful employment, not even the woodpile, to occupy his time, at the imminent risk of getting into trouble. And it was easily evident that my mother must place me under the guardian care and protection of someone who would curb and restrain me, temporarily at least. After mature reflection and much anxiety, she finally determined to take me to Oberlin, Ohio, and give me to that Mr. John Patterson, for whom my father named me. And on the following day we found a hearty welcome in the home of that man to whom, of all other persons, we're indebted for our presence in Oberlin at that time. After refreshment, Mother opened up the subject foremost in her mind, and disclosed to Mr. Patterson the object of her visit to Oberlin, to place in his custody her only son as an apprentice, to be taught his trade, that of a bricklayer and plasterer. Now Mr. Patterson already had on his hands several husky boys for whom he could hardly find employment, and he frankly stated his inability to employ another boy for any purpose. Moreover, he said his calling required a boy in his teens, strong and heavy, while I was thin and weak, for a lad of 12 years of age, for whom he could find no employment. Under the circumstances, he advised my mother to go to the husband of one of her relatives, Mr. John H. Scott, harness maker, saddler, and trunk maker, who he thought could teach me one or more of his trades, which did not call for great size or robust strength. This proposition seemed quite promising to Mother, who indeed was grasping at any temporary straw in that behalf, and she stayed not on her going, but went without delay. Cousin Celia Scott, the kindly, lovable spouse of John H. Scott, received me joyously, and encouraged, promoted the plan of taking me into her household enthusiastically. And to make a long story short, an oral agreement was made between Mr. Scott and my mother, by the terms of which I was to enter his employment as an apprentice, and remain with him until I attained to my 21st year. Mr. Scott agreed to treat me as his own child, to feed me at his own table, clothe me, and give me a little education. I'm not sure as to this last condition of the contract, but since both my mother and Mr. Scott had been denied an education, I infer the intention was that I should have some opportunities at least along that line. In pursuance of this very reasonable agreement, I entered Mr. Scott's employ, and became a part of his household, all of whom, excepting Mr. Scott, were related to me by ties of blood, and without delay he set me to work, making straps with buckles sewed on one end of them, and other small preliminary work, not forgetting to teach me how to milk a cow, which gave several gallons of milk, and fetch water in a bucket from a neighbouring pump, for washing purposes, and for cooling off a great poker, which weighed between 400 and 500 pounds, and suffered much by reason of July heat. Another duty which was quite pleasing to me was to carry a basket of fruit to the railway station at least once each day, and offer it for sale to passengers en route on the train. I tried to milk that cow, but, honour bright, it was for me the most onerous task I had ever undertaken, not excepting that done on the woodpile. I did not have sufficient strength in my wrists, and try as I would, I invariably botched the job, as I can now see. On one occasion, after I had milked several quarts into the pail, Bossy put one of her feet into it, and on withdrawing it, she left in the pail a small lump of clay, which had been sticking to it. I clutched the clay and threw it out of the pail, but not before it had been dissolved more or less, and left a thick sediment on the bottom. Reason and the dictates of honesty told me to empty out of the pail that polluted milk, and finish milking, but I was too timid and fearful of Mr. Scott, whose commanding figure and black eagle eye at that period of his life almost made me tremble. I should have stated at the outset that mother, in taking leave of me after she had given me to Mr. Scott, said, "Mr. Scott, John is a bad boy, and you must whip him," a remark which to this day, 63 years since it was uttered, still rings in my ears. So I carried the milk into the house, mud and all. It was noticed that I did not drink any of it, but this did not call forth any special comment until the bottom of the crock was reached, when lo and behold, a sediment of clay unmistakable. "Aha!" exclaimed Mr. Scott, "now I know why you have not drunk any milk to-day. I thought it was funny you were not drinking any milk to-day. Now I know the reason why. Hereafter, sir, you have got to drink some of every milking." I may add he was as good as his word, and during the remainder of my sojourn with him I was required to at least sample the result of my milkings. And so the time wore on. My mother's cousin, Mrs. Scott, was kind and affectionate towards me, and at times, when her husband seemed rather severe in his dealings with me, she expostulated with him. She also had me scrub the kitchen floor for her occasionally, for which she invariably gave me a dime or 15 cents, which I religiously saved in order that I might accumulate a fund sufficient to pay my fare to Cleveland and return, when I made a promised visit to my mother on the 15th of September, my elder sister's 19th birthday. In the latter part of August there came to Oberlin a trainload of boys and girls on a picnic excursion. They were Sunday school pupils from that same Bethel church of which I have spoken heretofore. Mr. Scott permitted me to go into the grove and commingle with the children, but of course he expected me to return home in time to milk the cow. However, my nostalgia, homesickness, was so great that I could not withstand the temptation to visit my people, and when the train returned to Cleveland, I was one of the youthful excursionists. On reaching Cleveland, I went as the crow flies to my mother's home, 2 miles distant at the corner of Pine and Hudson, now East 30th Streets. There were no streetcars in those days, or any other means of reaching there, save walking. Mother and sisters were surprised and overjoyed to see me, and covered me with caresses, but mother was quite naturally apprehensive that I would have trouble with Mr. Scott on my return. As to this she was quite right, for though I stowed away in an oil closet on a freight train, and returned to Oberlin by midnight of the same day, he declared he would have tanned my hide if I had not carried a letter to him from my mother, requesting him to pardon this offence. At the same time he warned me not to repeat the act, a warning which, had I been wise, I would have heeded. However, young lads at the age of 12 years are not as a rule wise and prudent, especially if, as in my case, they have spent their whole life roaming amidst the pines and sands of North Carolina, without the friendly advice and guidance of a loving father, and with none of, or very few, examples set before him in his daily walk of life. In the course of a week or two, Henry O. Patterson, a foster son of that John Patterson for whom I was named, a boy older and more experienced than I, persuaded me to jump a freight car with him and make a flying trip to Cleveland and return, and I, having been so successful in escaping punishment in the first instance, fell an easy victim to his wiles. The trip outward was easily and successfully negotiated, without mishap of any sort, and we passed a very pleasant afternoon in perambulating the marts of trade and the beautifully shaded boulevards of the forest city. Also, we experienced no difficulty in snugly ensconcing ourselves in an oil closet of a freight car en route to Oberlin at midnight of the same day. But alas and alack, when we reached Elyria, some 8 miles from our destination, to our unspeakable surprise we were discovered and rudely accosted by a gruff and heartless brakeman, who flashed his light in our faces, and in very plain English told us to get off our perch and leave the car. What was done, what to do, a glance told us both, and we easily recognized that we were up against a condition no theory So without parleying we jumped off into the outer darkness, for it seemed to be the darkest night we had ever seen. Henry O., thoroughly frightened and less daring than this writer, stayed off, walked the remainder of the distance, and put in his appearance at home early in the following morning. But the writer hereof, venturesome as ever, vaulted onto a platform car, piled high with lumber, reached home, and was sound asleep in the arms of Morpheus at about 1 o'clock a.m. To my surprise and horror, at about 5 o'clock in the same morning, Mr. Scott, master, entered my bedroom, carrying in his strong right hand a leather strap, resembling very closely those which I had been engaged in manufacturing, threw back the bedclothing with which I was covered, and proceeded to give me one of those tannings with which he had threatened me before. For in this instance I did not return to him armed with a supplicating letter from my mother. Suffice it to state that upon the conclusion of his tanning process, and for several days thereafter, my tawny hide presented an appearance more resembling that of a zebra than of a human being, and smarting from the unmerciful castigation, I had resolved to quit Mr. Scott for ever, even though in attempting escape I should imperil or even lose my life. Jacta est alia. The die was cast, the handwriting was on the wall, and from that moment it was absolutely beyond the power of my cruel master to retain me in his employ, unless indeed he shackled, hobbled, or imprisoned me, which, of course, in Oberlin at that time was out of the question. The reader must not lose sight of the fact that at that time I weighed exactly 50 pounds. I am constrained to confess that in my opinion I deserved some punishment for my misconduct in the premises, but without brutality and heartlessness. During the ensuing week never did the fates weave a web with more precision and certainty than did I in my determination to make my escape from Mr. Scott. The opportunity came, as I supposed, in the afternoon of the following Sunday, when I erroneously judged that he and his guest, a Mr. Smith, fugitive slave, were conversing together in the parlour. Tying up in a handkerchief my little belongings, I made a rush out of the back door for the garden. "John," a voice rang in my ears, "where are you going to?" If a clap of thunder out of a cloudless sky had saluted me, I would not have been more surprised or shocked than when I heard that voice. Turning and looking upwards, I beheld my bête noire, with his fugitive guest, sitting at the rear window upstairs. Then indeed I stayed not on the order of my going. I flew, bundle discarded. I ran with might and main in the direction of the little cemetery, then in the heart of the town, pursued by Mr. Scott and the other person. Backwards and forwards and crosswise the chase held its course, with the quarry gradually widening the space between himself and his pursuers, until the writer, seeing the futility of running in a circle, at length made for the track of the Lake Shore Railroad, and pitched his trend in the direction of Cleveland, 33 miles away, with Elyria intervening 8 miles distant. It was a hot September day, never to be forgotten by me. My thirst was great, but my fear and excitement was greater. Mile after mile we sped, my pursuers gradually narrowing the space between us. My tongue almost literally hung out of my mouth, and my heart beat like that of a doe pursued and bayed by the hunter and his hounds. At a distance of about 5 miles from Oberlin, I suddenly darted from the direct forthright, and quickly concealed my poor dying form amidst the underbrush. They searched for me in vain. They could not find me. Reluctantly they gave up the chase, faced homeward on the railroad track, and began their retreat. Unfortunately, inexperienced and excited as I was, I resumed my progress on the track, too, thinking that he had abandoned the pursuit, the space between us now being so great. Not so, for turning and getting a glimpse of my form, they renewed the pursuit, and gaining on me, for I was now afflicted with serious rectal trouble, so great had been the strain, I again concealed myself in the undergrowth of a neighbouring wood. Again they were thwarted in their efforts to find me, but at the moment when they had decided to abandon the quest, the little dog which accompanied them, a pet of mine, scented me and began to bark and play with me. The jig was up. I was seized, undressed, tied as to my hands, and cruelly whipped with switches cut in the woods until my little thin body was well covered with purple welts. My pockets were searched, and all the earnings which I had received from my dear cousin Celia for scrubbing the kitchen taken from me, so that, as Mr. Scott declared, I could not pay my fare to my home and friends. Then I was compelled to promise that never again would I attempt to leave his home and employ, the white fugitive slave looking on the while, but uttering no word of protest. Slowly, painfully, I wended my way back to Oberlin, a forlorn, woebegone little boy. I wondered, could my father look down from heaven upon his poor child, whose birth was hailed with acclaims of joy and satisfaction as being the only son. Was this then all the result of his strenuous life in behalf of his family and humanity? Such is life. The next day I was lowered into a rain-water cistern to assist in cleaning it out. The water was cold, and I was sick, hardly able to stand without support. But that same kind Providence which tempers the wind to the shorn lamb was by my side, supporting and encouraging me. Was my spirit broken? Had the Stanley chestnut blood quailed before that of another? Never, young as I was. It was another case of lay on Macduff, and damned be he who first cries hold enough. Note, such of my relations of African descent as I had met or heard of were persons of mild, gentle dispositions on the female side. The men I did not know. For a full week after this torture I was not allowed to peddle fruit at the railway station. I was cabined and cribbed, watched, spied on, lest I should break my word and take French leave again. However, on one fine September afternoon, Mr. Scott said, "John, if I give you a basket of apples, do you think you can go to the station and sell them and come back all right?" I said yes. "Well, go on," he replied, "and see to it that you behave yourself and get back on time." With the basket filled with golden fruit, I sallied forth to the station. Ere long the fast express train flew in. Thunderbolt, they called it, and all was bustle and excitement. But to the quiet observer there appeared the vision of a little clay-coloured boy, quietly tucking himself away beneath one of those passenger cars, on the brake beam, to be exact, hugging some portion of the truck, while he inclined his head forward to escape the floor of the car above him. The bell rang, the whistle gave a toot, and slowly that great modern miracle, that locomotive, puffed its way forward, drawing after it the serpentine train, filled with living, breathing human beings, and a boy underneath. Remember, O reader, this was in September 1857, 63 years ago, when that railroad was in swaddling clothes, when the track was new and well nigh without ballast, and the springs were crudely made, and insufficient for the strain placed upon them. Was I the first to make the venture? At first I was in glee over the thought that I had finally eluded Mr. Scott, that no speed on his part could now overtake me, and that in an hour I would be once more under the same roof with my mother and sisters. However, a rapid change came over my mind, and terror seized upon me, as darkness almost Egyptian enveloped me. Dust, dust, dust in my eyes, in my nostrils, and even in my mouth, when I opened it to prevent suffocation. Upon my head I wore a soft green felt hat, which from long use had become peaked. I snatched it off, and while I clung to a rod with one hand, with the other I fanned for dear life in the vicinity of my nose. My first thought was to try to jump from under the car, but my judgment told me that I would be cut in two should I attempt to do so. In the course of 10 or 15 minutes, the speed of the cannonball was so swift that the dust was drawn through by the current of air, and no longer menaced me, but now another danger, as serious, perhaps, as the first, succeeded to it. The speed of the train was such that the car under which I was located began to bound and rebound, threatening every instant to fracture my skull, or at least to stun me, which would have meant speedy and certain death. In this emergency I bent myself almost double in order to clear my head from the bottom of the car, in which I was successful until the train reached Elyria, when I crawled out and climbed into the car. The conductor, who was on the platform at the time, did not notice me until the train was in motion again. But meanwhile I was the cynosure of all the eyes in that car. I had the appearance of an animated statue carved out of clay. "Where did you come from?" exclaimed the conductor. "From under the car," I squeaked in return. "From under the car," he repeated. "Well, I am late, or I would stop and put you off." This time again the fates were with me, and I remained huddled in a corner until the joyful sound Cleveland inspired me with new life and activity. "Send him back," Mr. Scott wrote to my mother, "and I will make a man of him," a feat of which he boasted in after years. But after mature reflection it was decided that I should remain at home and go to school, a fact which filled me with joy beyond description. I will say here and now that for many years I have entertained no hatred or malice against Mr. Scott, by reason of his treatment of me. His was a hard school, and he acted according to his best lights. During the 6 weeks I was in his care, custody, and control, he fed me well, gave me a pair of shoes, allowed me to attend the picnic, and seated me at the table to dine with himself and family. Very considerate indeed, but he was too harsh, severe, and cruel to manage a mere child. I will add that in after years Mr. Scott was frequently my guest and I his, and further that I wrote his obituary after his death, which was in accordance with the Latin maxim, De mortuo tique nil nisi bonum, say nothing of the dead except good. If what I have written in the foregoing seems to imply bitterness and hatred, or a stern regret for having been apprenticed to Mr. Scott at that time and place, let it be known that I consider the experiences which, even at that tender age, I passed through in dear old Oberlin, outweigh in pleasure and profit all the disappointments and trial which fell to my lot, and which were due in part to my intractable disposition. Had I never spent those 6 weeks in Oberlin in 1857, when the town was just 24 years of age, I would not be able to carry to my grave with me the remembrance of the great Reverend Charles Finney, as he appeared in the pulpit of the First Church. The music of his sweet-sounding, earnest voice would not now be ringing in my ears as I heard it, when in those days he paced that pulpit and contended for human liberty, women's rights, temperate Christian lives, and all that make for civilization and ultimate salvation. I would never have seen, perchance, Father Keep, Professors Monroe, Shirtliff, Fairchild, Peck, Morgan, and others who did so much to place Oberlin on the proud pedestal where she stands today. I would not have met the late John Patterson, for whom I was named, who wrote to my dear mother those persuasive letters which eventuated in bringing her with her little brood to the city of Cleveland, nor could I now at this late day refer back to those early days when old Tappan Hall stood still majestic, when old chapel was still in its glory, and the music of the boardwalks added zest to the movement of the early students. These and many other characteristics of Oberlin 63 years ago pass in panoramic review before my mind, a rich legacy of those early times which I would not exchange for gold or silver or precious stones. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Fact Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mayflower Common and Sunday Schools and Troy Hill. "Well," said my mother one morning, after I'd been at home long enough to regain my composure, "if you will not work, you must go to school. I'm not a-going to allow you to run the streets." She could not have pleased me more than she did by that declaration, for I had already become aware of the fact that all the boys with whom I had made acquaintance were schoolboys, and I longed to be one of their number. So early on one September morn, with face wreathed in smiles and hopes beating high, I sallied forth with the gang, and in the course of 15 minutes I stood in the august presence of Miss Sarah A. Nelson, teacher in the intermediate department for boys of the Mayflower School, situated in Orange Street, nearly opposite the south end of Hudson Street, near East 30th Street. The principal of Mayflower School at that time was Mr. Edwin R. Perkins, a young gentleman recently graduated from Dartmouth College, to the best of my memory, for whom the fates were even then spinning the thread of a long and useful life which he so richly merited. As a teacher he was learned, enthusiastic, ambitious, and he was one of those whose very presence inspired and energized for the accomplishment of worthy deeds, and his long and glorious achievements along financial, commercial, and social lines attest all that I have said in the foregoing. A good spanking which he administered to me when I was in the second year of attendance at that now famous school did somewhat, I believe, to open my eyes to the verities of this life, and to start me in the right way to meet them. Amongst the others of the teachers there at that time may be mentioned the widow of the late E. R. Perkins, who was his efficient assistant, also Miss Laura C. Spellman, subsequently Mrs. John D. Rockefeller, Miss Leonard, afterward Mrs. Norton, Mrs. Eliza Brinsmaid, a sister of the late Colonel Allen T. Brinsmaid, Miss White, Miss Johnson, and last but not least Miss Sarah A. Nelson, subsequently Mrs. Rood, of Kalispell, Minnesota. I had no books for the intermediate grade, or any other grade for that matter. Mother told me to tell Miss Nelson that she had no money to buy me books with, which I did, and Miss Nelson, from some source unknown to me, procured a set of used books and gave them to me. That grade was then the next grade below the grammar grade, over which the principal presided, and I was ambitious as ever to get passed into the grammar grade. As a result, I was a hard student and an apt pupil. Miss Nelson said to mother, "John is one of my smartest pupils, and the worst." In very truth, I was the incarnation of mischief, but as I viewed the condition from this distance, it was my all-consuming desire to be spectacular which lay at the bottom of my misbehaviour, for in playing 20, which carried us over hill and dale, and frequently far away from the school building, distributing bits of paper in our course, and in running, jumping, and other athletic sports, it was ever my desire to be foremost. And whether I accomplished it or not, I laid aside every weight, and strove right manfully for success. I was always anxious to perform some feat which no other boy would dare to do, so as to be talked about. In fact, it was true, as was said of me by a distinguished gentleman later on in life, when he characterized me as a born actor, and I could only yield to the natural impulse to act show-off, as my mother denominated it. Along this line, let this one incident be recorded. I'd been misbehaving myself in some silly way, making grimaces, passing notes, whispering, or doing some other act contrary to the rules of the school, and it was as the law of the Medes and the Persians that at the recess I would come in contact with the black ebony, or ligum vitae, instrument of torture which our teacher was accustomed to wield in the torture chamber. So I watched my chance to defer the punishment as long as possible. The opportunity came when Miss Nelson stepped out of the room for some purpose. Then, regardless of life or limb, and in defiance of all rules and reason, I climbed out of a second-story window, grasped the convenient lightning rod, and slid down to the ground. The sequel can be imagined when next I made my appearance in that school, for I received not only the deferred punishment, but with compound interest. However, in one respect I was successful. For a short period I was the cynosure of all eyes, the hero of the hour. With all that the foregoing implies, it is a peculiar fact that when we were taking our leave for the long summer vacation, I was apparently the only one of all who regretted it. It was sad to take my leave from the first truly congenial company of boys that I had ever known, and many times during the space before the September term, I sighed and longed for the return of school days. My speech at that time was a sort of patois of the English language, a southern dialect. For Carrie I said tote, nor could I pronounce our English American. R I pronounced pretty much after the manner of Happy Hooligan. For dirt I said doit, and for squirt I said squoit. The boys laughed at me inordinately, and constantly joked me. However, I proved to be an apt pupil, and ere long I could roll the R almost equal to a continental. Time flew, and when the next vacation came around, I got my passport to the grammar grade, where under the watchful eye of Mr. Perkins, the one spanking referred to above was quite sufficient to hold me until I was transferred to the Hudson Street School, which was in our immediate neighbourhood. During my tutelage at the Mayflower School, I was sent on one occasion to report to Mr. Andrew Fries, the grand and wonderfully efficient superintendent of the Cleveland schools, for the reason that I had played truant, in order that I might attend the circus which visited Cleveland. Mr. Fries had his headquarters in the old Central High School building, at that time located on the lot of land where now stands the Citizens Savings and Trust Company, in Euclid Avenue, near East 9th Street, formerly Erie Street. Mr. Fries was the incarnation of the educational idea. He loved his schools and was fond of the society of boys and running over with good nature. I approached this august functionary with fear and trembling. "Well, sir," he exclaimed, "what brings you here?" I answered in a whining manner that I had been sent to him to report an infraction of the rules of the Mayflower School in absenting myself for a day to attend the circus. "Well," he replied in a spirited manner, "did you go to the circus?" I answered in the affirmative. "All right then," he said, "if you went in and didn't hang around on the outside, I'll excuse you. You may go back to school, but don't do it again." Here was a man full of the milk of human kindness. He had been a boy himself, and although well advanced in years, he had not forgotten the thrill of feeding knickknacks to the elephant, watching the antics of the monkeys, listening to the jokes of the clown, and witnessing Mademoiselle gracefully jump through the balloons while riding the fiery and untamed steed. Dear good Mr. Freeze, was there ever another like him? Long will he live in the memory and the hearts of the boys and girls of the schools of Cleveland, who were by his learning, energy, and wisdom encouraged and stimulated to soar to heights which might not have been attained by them in his absence. During the first winter of my attendance at Mayflower School, the writer was perilously near the grave for having no overcoat and insufficient warm underwear to protect him from the cold of this northern climate. Pneumonia got him in its grasp, and he was saved by the skillful treatment of a homeopathic physician and the good nursing of his dear mother from a premature death. So the years glided by until the spring of 1859 was at hand, when, the times being hard and mother being now greatly in need of my assistance, I left the Hudson Street Grammar School and went in search of some remunerative employment, and as I was now increased in weight to about 100 pounds and evinced a redundancy of energy along other lines, it seemed but reasonable that I should in the sweat of my face earn my daily bread. As an evidence of my masterful energy at that time, the following true anecdote is related. A consuming desire to own a pair of skates seized upon me. All the other boys were upon the ice having the time of their life, while I would only stand and look on. Every evening witnessed a veritable carnival, and joy reigned supreme. Of course it was useless to ask mother for money to buy skates with, for I had not even boots on my feet, which in those days nearly every boy wore. I was glad to be possessed of warm shoes under the circumstances. So taking our buck or wood saw and a light buck, I sallied forth in quest of firewood to saw and split, and after much walking I finally found a cord of hickory wood, made a bargain with its owner, and sawed, split, and piled it up before I returned to my home. 75 cents to the good, as the boys say. On the following days I found and sawed, split, and piled 2 additional piles, one of hickory and the other of oak. One of these 2 cords I sawed twice into 3 pieces. For this work I received the sum of $1.75, making in all a total of $2.50. With this money I bought my skates and mingled with the gay crowds on the pond. After a while, having neither time nor inclination to use them longer, I sold them for $1, which I was glad to receive for them. In the summer of 1859, I was taught the process or trade of caning chairs. I was 14 years of age and anxious to be earning something. The labor incidental to the repairing of the chairs was a mere bagatelle in comparison with that of finding the chairs, returning them, and walking to the chair factory and return, then located in the town of Newburgh and said to be 8 miles from Cleveland, where I purchased a bundle of cane for the price of 50 cents. The only other means of reaching Newburgh was by the railroad or by stagecoach, the starting point of which was in the yard of the old wooden commercial hotel, located on a lot on the southwest corner of Long Avenue and West 3rd Street, in the fare one way by this conveyance was 20 cents. About 150 feet west of this old hotel, in the location of the present Central Police Station, was the dwelling and lot of a colored man named Davis. He was of mixed blood, and so large that he could neither mount nor dismount from his buggy without assistance. Mr. Davis was for years the city sprinkler, and moistened our dusty streets under contract with the city. About the year 1858, through the courtesy of the late Miss Mary Alston, sister of the Reverend William Alston, of whom I gave an account in the first chapter, and her married sister, Mrs. William Sampson, who were departing for Raleigh, North Carolina, on an extended visit, we were invited to take charge of their comfortable residence in Cedar Avenue gratis until their return. This residence was cozy and homelike, and we spent a year there very pleasantly. I'm mentioning this Cedar Avenue home especially because it first brought me in touch with one of the leading families of the whole world, and because this family contained as a member of it the richest man in the world, not connected with royalty in any respect, and who in his own lifetime and through the fertility of his own brain has accumulated his fortune, now living, or who has ever lived in so far as history, ancient or modern, has disclosed to us. And I may add that in the size and number of his gifts while living he has no peer. Of course, reference is made to the great and good John D. Rockefeller, whom I rejoice to call not only an acquaintance of mine, but also a friend. Mr. Rockefeller was then a mere youth in 1858, and I frequently saw him leave his home in Cedar Avenue for his place of employment in the morning, and also return in the evening. The residence of the Rockefeller family at that time was on the north side of Cedar Avenue, and the last of three similar brick houses from Cleve, now East 25th Street, going west. The building is still standing and maintains its appearance very well. Mr. Frank Rockefeller, late deceased, was at that time a member of Old Mayflower School and generally led the boys in their vigorous sports, but I have no remembrance of having ever seen his august brother otherwise than engaged in going to and returning from his daily duties. Amongst other boys who were of our party in athletic sports at that time may be mentioned the late W. H. King, who at one time served a term as commissioner of this county, also James and Andrew Dahl, who subsequently figured conspicuously as builders of large structures in Cleveland, and Andrew Dahl with Colonel McAllister built and owned the Mohawk Building, now known as the American Trust Building near the old courthouse and the public square. Mr. George B. Christian, for a long time Secretary and Treasurer of the Cleveland Provision Company, was also a modest, lovable member of our gang, and the late Frank Chandler, for many years a wholesale dealer in provisions in the downtown section. William Whitworth and Hugh and Henry Lowry were also very much in evidence as boys. About this time, this writer was seized with a desire to become a member of the Shakers, so called, who were followers of Mother Ann Lee, whose headquarters were in the state of New York. These religiously believed in celibacy. They were neither married nor given in marriage, and in their communal settlements occupied separate apartments in the same buildings and sat at their meals at separate tables. At the time referred to, they owned a large tract of land in the eastern suburbs of Cleveland and were divided into three several communities. The East House was in that portion of the tract which contains the present Shaker Lake or Shaker Heights, where their grist mill was located, which ground the grain produced by the Shakers. The center was presided over by Elder James, who was the ranking elder of the whole sect in that vicinity, and the other group was still further removed. The religious exercises consisted in silent prayer and meditation, for the most part, and communal dancing. The tables and other furniture being drawn back, the dance would begin, the men on one side of the hall, and the women on the other side facing each other, and at times it was quite animated and exhilarating. There was no violin or other musical instrument to furnish music for the participants, singing alone, giving zest to their movements, which at times rivaled anything in that line that I had ever seen. So interested and enthused was the writer that he, during his brief sojourn there, became quite expert in their terpsichorean movements, and to this day remembers two of their refrains, which he will here record for the benefit of such as may be interested. The first was as follows: "Dancing is a sweet employ, fills the soul with heavenly joy, makes the love of union flow, round and round we go. La, la, lo, la, lo, lo, la, lo, la, lo, la, lo, lo, la, lo, lo, la, lo, la, lo, la, lo, la, lo." The second, as far as I can remember it, after the lapse of 62 years, was as follows: we have loved, for we have love to give you. Heavenly love, 'tis from your blessed mother. And now we wave it unto you, as free as we received it, and we are not going to stop until we make you feel it. At the end of the last line, the words "feel it" were pronounced with much zest, and with an accompanying clap of the hands, as if suiting the action to the word. While the dancers were whirling and marching around, the palms of the hands extended forward were waved upwards as if to send greeting, each side to the other. Finally, becoming wearied or satisfied, the dancing would cease, and the participants would retire, each sex to its respective quarters. Before being received into full fellowship, an oral examination of the candidates was made by the presiding elder and such other of the committee as were appointed for that function, during which the applicant was required to make a full and free confession of his previous sins. This writer, having complied with all the requirements along this line, was received in full fellowship, and thenceforward was treated in all respects as an equal, not even the fact that he was a colored boy causing any differentiation between him and the others. After worshiping with them and working in the big garden, weeding long rows of onions and riding a plow horse, the time came when his mother discovered his whereabouts, and her demand of his person was promptly acceded to, a fact which I deeply regretted, for I was being furnished sumptuous repasts, and I enjoyed the dancing very much. The Shakers found a ready sale for all the products of their farms and the manufactures of their workshops in our market, for they were strictly honest in all their representations. My next escapade was to start on a tour of the world with only a few dimes in my purse. I had read of Captain John Smith of Pocahontas fame, who, it was said, traveled afoot over Europe when a boy of 15 years of age, and I longed to rival his achievement, and with a companion of my own age and size we started on our serious undertaking. After walking to Berea, we boarded a freight car, crawled into a threshing machine, and went to sleep. When we awoke next morning, we found ourselves in the outskirts of Toledo, but on attempting to penetrate into the young city, we were turned back and told to beat it, which we did without protest or delay, working our way homeward until we finally reached our destination. On another occasion, I walked in 10 hours from Cleveland to Paynesville. There boarded a freight train, and ere long found myself in Buffalo. Taking another car, I rode to Niagara Falls, and after walking across the great suspension bridge, I barely placed my feet on Canadian soil when I was turned back. Lockport, New York, was as far as I reached, where, half famished and footsore, I, like another prodigal tramp, repented rode on the bumper between two cars back to Buffalo, stowed away between some sacks of coffee on the deck of the great steamer City of Buffalo, and next morning found myself back again in Cleveland. This was the last attempt to rival Captain John Smith, and thenceforward I settled down to honest labor. Knowing that the tenure of the Alston Sampson residence by us was limited to the period of their absence, and that it was necessary for her to provide a suitable home for herself and family by the time of their return, our mother did not allow the opportunity to slip by unimproved. And being a member of the First Baptist Church, which contained on the list of its membership the names of persons who were at once both wealthy and generous, she made known to some of them her straitened condition. Amongst those approached was the late James Madison Hoyt, Esquire, father of the late Reverend Wayland Hoyt, for many years pastor of one of the leading Baptist churches of the city of New York, whose learning and eloquence was noted throughout the United States. Colgate Hoyt, Esquire, well-known financier of the same place, and former president of the Ohio Society of New York. James H. Hoyt, late deceased, who was the head of one of the leading law firms of Cleveland, and one-time prominent candidate for governor of Ohio. Mr. Elton Hoyt, successful real estate dealer, and the late Mrs. Lydia Holt, farmer, popular and influential society leader, long since deceased. As to the ancestry of Mr. Hoyt, I have no knowledge, but judging him by his personal bearing, together with the high and gentle port of his family and his unselfish, generous life, I can truthfully say that he was one of nature's noblemen, a typical Christian gentleman. Shortly prior to the time when mother interviewed him, Mr. Hoyt had opened the street extending from Central Avenue to Woodland Avenue, and named it Laurel Street, and when she sought to contract for a lot on that street, the present name of that street is East 29th Street, he persuaded her to take one on Garden Street, now called Central Avenue, alleging as a reason that in the not distant future it would be much more valuable than the one on Laurel Street. Garden Street at that time was lined on both sides with neat, cozy homes, shaded by attractive trees. Yielding to Mr. Hoyt's good judgment and friendly consideration, the contract was signed, and thereby the outlook for our future home was brightened. The next problem of most difficult solution was the placing of a residence on the lot, but having bought an antiquated house in the neighborhood, mother had it moved thereon, repaired so as to render it tenable, and immediately moved into it. So finally she was once more at home with her orphaned children. 2 years flew by, yet not 1 cent had been paid on principal or interest, and when the agent demanded either or both, mother answered, "I can't pay you anything. Where do you expect me to get money from?" Thereupon one fine day came the mild, genial James H. Hoyt, when the following colloquy ensued. "Mr. Hoyt, now, Mrs. Green, don't be discouraged. Only have faith and industriously work, and you can accomplish much." Mother: "But, Mr. Hoyt, the interest accrues faster than I could pay it, even if I should try to buy the lot." Mr. Hoyt: "Never mind the interest, Mrs. Green. I will cancel all the interest due down to date, if you will only try. You have a son who will be able in a year or two to earn something and assist you. Now do try and see what you can accomplish, Mrs. Green." Next morning, mother, addressing this writer, said, in her earnest tone of voice, substantially as follows: "John, you seem to be tired of going to school, so you must go to work. Now go out and see if you can't find something to do." Never did the mother or father eagle stir up the nest more effectually. The fiat had gone forth, and I well understood what that meant. Day after day I trod the streets of this city in quest of employment, but in vain. One would say, "I want a boy, but he must be a white boy." Another would say, "No, I haven't enough work for myself." A far-reaching, most disastrous panic had seized the vitals of our industries and finances, and even a first-class mechanic was in luck to have a job at $1 for a day of 12 hours. A third said, "I need a boy, but you are too small. You would not answer my purpose," and so we reached the middle of July without accomplishing anything. Then mother, again Spartan-like as ever, said, "John, go to the post-office door every evening when gentlemen call for their mail," we had no carriers in those days, "and ask every one when he goes in or comes out for work." I obeyed her implicitly, and on the second day a gentleman of the cloth looked down upon me benignantly, heard my plea for employment, and set me to work hoeing rows of vegetables and weeding the grass from others. My employer was the Reverend Dr. Bittinger, pastor of the Third Presbyterian Church, the big church which was located on the southeast corner of Euclid Avenue and Brownwell Street, now East 14th Street, where the great Hannah Building now stands. His residence was hard by, east of the church. Dr. Bittinger paid me well for my half-day's work, and I carried the money to my mother, rejoicing. I might add in passing that during the previous winter I had sold the Cleveland Leader on the streets mornings, getting up before day and walking a mile to the office to get them. Also in the afternoons I sold the Evening Herald through all the lower part of the city, even down in Merwin Street, frequently going into the store where Mr. Rockefeller in his youth was employed. However, all things come to him who only stands and waits, and finally a job came to me, or I went to it. My employer was Mr. William A. Neff, who resided in Doane Street, now East 105th Street, between Euclid and Cedar Avenues on the east side of the street. For the consideration of $4 per month, I sawed and split all the firewood, drove the cow up on Cedar Heights to pasture and return, cared for one horse, performed all errands to and from a stone quarry upon the heights and to the city Cleveland and return, kept a very large garden free from weeds, hoed an acre of corn and potatoes, and gathered up in the streets all the fertilizer I could find to enrich the soil of the garden. Occasionally I stood on the Central Market offering some of the products of the garden for sale. Of the $40 which I received for 10 months' labor, here we paid $27.50 to $100 of it to Mr. Hoyt towards the purchase price of that little home. When winter came, a brother of my employer was given the bed upon which I had been sleeping, and I was relegated to the floor of the same room, and given a bundle of straw upon which to sleep. The bag containing the straw being too short for me, my feet were partly exposed to the cold, with the result that I was seized with a recurrence of the pneumonia which had afflicted me 2 years before, and I came within sight of the valley of the shadow at my home. However, notwithstanding the foregoing hardships and discouragements, Ike, as the brother was named, and I, being temperamentally much alike, indulged in a few pastimes which were mutually congenial to us, one of which is to this day fresh in my memory, and tends to disclose the redundancy of spirits which animate the average youth and flow on with an abandon which not even Niagara Falls can surpass. It is, as the crow flies, just 5 miles from Doane, East 105th Street, where we resided, to the Wilshire Building, where the old Melodeon Hall used to stand. Ike and I both were burning with a desire to attend a performance of one of the famous minstrel companies which was advertised to appear in that hall on a cold winter's night. There were no streetcars in those days, nor any means of transportation for the average man or boy, except shanks mares, as was the slang for walking then. So having finished our evening meal, we sallied forth. At the expiration of about 1 hour and a half, we found ourselves cozily seated in the gallery of the hall. The program was long and interesting. The singing, dancing, and jokes richly repaid us for all our trouble and expense, and when at midnight we reached our home, we were thoroughly satisfied. One of the jokes caused us to laugh inordinately, and although it is to my knowledge 59 years old, I will venture to record it. Mr. Johnson: Bones, can you tell me what a focus is? Bones: Ha, ha, ha. Can I tell you what a focus is? Why, of course I can. Anybody knows dat. Mr. Johnson: Well, since you are so sure, what is a focus? Bones: A focus is a place where dey raises pigs. The whole troop, shaking with laughter and scorn: Where they raise pigs. Ha, ha, ha. Bones: Well, den, since you all know so much about it, what is a focus? Mr. Johnson: Well, sir, a focus is a place where the rays meet. Bones: Well, ain't pigs meat? With startling effect upon all present. When the spring flowers began to bloom in 1861, and the call of the birds was enchanting, I sallied forth again, and in a few days found myself in the employ of the late Robert Hannah, Esquire, brother of the late Dr. Hannah, who was the father of that noble group of sons of whom the late Marcus A. Hannah, great promoter, merchant, manufacturer, banker, senator, and president-maker, and L.C. Hannah, Esquire, late deceased, big-hearted, munificent, and successful captain of industry, were the most conspicuous. I must add here that it will perhaps never be known to what a great extent Senator M. A. Hannah, and through him our martyred President McKinley, and the general public were indebted to the business sagacity, energy, and strenuous application of the late L. C. Hannah in caring for the growth and success of the great M. A. Hannah Company during Senator Hannah's political activities and protracted absence from Ohio, thereby contributing towards the grand success of the McKinley administration, which blessed us all. I remained with Mr. Robert Hannah until the summer of 1862, when, getting above my business, I left his employ and took service with Mr. A. H. Harvey, the stepfather of the wife of the late Fayette Brown, Esquire, and mother of Harvey Brown, Esquire, who conducted a large sawmill on a small island in the Allegheny River between Pittsburgh and Allegheny City, now a part of the city of Pittsburgh. Mr. Harvey had a lovely home on the summit of Troy Hill, now denominated Mount Troy, I think. Fruit trees, strawberries, and beautiful flowers in abundance featured the place. By working industriously through the day, I found some hours for recreation which were turned to good use. My pay was $5 per month, deducting $10, which I paid for a ticket to Pittsburgh and return, which left me an average of about $4 per month. My Christmas present from Mrs. Harvey was a red bandana handkerchief, while Mr. Harvey gave me $0.25. Contiguous to the lot of Mr. Harvey was that occupied by the family of Mr. Dewhurst, consisting of several members, one of whom, a noble son, was at the front, fighting for the life of this glorious Union and liberty. He gave his life, which proved his love and patriotism, and thereby immortalized his name. A daughter, fair, refined, and generous, Miss Anna by name, graced their household and lent warmth and cheer to all the surroundings. She was ever on the alert to detect and relieve want and misery, and the sunshine of her smile and the music of her cheery voice lifted up many a downcast, unhappy heart. Miss Anna's keen eye readily noticed that this writer was in his cabin and cribbed condition in that remote Troy Hill home, with no companion save the big dog, lonely and somewhat forlorn. Without hesitating, she advised him to occupy his spare moments in reading and studying for the improvement of his mind, and in order to show her interest in that behalf, she furnished him with sundry school books for the purpose. During the remainder of my sojourn on Troy Hill and the ensuing 4 years, I did not fail to devote all my spare time assiduously to the study of such school books as came within my reach. Without the assistance of a teacher, a fact which I have never found cause to regret. There was another source of inspiration which I have cause to be grateful for and can never forget. I refer to the late Samuel H. Baird, a young gentleman and scholar whose home at that time was Duquesne Borough, at the foot of the hill on which we resided along the shore of Allegheny River. Mr. Baird was the nephew of Reverend Walter Lowry, a faithful missionary to China, who in the middle of the last century was drowned in the Yellow Sea by Chinese pirates while working in the course of his duties. He was tall and slender of form, with fair hair, blue eyes, and finely chiseled features. It was easily seen that he was not framed to combat the storms and buffets of this world, and even in my inexperienced youth I feared the worst for him. He was so gentle, sympathetic, and kindly in his dealings with me that for once and only once I felt that in him I had a brother. It was he who first opened my eyes to the rich mind and beauties of the ancient classics, and in showing me a copy of Xenophon's Anabasis in the original Greek, he lighted a flame in my brain and heart never to be extinguished. He and Miss Dewhurst, the latter now, and for many years Mrs. Jehu Hayworth of Edgeworth, Pennsylvania, suburb of Pittsburgh, were both devoted teachers in the mission Sunday school on the hill, where they could be found engaged in their work of love every Sunday. One of the most helpful little books which could be placed in the hands of an ambitious youth was given me as a Christmas present on Christmas Day, 1862, by Miss Anna. The book is entitled The Improvement of the Mind, by Isaac Watts, D.D. I have it now before me. Christmas 1919, 57 years subsequent to the day on which it was given to me, and still the truths and valuable precepts contained in it are as fresh and vital as on the day when I received it. My friend Mr. Baird went to his reward a generation ago, but the good lady, a vigorous octogenarian, surrounded by her children and grandchildren, bides her time in the full assurance of a rich reward when the Master gathers in his ripened sheaves. He that goeth forth and weepeth, bearing precious seed, shall doubtless come again with rejoicing, bringing his sheaves with him. Psalm 126:6. Upon mature consideration, I have concluded that my employment on Troy Hill was the most fortunate event for me during my boyhood days, and coming as it did when I was just in the dawn of youth, a period when the mind and character are in the formative process, and when I needed the warm sympathy and cordial advice which was lavished upon me by Miss Dewhurst and Mr. Baird, without any hope of reward, but solely in his name, it was a veritable godsend to me, and probably saved my soul alive. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Fact, Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Home again. Returning to Cleveland from Troy Hill in the summer of 1862, I found employment with the East Cleveland Street Railway Company in its barn, located at Euclid and Wilson Avenues, now East 55th Street. My specific duties were to wash, comb, rub down, and harness 9 streetcar horses, but for the reason that I feared the effect of the constant dust on my lungs, I did not remain there longer than a week or two. To please my mother, who desired that I should follow in the footsteps of my father and learn the tailor's trade, I went into the employ of Mr. Henry Cardozo, a merchant tailor in Prospect Avenue, near its junction with Bolivar Road. Mr. Cardozo was affable and kind, and used his best endeavors to induct me into the mysteries of his useful trade. But alas, I soon discovered that his efforts in that behalf were all to no purpose, for although I proved an apt pupil during the 3 months which I spent in his employ, learned to make ordinary pants and vests, yet so stiffened had my joints become by reason of the protracted labor which I had performed, that I could not bend the supple hinges of my knees and squat on the workboard when I was sewing, and in my efforts to do so the strain was so severe on both knees and back that I sewed in continual pain. The result is easily seen. I quit the services of Mr. Cardozo, and quite easily betook myself to the calling of a hotel waiter. My dear mother protested against this action on my part, but as we both well knew that the payments must be kept up on the little home, it was no time for the drawing of nice distinctions, and so I entered the old Angier house, now the Kennard house, and donned my white jacket and apron, the pure symbols of my occupation. I was a novice at the work, and since in those days that hotel took first rank amongst the other hostelries of the growing city, the menus were in French, a language with which I was not in the least familiar. The head waiter at that time was Mr. Enoch Gray, who resembled a white man. He understood all the duties pertaining to his responsible position, and was a veritable martinet in enforcing the execution of all his rules. I suspect it was my scrutinizing of Mr. Gray which caused me to slip and spill the consommé which I was serving guests on the floor of the richly frescoed dining room, to say nothing of my extreme chagrin at being sprawled on the same. It was frequently necessary for a waiter during the rush hour to memorize the French orders of 6 and 7 guests at one time. I did it, but how in the world I ever accomplished it is beyond my ken at this late date. The other boys did it, and I had to follow their example or quit, which was not to be considered for a moment. In due course of time I found myself performing the same functions at the Weddell House, but for increased pay, and later on, during the troublous days of the Civil War, I strove right manfully in the labours of feeding the boys in blue on the way to the front, at the call of Father Abraham, whom God had raised up for this work, in the dining room of the first Union Depot, which gave way to the remnant of the present Union Depot about the year 1865. There were stirring scenes witnessed in that old depot in those trying times. During all hours of the day, and frequently at night, long serpentine trains would find their way into that shelter house, with their thousands of hungry and thirsty boys in blue, who had left all that the word home means to us in order to help to save our glorious Union. Theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die. And like brave men they did it. It was one of my duties to sound the big Chinese gong upon the arrival of trains, which I did with a will. Sometimes the racket was so great that a soldier would order me to cease it. Sometimes, I must say, while being held up by the nape of my neck by a stalwart soldier. At other times there would be taken from an incoming train over the Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati Railroad boxes containing the remains of brave boys who had given their all for the dear old flag. Such was the case when the remains of Colonels Creighton and Crane were brought back to lie in state in the council chamber of the old city hall, when it was located in a building still standing in the southwestern corner of the public square. Afterwards they were laid to rest with full military honors. At other times there would be alight from these trains the halt, the lame, and the blind victims of what General Sherman not improperly denominated hell. Another class were the almost skeletons of Union prisoners released from horrid prison pens of the Southern Confederacy. Some of these victims were so nearly starved to death and emaciated that they could not walk alone. In later years, while visiting North Baltimore, Ohio, for the purpose of making a Decoration Day speech, I conversed with one of these victims who survived, and he told me that before being confined in the Andersonville prison pen he weighed 185 pounds, but that when he was released therefrom a lady's bracelet could have been passed over his right arm from his wrist to his shoulder, with the elbow joint left out. The dining room was owned by Messrs. Wheeler and Russell. Mr. Wheeler was in immediate charge of it, while Mr. Russell presided over the one owned by them in Crestline, Ohio. There were at that time also 2 coffee houses, in one of which the late W.J. Akers, then a boy, was employed. Among the colored men generally known in Cleveland for many years and employed in and about the depot and dining room may be mentioned the late George Vosburgh. Mr. Vosburgh, though a colored man, was for many years one of the most respected men in the city. He owned valuable property in Chestnut and Oregon streets, and was a leading member of the Wesleyan congregation, which in those days worshipped in a church located in Euclid Avenue near Sheriff East 4th Street. The late Thorpe Holmes Cullard was head waiter in the dining room. He had under him a force of about 20 men, all of whom admired and respected him. This writer will always honor and revere his memory on account of kindnesses extended to him by Mr. Holmes, which enabled him to prosecute his studies during the intervals between the trains without interruption. On many occasions he would call a man who was killing time by playing 7-up, picking on a banjo, or cutting the pigeon wing, as the dance was called, and send him on an errand rather than interrupt the writer in the pursuit of his studies. In casting a retrospective glance over those bygone days, it is a sad commentary on the course pursued by that large group of colored men that this writer was the only one of them who systematically studied textbooks or even read history, and sad to relate, the only one of them all who changed his career. Stimulated, as I have stated in the last chapter, by kind friends to study for the improvement of my mind, I constantly perused the 3 R's, studied English, Latin, and French grammars as best I could without a teacher, and thereby rapidly gained the goodwill of all who knew me. My slight knowledge of the Latin language was on a very important occasion a source of much pleasure to me, and information to a numerous group of persons who surrounded me. It was in this way. The remains of the late Abraham Lincoln were lying in state upon a catafalque near the center of our public square, and over the top of the catafalque was stretched a banner bearing the following inscription in Latin: Extinctus amabitur idem. All were anxious to know the meaning of those words, and ever and anon they would stop some important appearing man passing by and exclaim, "Say, mister, tell us what that means, will you?" Thereupon the gentleman would stop, read the words, and acknowledge his inability to translate the sentence. This was repeated several times, until finally I looked up from the grass upon which I was reclining and said, "That's Latin. I can tell you what it means." "Who, you?" someone sarcastically growled. "Yes," I answered. "Well, what does it mean?" was the reply. "It means," I said, "though dead, he will be loved the same." Then for a moment I was the object of all eyes, and I felt that in the single act of translating that sentiment for the group, I had been richly repaid for all the study and self-denial I had endured in order to be able to do it. It was customary with me during this period of my life to write an occasional essay on some subject, abstract, concrete, moral, religious, or what not. Any subject that came within the scope of my young, untutored mind claimed my attention and occupied my time. One of the contributing reasons for this was the fact that in those days large and attentive audiences of my own people were ready and willing to listen to the reading of them, and manifested an enthusiasm which both astonished and inspired me. My revered and kind friend and Reverend John R. Warren stood in loco parentis to me, and his was the only fatherly voice that counseled me, and hand that led me through those days of mingled labors, conflicts, hopes deferred, and at times well nigh despair. My temperament was then as now too nervous. I was willing to work incessantly, to burn the midnight oil, aye, to burn the candle at both ends, if need be, in my feverish quest after knowledge. But I can see plainly now that I lacked a preceptor, someone who would, like Philip of old, expound to me the meaning of many things which I blindly followed, but did not understand. I did not know really what books to select to read, and for the lack of a well-informed, educated mentor, I wasted much time in poring over books and languages which I was not then qualified to properly read and mentally digest. However, my dear friend Elder Warren, who was then the elder in charge of this district and of St. John's African Methodist Church, but who, like me, had enjoyed only limited opportunities of gaining an education, by his high regard for me and admiration for my efforts along that line, greatly encouraged and aided me. It was he who advised me to read Rollin's Ancient History, which I had not previously heard of, and which opened to my eyes so many of the mysteries of the past, and the same fatherly regard for me induced him to open wide for me the doors of his church, where I read my labored essays on occasions when there were gatherings of the young therein. Had my father lived to rear me and advise me in respect of these matters, I would not today be limping along the highway to knowledge when I should be running and leaping. As an illustration of the interest taken in me by one of the boys who waited by my side in the old dining room, I will here relate an incident which I shall ever hold in grateful remembrance, since it was the outflowing of a heart full of fraternal love and sympathy. Mr. Joseph H. Ricks, the youthful heir of a recently deceased father, had in possession the sum of $1,000, which he had received as his portion of his father's estate, and feeling that he had no present use for the money, he generously and unselfishly came to me and tried to persuade me to accept the same as a loan, and without any security or interest whatever, to be used by me in forwarding my neglected education. To say that I was greatly surprised at this manifestation of unadulterated friendship only partly expresses my feeling at that time, and I have never ceased to wonder at the whole-souled magnanimity of this big-hearted country boy. Would that there were more of his kind to make the whole world kin, and add to our mutual helpfulness and happiness. At length, after nearly 7 years of yearning and toil, we saw the last payment made on our humble home, the deed executed and delivered, and the mortgage burned. Now dear mother was assured of a comfortable home during the remainder of her life, and I was left free to shift for myself. During all the years while I had been working for the purchase of this property, my energetic, honorable sisters, Miss Sarah Rice Green, now Skeen, and Miss Kitty Stanley Green, were industriously engaged in supporting my mother and keeping up the home. The one working at her trade of a dressmaker, both at home and in the families of the well-to-do, and the other diligently occupying her time at home in whatever her hands could find to do. Mother, too, ate no idle bread, for what with the transacting of her domestic affairs and sewing on children's clothes for some of her patrons, Satan could find no mischief for her hands to do, and so she lived cosily, and for the most part happily, in that unpretentious home for 27 more years, until she was in her 81st year of age, when she went to rest in the blessed hope of an immortal life. Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord. It is but fair that I should record it here that my dear sister, Mrs. Sarah Rice Green Skeen, after the home was fully paid for, added $500 or $600 of her individual earnings to $135 which I contributed, and enhanced the convenient space and comfort of the old house, where they all lived in love and harmony for many years. One of my employers while I was working for the house was the late Captain J. M. Richards, who, with a gentleman long since deceased by the name of Coleman, owned and conducted a combined restaurant, saloon, billiard room, and cigar and confectionery stand, located on the corner where now stands the American Trust Building. This place was a resort for the best class of men in the city, and did a flourishing business. During the year 1864, I worked in the dining room and stalled for a while, quite to my advantage, and on one occasion a humorous incident occurred in which I figured, which was not entirely to my credit, as I now view it. One of the guests of the restaurant section of the place ordered a cocktail. I went into the bar-room, Captain Richards presiding behind the bar, and ordered 2 cocktails. The captain made them as only he could make them, and gave them to me, and going into the restaurant, I gave the guest one, and I drank the other. When the captain scrutinized the checks, he noticed that I had turned in a check for 1 cocktail only. Coming into the room, he said to me, "John, what did you do with that other cocktail?" I frankly answered him, "I drank it." Raising his hands in astonishment, he exclaimed, "Well, by God," and walked away. From Captain Richards' place I took employment with J. H. DeWitt and Company, who carried a dual stock of dry goods and ready-made clothing, etc., etc. My business was that of janitor, and in that capacity it was not only my duty to look after the heating of the store, but also to keep it clean, including several hundred square feet of window glass. My desire even here to study was so great that I was accustomed to arise at 3:30 and 4 o'clock a.m. in order to make time for my books. I had added to my studies now osteology, hoping and expecting some day to be a physician. A friendly doctor had given me the skull of a little child. Another had contributed the transverse section of an adult skull. And in addition to these trophies, I had obtained by various means almost an entire human skeleton. On one occasion, when I was deeply absorbed in my studies during the hour which I had made by sacrificing my sleep, a message was delivered to me to the effect that I must deliver a bundle somewhere in Prospect Street. I replied that it was not in the line of my employment, and that I would not deliver it. Thereupon I was summoned to the office of Mr. DeWitt, the senior member of the company. "John," he said, "you will deliver that bundle, or else go to the cashier and get what is due you." I said, "All right, Mr. DeWitt, I will take my money and quit then." As I left the store, Mr. DeWitt raised his voice and said to me, "Well, I suppose after a while you will want to have an office and sit in it and read. This was a correct prophecy, for it was uttered in the summer of 1865, and in the fall of 1870, September, I sat in my own office in Marlborough County, South Carolina, recognized as a member of the bar of the state. Following my discharge from the employment of the J. H. DeWitt Company, I entered the office of Dr. J. W. Sykes of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as a compounder of his medicines for chronic diseases, with the privilege of studying between the period of my employment, with the occasional assistance of the good doctor in my Latin studies. Dr. Sykes, too, was a self-made man with a heart overflowing with sympathy for every struggling child of God. I say child of God, yes, for Dr. Sykes was a member of the Presbyterian Church in good standing, and judging him by what I saw of his daily conduct during the 6 months I was in his employ, he was striving to glorify God and to enjoy him forever, which is one of the teachings of the Westminster Catechism. Dr. Sykes, when a student at Hamilton College, Rochester, New York, worked his way through, and paradoxical as it may seem, the lower he stooped in sawing wood, making fires, polishing shoes, and performing any and all menial labor which his hands found to do, the more honored and admired he was, until, attaining his cherished goal, he was crowned victor by his fellow students and all who had watched his efforts. I soon found in the employ of Dr. Sykes that my education was not such as the studying of medicine required, and this was especially true as regarded my knowledge of Latin, and the doctor, having been many years out of college, was not then qualified to instruct me therein, so we shook hands, expressed for each other gratitude and mutual respect, and separated. Returning to Cleveland, I entered for a brief space the employ of the Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati Railroad Company as a keeper of the castings and other materials used in the manufacture and repair of its locomotives and cars, taking occasion once in a while to make trips between Cleveland and Cincinnati on a double-day sleeping car. This was before the advent of the Pullman car in 1865. The distance from Cleveland and Cincinnati in those days was given as 250 miles, and it required 12 hours to make the trip one way. But still dissatisfied with my lot, I left this employment in search of a better one. I turned my job over to the late L.A. Wilson, Esquire, afterwards a distinguished member of the Ohio Bar in Cleveland. I now began to cast about for the means of prosecuting a course of studies under competent teachers, fully determined to persevere until I had secured a thorough education, for I had no trade or other definite means of living, although I had reached the 22nd year of my age. I conceived the idea of having printed in pamphlet form some of the essays of which I have spoken, but as I was entirely without financial means, it was necessary to find a friend in need, or else spend more precious time in laboriously earning some. I was well acquainted with one man who was both wealthy and benevolent, a true and tried friend of the youthful, and I decided that to him I would go and make known my dilemma, fully persuaded that my appeal would not be in vain. To have lived in Cleveland during the second half of the last century, and not to have been personally acquainted with the late Truman P. Handy, would have been a distinctive loss to any one, especially to a youth in search of a stimulus along moral, aesthetic, or even financial lines. For Mr. Handy was above all things the friend and promoter of boys and young men. I first met Mr. Handy in the Mayflower Sunday School, located in Orange Street in the city of Cleveland, almost contiguous to the day school of the same name, in the fall of 1857, when he was in the 51st year of his age, and from that time until his death in the winter of 1898, I knew him to love and respect him. I can see him to this day and hear his cheery voice when, as superintendent of that Sunday school, he would mount the platform and exclaim, "Boys, what is heaven's first law?" "Order," was the unanimous response from the mouths of about 250 boys, who were about as disorderly as they could be. The girls, of course, were always orderly. "Well, then," retorted Mr. Handy, "let us have order." And immediately thereafter there was a delightful calm. "Order, if you please." One glance at Mr. Handy gave assurance that he was a Christian gentleman after the old school. That is to say, his toilet left nothing to be added to it. His dress was made to fit and of the most approved style. His demeanor and general bearing was that of a man unselfish, altruistic. He was easily approachable by the humblest boy or girl. He wasted no words, but gave a full hearing and thorough consideration to the one addressing him, and in proper cases afforded ready assistance. He was a deacon in the Second Presbyterian Church, of which the Reverend James Eales was the pastor, loved God, and always walked uprightly. He was born in Paris, Oneida County, New York, in March 1807, and during almost the whole of his lifetime was a banker acting in some important capacity, and he owned large interests in other enterprises. At the time of Mr. Handy's death in January 1898, he was 91 years of age and was a director of the Merchants National Bank, which was located on the northeast corner of Superior and West 6th Streets, Cleveland, he having resigned the presidency of that bank because of increasing age and failing health. He resided and transacted business in Cleveland from 1832 until 1898, 66 years. I may state in passing that for 10 years Mr. Handy was a member of the Cleveland Board of Education and did much towards establishing a high school for the city, and that along all educational lines from Western Reserve University down to the humblest common school, he was a constant, earnest supporter, financially and otherwise. A few years before the death of Mr. Handy, Mr. John D. Rockefeller was visited at his home, Forest Hill, in East Cleveland, by a number of the foremost capitalists and men of business of Cleveland, who sought that method of manifesting to him their unbounded admiration and respect for him as a man and promoter of great financial affairs. Mr. Rockefeller, in replying to the address tendered to him, took occasion in his reminiscences to mention the name and laudable, generous characteristics of Mr. Handy, saying, amongst other things, that at a time in his early career as an oil dealer he found himself sorely in need of the sum of $2,000, and after seeking in vain to secure the loan of that amount, he finally approached Mr. Handy, who loaned it to him. This action on the part of the aged banker was entirely characteristic of him, and was readily understood by all present. Quite naturally, my mind turned to Mr. Handy in my quest of a person at once willing and able to assist me in my attempt to have my essays published. Gaining access to him in his private office in the rear of the bank, he recognized me at once as one of his boys. Although he had not seen me for several years, I related to him briefly what I had been doing during the 7 years previous, and received his commendation. Then I unfolded to him my scheme for raising money to systematize what education I had secured, inasmuch as I had no trade or other definite means of making a living. He gave my plans his hearty approval, provided the essays were worthy of publication, and advised me to carry them to the late Professor J. H. Thome, at that time acting in the dual capacity of professor in Oberlin College and pastor of Pilgrim Congregational Church in this city. Paradoxical as it may seem, Professor Thome, while in stature he was a small man, was yet a very large man. It is difficult to express an opinion as to whether his brain or his heart were the larger. Of one fact I am certain, however: he was the friend of the poor and needy of every race, for he was truly cosmopolitan in his thoughts and action. "Read one of your essays," exclaimed the professor, then bracing himself in his easy chair, he listened attentively while I read, with all the elocutionary ability at my command, an essay entitled "We Are Never Alone." "Bravo, bravo!" he almost shouted when I had concluded the reading. "That will do." Then he wrote and handed to me a note addressed to Mr. Handy, in which he said, amongst other things, "They are well worthy of publication." I immediately delivered the note to Mr. Handy, and he in turn wrote and handed me a statement on a paper containing the letterhead of his bank, which ran somewhat as follows: "The bearer of this is an ex-member of the Mayflower Sunday School. I've known him from boyhood and have full confidence in him. He is trying to collect the means of publishing some essays which he has written, in order that, by the sale of them, he may secure money to assist him towards obtaining an education. T.P. Handy, $10. Now," he said, "go to Mr. Dan P. Ells and others of the Sunday School, and perhaps they will also subscribe." And turning to his desk, he gave his attention to his business, while I, filled with delight, went out into the world to see how many others would do likewise. I would that I could recall the names of all the kind-hearted men who signed that paper and subscribed sums varying from $5 to $10. I can recall that a very elderly banker, whose hand shook like an aspen, and last name was Otis, I think the full name was W.A. Otis, subscribed $10. A.S. Gardner, a quackery merchant, and E.I. Baldwin, large dry goods merchant, each subscribed $10. The others I cannot now recall. A total of some $60 or $70 was in this way raised by me. Then I went to Nevin, a job printer of standing at that time, and had the pamphlets printed. They were of 38 pages, fine print on cheap paper with red and yellow covers, and had the title of them printed on one side: "Essays on Miscellaneous Subjects by a Self-Educated Colored Youth," These essays I offered for sale in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, New York, New Jersey, and the District of Columbia, with very success, receiving for single copies of them from 5 cents to $5. I had 2 experiences in the city of Philadelphia during my tour in selling my pamphlet, which were of more than ordinary interest and a lasting benefit to me. The first was that of meeting the Reverend Benjamin F. Tanner, a minister of the AME Church, who at that time was editor of the Christian Recorder and had his residence over the AME bookstore at 631 Pine Street. This was in the summer of 1866, when that reverend gentleman was in the flower of his youth and was winning golden laurels by his oratory in the pulpit and his facile, trenchant pen in his sanctum. Since then he has reared and educated his brood of children and grown to a ripe age as a bishop in that church. Reverend Tanner was greatly interested in me and my mission. He spoke encouraging words to me and treated me in all respects as a brother. One mutual bond which held us together was that he was very much interested in the Vulgate edition of the Scriptures, while I too was a student of Latin in a humble way. Reverend Tanner opened the doors of old Allen Temple, which stood on the site of the blacksmith's shop in which the revered Richard Allen organized the first AME church, and scheduled a lecture for me on the subject. There's always room enough upstairs. The lecture room, which was large, overflowed, and many could not gain entrance to hear my lecture, which enabled me at its conclusion to sell a large number of pamphlets. The reverend gentleman also gave me a letter of introduction to whom it concerned amongst the AME clergy, requesting them to aid and encourage me in my efforts to sell my pamphlet and to lecture. This was the open sesame to numerous churches, and aided me very much. Tanner, the great artist whose canvases hang in art galleries in Europe and America, is a son of Bishop Tanner, and I doubt not he derived his afflatus, his genius, largely from his revered and honored father. The other incident was meeting for the first time Reverend Dr. Hawes of the First Congregational Church of Philadelphia and Mr. Theodore Bliss, brother of the late George Bliss of New York City, merchant, philanthropist, and one-time partner of the Governor Levi P. Morton of New York. I called on the reverend gentleman at his home, and he granted me an interview in which I disclosed to him my plans for the future and the relation of my mission to them. He did what every true child of God does, every great big man. He took my hand, gave expression to words of encouragement, and bade me Godspeed. He did more. He mentioned me and my mission in his sermon on the following day, and invited me to meet him in his Sunday school in the afternoon. The boys and girls accepted the invitation and nearly filled the Sunday school room, listening to my plea for assistance in my chosen way for the future, and I had the pleasure of selling a large number of my little books at the conclusion of the address. Some $35, if I mistake not, was the aggregate amount received. At the conclusion of my address, which ended with a thrilling peroration, at least that was the effect intended, a large gentleman of noble mien arose and in clear tones said, "Mr. Superintendent, will you ask that young gentleman to tell us what he thinks of Jesus?" This came with great surprise, for I had not intended to preach, but simply to make an unvarnished statement of my plans and hope and expectations. Nevertheless, I was equal to the emergency. I rose again and answered briefly but forcibly that neither education, money, nor social place could avail a person if he were not imbued with the Spirit of Jesus Christ, as manifested in his daily life. This seemed to satisfy everyone, and I left the church highly elated. The most important result for me growing out of this meeting, however, was my introduction to Mr. Theodore Bliss, as I have stated above. I was invited to meet him at his office, then in a building in 4th Street, where he carried on the business of a publisher. Indeed, I hold in my hand now a little Greek Testament from the press of Theodore Bliss and Company, which I have owned ever since 1865. Mr. Theodore Bliss was what we commonly call a self-made man. He was sent out into the world at an early age to shift for himself, and that rich Puritan blood which coursed in his arteries carried him through to the end. He was large of stature, with a high, broad forehead and firmly set jaws, which proved him to be a man of high purpose, fixed resolution, and great good judgment and energy. His eyes, looking out from under heavy brows, were clear and penetrating, marking him as a man at once judicious and practical. Mr. Bliss said to me, in substance, "Go home, settle down, find some useful remunerative employment to engage your intervals between the terms. and if by following my advice you find yourself in need of the necessities of life, write to me and I will help you." I thanked him and took my departure. Later on in life, while attending school, I once in a while found my toes peeping out from my boots, and Jack Frost through each crack and crevice creeping. Upon 2 or 3 occasions like this, I notified my friend, and the returning mail invariably brought me a $10 bill, the exact cost price of a pair of new boots. There was another good friend in Philadelphia whose acquaintance I made through the courtesy and kindness of the Reverend William Alston, Episcopal priest, of whom I have spoken at length in the first chapter. I refer to a large dealer in wooden and willow ware, whose warehouse was located downtown in Market Street, by the name of Jacobus, if I mistake not. This gentleman, who was largely interested in the Pennsylvania Railroad at that time, extended to me an invitation to take a theological course for the Episcopal ministry, but I declined with thanks. I have suspected since then that I made a mistake, for I fear I spoilt a good preacher as well as a good doctor in making a poor lawyer. Subsequently, this same gentleman procured for me a clergyman's railroad ticket from Philadelphia to my Cleveland home. Arriving home, I gave my dear mother $135 of the money received in my wanderings, and then began to scan the field to discover a school into which I could matriculate in order to do the systematizing of which I spoke to Mr. Handy. I had a consuming desire to enter a class in the Central High School, but how could a waiter boy coming directly from the dining room, where he had been for 6 or 7 years, expect to pass examination and enter that famous school? I say famous, yes, and advisedly, for then the chairs were occupied by such ripe scholars as the following: Dr. Theodore Sterling, Principal; Professor Sidney A. Norton; Miss Mary E. Ingersoll; Miss Emma G. Barris; subsequently Mrs. Colonel McAllister; Miss White; Professor of Carl Kruger; Professor Theodore Hopkins, and others. And amongst the students were such as Charles F. Brush, Horace Andrews, Samuel Mather, Dr. John Lohman, W. E. Cushing, Harvey D. Goulder, Joseph Outhwaite, Clarence Stilson, Solomon Schwab, the late Mr. C.O. Bassett, afterwards well known and appreciated by me as the president of the great Foreman Bassett Company of Cleveland, Ohio, who by his great business ability, sterling integrity, and great good humor put his house at the head of all similar organizations in Ohio, and a number of ambitious, successful young ladies. In those days, Mr. Mather's sterling qualities as a student were already quite noticeable, and even then his generous impulses, as manifested during his intercourse amongst his fellow students, forecasted his future life of usefulness and broad humanitarianism. I saw more of Mr. Mather in the Virgil class than elsewhere, and it was then easily evident to my mind that his superior quality of intellect and his deep touch of nature were destined to stamp him as one of our nation's greatest and most useful men. I never see Mr. Mather, even at this late date, without recalling the manly port and dignified bearing of his distinguished father. The late deceased William E. Cushing was also one of the class of 1869, who in after years became conspicuous because of his sterling manhood and professional ability. Will Cushing frequently invited me to visit him at the home of his late father, Dr. H. K. Cushing, in Euclid Avenue, near the public square, where we strove with varying success to unravel the mysteries of Virgil together. I mourn his loss. My old maxim was naught venture, naught have, or as we sometimes say, nothing venture, nothing win. So straight to the school I went, and at a convenient time I stood in the august presence of Dr. Sterling, who questioned me as to the nature and extent of the studies which I had prosecuted, and accepted one of my pamphlets which I offered him, and closed the conference between us by inviting me to visit him at his home the evening of that day for a further interview. At his home, in the evening, Dr. Sterling said to me in substance, "Green, you have done well in your studies without an instructor, as I have gleaned from a hurried perusal of your little book. But your studies have not been systematically pursued, and I'm certain you could not pass an examination to enter the high school. But I will give you a list of books which you will need, and you may obtain them and come to the school tomorrow forenoon, and I will see where I can place you." I did as directed, and on the following day, in the month of October, I think I found myself duly installed in the sophomore class of the Cleveland Central High School, which was still located in Euclid Avenue near East 9th Street, where the great Citizens Savings and Trust Company is now located. In this class, which was composed of the sons and daughters of some of the foremost citizens of Cleveland, I was the only colored pupil, but my color evidently was not considered in any way. Dr. Sterling and every member of his learned corps of instructors were colorblind, and the only watchword recognized by them was merit. The studies which the class was engaged in, as nearly as I can recall, were Cornelius Nepos in Latin, algebra, geometry, English history, English composition, physical geography, calisthenics, and rhetoricals. Later on in the course I had chemistry, physics, and Greek, Xenophon's Anabasis, and 1,000 lines of Homer's Iliad. It took me from October 1866 to July 1869 to devour the 4 years' course, and it was said I stood at the finish well near the head of the class, which contained some names which have since become famous, but I have never felt that I was as thoroughly grounded in my studies as the other members of the class were, for I entered the class late. I was not properly prepared for the courses which I studied. I did not have adequate time in which to prepare my lessons, and above all, I felt then and still believe that some of the students were my intellectual superiors. While I attended the high school, Dr. Sterling permitted me to leave the room 10 minutes before the others were dismissed at noon, in order that I might reach the hotel and earn my dinner in the dining room as a waiter, and during the time I was studying Greek, I slept in a garret, sharing the bed of a man who had a terribly diseased scalp, in order to obtain a free lodging and husband my small means. I regularly arose at 3 o'clock a.m., and by the uncertain light of a small pear-shaped oil lamp with one round wick, I studied my Greek lessons in order that I might be ready to serve in the dining room for my breakfast at the sound of the bell. During the first year of my attendance in the high school, I worked a second time in the old Union Depot dining room for my board. I waited on 16 depot officials and clerks every morning, and when I suggested that since I received my board only for all this work, I ought to be allowed to sweeten my cup of coffee with white granulated sugar, the head waiter, not Thorpe Holmes, forbade me to use it, restricting me to some very dark brown sugar. I appealed to Mr. Wheeler. He sustained the decision of the head waiter, and I quit him and went to the old Birch House, then located on the east side of West 9th Street, near the corner of Frankfort Street, and presided over by Mr. and Mrs. Gillette, kind and generous people who I fear have long since gone to their rich reward. Mrs. Gillette's father, Father Birch, was very old and feeble. I had the honor and pleasure of watching over him the whole of one night and hourly administering to him his prescribed medicine. In his youth, Father Birch had been personally acquainted with Chancellor Kent, whose voluminous and learned commentaries were familiar to all students of law a generation ago. Mr. Byron Hunt, a handsome, good-natured specimen of manhood, later on, when I was a husband and father, loaned me $5 after all our other friends had failed me. In gratitude, I shall carry the memory of his kindness to my grave with me. During all the time of my high school experiences, I devoted a number of my nights to waiting on parties and weddings. I shall never forget that when the late Senator M.A. Hanna and his beautiful bride, the daughter of the late Dan P. Rhodes, were married, I was one of those who, in the dining room, ministered to their wants. The same is true as regards the wedding of Colonel Harris of the United States Army and a lovely daughter of the late Stillman Witt, a sister, I think, of Mrs. Dan P. Eels, of the city, by the way. When I was graduated and had floral offerings literally rained down on me, I wore one of the late Dan P. Eels' discarded coats given to me by Mrs. Eels. It was a dark brown broadcloth coat. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Fact Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sojourning in Dixieland. On the day following my graduation, I found myself acclaimed in the daily newspapers and by my friends generally as being little less than a hero, for my address on the night previous had been on the subject "The True Hero," and by all classes of our citizens without regard to race or color. I was congratulated and praised for such success as I had attained to. There had been a tendency on the part of persons who were friendly to the interests of the freedmen to encourage my efforts during my course at the high school, and if I had not succeeded, it would not have been for the lack of sympathy and goodwill. A rather humorous incident occurred on an occasion when I was the invited guest of some of the colored people of Akron, Ohio, as their speaker in 1867, when the late General Bierce was mayor of that now large, populous, and wealthy city. When the hall was well filled and the time was opportune, Mr. Morgan, one of Akron's foremost colored citizens, arose and said in substance that he was happy to have present with them a young man who was making a manful struggle to secure an education after having first bought a home for his widowed mother. "A true hero," shouted Mr. Morgan. Then, extending his right hand and waving it in an inviting way, he exclaimed, "Hero, come forth." Since then I have been introduced to many audiences, but none that I can now recall carried with it the fervor and admiration of Mr. Morgan's. In very truth, I did not feel on the day after graduation that I had accomplished much, and for the first time the true significance of the term commencement, as applied to the graduating exercises of high schools and colleges, dawned on me, for it is the commencement of a course in a college, or of the studying of a profession for the future, and the individual who, graduating from an institution of learning, imagines that he has finished is grievously mistaken, for he is only commenced. My old and esteemed friend, the late Andrew J. Rickoff, Esquire, for many years superintendent of the schools of Cleveland, came to me and advised me to study law. "It will be just the thing for you," he said. Also came the late Judge Jesse P. Bishop, successful and wealthy lawyer and deacon in the First Baptist Church, who extended to me an invitation to occupy a desk in his office under the immediate supervision of the late Captain Seymour F. Adams, a gentleman and scholar, for the purpose of studying law. Had I known then what I know now, that no man need expect to be a successful attorney at the bar, in the full significance of that term, who has no social intercourse with the business world, I would have declined the kind offer with thanks, and betaken myself to the study of medicine or theology. But being ignorant in the premises, I jumped at the offer, entered his office, and thereby, I suspect, I spoiled a good doctor or preacher in making a poor lawyer. I literally devoured Blackstone, Kant, Bishop, Biles, Stephen, Parsons, and other great commentaries on the English and American law during the ensuing 4 months, reading, as I truly believe, by day and by night, well nigh as much as the average reader would cover in a year. One fine day in stalked a man who, from his personal appearance, proved himself to be facile princeps, easily first amongst civilized men. He was tall and of commanding stature, with a frontal and cranial development which might have turned even Webster Green with envy. The remainder of the hair surrounded his bald dome, was thin and fair, while above his classic features, peering forth from shaggy brows, were his deep-set eyes, penetrating and knowing. Meet the Honorable General John Crowell, lawyer, ex-congressman, then president and factotum of the Union Law College, located in Rouse's Block, top story, northwest corner of Superior Avenue and the public square. "Young man," he said, "what are you doing?" I answered, "I'm reading law." "Why don't you come up to the college?" he replied. "Because I have no money," I rejoined. Thereupon he quite generously extended to me an invitation to become one of his class, and he added, "When you get into the practice you can pay me." Needless to say, I took advantage of his kind offer without delay. I joined his class, in which I found already entered a number of fine young men, amongst whom I can now recall Cullen Coates, late a justice of the peace and lawyer of Cleveland Township; Honorable J.T. Garver, now presiding judge of the Sandusky Fremont District; Augustus Zering, successful lawyer; and the late R.L. Holden, who died in ministerial orders in C.W. 51 years have elapsed since those halcyon days glided by, but I can never forget the pleasure and profit which I derived from the fraternal intercourse which I found in the midst of those big-hearted, kindly disposed young men. They seemed anxious and willing to aid me in every way. I love the memory of them. I am minded of a humorous anecdote which in those days was related once in a while, with the approval of General Crowell, which I will here insert, for great and learned as was Prexy, he was not thin-skinned. It was in this wise. Once upon a time, when the General was a candidate for Congress, he was anxious to secure the friendly cooperation of an old acquaintance who was not aiding him in any respect, so he gave a dinner, to which was invited as many of the independents as he could persuade to attend. The pièce de résistance on the well-filled table was a suckling pig, of which the lukewarm friend ate quite ravenously. At this point the auditors were wont to ask General, did he vote for you? To which the General replied, damn him, he voted against me with my pig in his belly. Judge Garver, who was elected because of his merit, has deployed at the bar, and as prosecuting attorney of his county has proven that the electors made no mistake in elevating him to that distinguished and useful position. When I visited Fremont some years ago, he met me at the station, and in his own private conveyance showed me the town, so to speak, a rare treat indeed. Afterwards he conducted me to his own home, assigned me to his guest chamber, seated me at his dining table with the other members of his family, and made me, in other respects, quite comfortable and happy. Just 50 years subsequent to our school days at the Union Law College, Judge Garver was assigned by a justice of our state Supreme Court to preside over one of the branches of our Common Pleas Court in Cleveland to assist in cleaning up our overcrowded docket. When becoming aware of his presence in my hometown, I extended to him and our beloved Honorable Willis Vickery, one of the judges of our Court of Appeals, an invitation to visit us at our home and dine with us and several others of our intimate friends. To our very great gratification, both gentlemen accepted the invitation, and we were all honored by their presence and society during the greater portion of one pleasant summer afternoon. To say that we were all elated, highly pleased, only partially expresses our feelings on that occasion. Speaking for the colored members of the Cuyahoga County Bar, I think I make no mistake in saying that at all times since Judge Vickery's promotion to a judicial position, he has manifested for us a friendliness which has won from us for him not only profound respect, but feelings of gratitude bordering on love and affection, for he has generously thrown into our hands thousands of dollars which were needed and saved, for his action would never have come within our grasp. In the course of a few fleeting months, our course completed, we received our diplomas duly signed by all the members of the faculty, and carrying the seal of the college on it, and almost like Milton's description of the eviction of Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden, we took our leave of the General and his college. The world was all before us, where to choose our place of rest, and Providence our guide. We, hand in hand, with wandering steps and slow, through Cleveland took our solitary way. During the time I attended the law college and read in Judge Bishop's office, I supported myself by working in the restaurant and confectionery of N. Heisel and Son, underneath the judge's law offices, and also by doing the janitor work for the late W.C. McFarland in his law office. A portion of the time I slept on a couch in the back of the bank of the late George W. Wright, banker, broker, etc. Now I had 2 diplomas, but as yet no visible means of support other than that of waiting on table. I almost blush to tell it, but truth is great, etc. I married when I was in my 25th year of age, and with only $3 at my command, and the happy bride was the fortunate possessor of the sum of $3 and $50 to $100. But she, like me, had a place of useful employment, and we were happy and hopeful in the love and confidence of each other. Before long, a dear cousin of mine residing in the Palmetto State, South Carolina, having heard of my varied successes but being ignorant of my marriage, wrote to me extending an invitation to me to come and be his guest until I could select one of 3 places of employment, then vacant and awaiting my arrival. And elated by the prospect of entering upon speedy and remunerative employment, my little wife and I began to prepare to exchange our residence temporarily for that of the mild and sunny South. Some of my old schoolmates and well-wishers of both races, hearing of our proposed removal, tendered us a reception in a hall near the public square, and in return for music and oratorical pyrotechnics, contributed a snug little sum, which we used for the purpose of tickets as far as our route as Wilmington, North Carolina. I shall never forget the impression which the white sand made on my mind when in the gentle moonlight our train stopped in the suburbs of Wilmington on one January eve, 1870. We both thought it was snow, although in the car we were quite comfortable, but imagine our surprise when on alighting we discover it was beautiful white sand instead. As we were being driven to the residence of our hospitable friends, the Sampsons, longtime residents of Wilmington, intelligent and wealthy withal, we perceived that instead of being frigid as we felt it 24 hours before in Cleveland, the atmosphere was delightfully balmy. These good people, former friends and associates of my deceased father and my mother, tendered us a royal reception, which put us perfectly at our ease, and persuaded us to believe that the longer we remained their guests, the better they would be pleased, thus manifesting the proverbial hospitality of the Southern people of both races. The late Mr. James Sampson, founder of the family, was a colored man who was held in high repute and respect even by the slaveholders before the emancipation, and they not only permitted him to walk the streets of the city after the curfew bell, but respected passes signed by him for other colored persons. He was a builder by trade and profession, and himself occupied with his family one of the most comfortable residences there, which I am informed is still standing. One of his sons, the late Professor Benjamin Kellogg Sampson, who was graduated from Oberlin College in the latter 50s, was a scholar and an orator of note. For several years in the 60s, he was principal of Avery Institute, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Subsequently, he took charge of the colored schools of Memphis, Tennessee, where after many years of faithful service, he died regretted and mourned by all. John P. Sampson, another son, was a minister of the gospel and served faithfully many years with honor and success at Orange, New Jersey. Then there were Joseph, who was recorder of deeds of Wilmington during the Reconstruction period, and James, George, and Nathan, all worthy men. Also Susie, Fanny, Mary, and Minerva, all well and happily married. Upon the whole, the Sampsons were one of the most honorable, successful, and conspicuous families that existed in any of our slave states before, during, and subsequent to the Civil War. Mr. and Mrs. Duncan Holmes were very dear friends while we remained in Wilmington, and did all that big-hearted, generous people could do to make our visit both comfortable and pleasant. There was a gentleman long since deceased, William Kellogg by name, the father of Mr. John Kellogg, for many years trustee and chorister in Mount Zion Congregational Church of Cleveland, Ohio, who was elected one of the aldermen of the city of Wilmington, which we all considered an honor, for to be one of the city fathers is an honor conferred on any man. Now Mr. Kellogg, a colored man, had for years been in the employ of O.G. Parsley and Company, merchants in some subordinate capacity, and when after his election Mr. Parsley addressed him as plain William, he took exception, saying, "My name now is Mr. Kellogg." "Well, then," replied his employer, "if your name is Mr. Kellogg, you can get out of my place, for I don't want any Mr. doing the work which you are employed to do." And Mr. Kellogg thereupon left the store of his old employer. We colored friends considered Mr. Parsley's treatment of Mr. Kellogg unjust and uncalled for, but I suppose when one considers that the knell of the Southern Confederacy had so recently been sounded, the slaves manumitted, and in some instances placed in official stations, the conduct of that gentleman was quite natural. On invitation of two former associates, Messrs. Robert and Cicero Harris, who had gone from Cleveland to Fayetteville, North Carolina, where they found the State Normal School, I sailed up the Cape Fear River to that old and noted city. Fayetteville was doubly endeared to me by the dual facts that my dear parents were married there in 1837, and there were a host of good people residing there to whom I was related by ties of blood. The reception tendered me by every one who knew me was more cordial than I had anticipated, which is saying much, and the memory of it will always remain green. When I appeared on the platform in the church where my lecture was delivered, at a signal from Mr. Robert Harris, the principal, the large audience, consisting in great part of the students of the school, began to sing lustily, "Johnny Green has come to town. Johnny Green has come to town. Ho, ho, for Johnny Green." By this manifestation of regard and sympathy I was greatly pleased, and considered myself highly honored, and the result of the collection which was lifted enabled me to pay our fare, the remaining distance to our South Carolina destination. Mr. Robert Harris, the principal of that noted school, married a beautiful little lady, an ex-member of the school, whose name was Mary Green. I regret to state that he died in the flower of his manhood, while he was engaged in the performance of his truly valuable educational duties, so essential at that time for the welfare of the colored people of that state. His brother and assistant, Mr. Cicero Harris, subsequently became a minister of the gospel, and by reason of his extraordinary intelligence and conspicuous piety was ordained a bishop of the AME Zion Church, which position he held and actively served until his recent death. Those who knew Bishop Harris best, who were most closely related to him in his life work, declared that they had never heard escape from his lips a word which would have offended the ears of the most refined lady or gentleman. This was the testimony of Mr. Charles W. Chestnut, the famous author, who in his boyhood and youth was under the daily instruction of the two brothers, and who ultimately succeeded to the principalship of the school, and also of this writer who knew and associated with them both when they resided in Ohio. Returning to Wilmington after my delightful visit to Fayetteville, we speedily packed our trunk — it was not large — and bade farewell to all our friends who had cared for us so unselfishly, and I might say lovingly. We left them with genuine regret, some of them never to behold again. We were fortunate while in Wilmington in being of the invited guests at the wedding of Mr. and Mrs. George W. Sampson. Mr. Sampson is now for 62 years has been a useful and respected resident of the city of Cleveland, Ohio, where he and his wife have reared and educated 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest is Professor George W. Sampson, Jr., an alumnus of the Western Reserve University, located in Cleveland, and for many years principal of important educational institutions in Ohio and Florida. Mr. Fred Sampson engaged in useful employment on one of our great trunk railroads, and Mrs. Hattie Sampson Dale, the beloved wife of Dr. Ellis A. Dale, one of the skilled and useful physicians of Cleveland. A slow, jolting ride of 100 miles carried us to the station of Laurinburg, North Carolina, the only excuse for the existence of which is, so far as I could see, at that time was that it afforded a watering place for locomotives and a shipping and receiving station for the farmers in the neighboring territory. Here we were met by 2 of our numerous cousins. Mr. William R. Brewington, long since deceased, presided over a horse and buggy, while his brother James Brewington, in his employ, curbed and restrained the mule team attached to a wagon. William R. Brewington was in some respects a unique personage, for since I was born, although I have come in touch with many quaint and curious people, yet have I never seen his double, either physically or temperamentally. William, when a mere child, had been bound out, as the expression was down south in those days, to a carpenter and builder, ostensibly to be taught the trade of his master, but practically to fill the position of a factotum, a do-all. My dear mother, who knew of his hardships and adversities through the 8 trying years of his apprenticeship before he reached his majority, used to tell us children of the lack of proper and sufficient clothing during the cold winter days, the cravings of hunger which every half-fed boy experiences, the undeserved floggings inflicted on him by his cruel taskmaster, and much else, until even before we ever saw him, we grieved for him through sheer sympathy. And now here he stood in our very presence, the master of his trade, a respected contractor and builder, the owner of broad acres, as well as a residence, a little grocery store, a horse and a mule team, to say nothing of a pretty wife and several interesting children. Yes, here he stood, his arms outstretched as he would fly to grasp in the comer, and his countenance beaming with smiles, welcoming us to Laurinburg, the gateway from North Carolina to South Carolina, Bennettsville, Marlborough County, South Carolina, 20 miles distant, and reached from that place by traversing a blazed way through a dense forest and thick sands. Soon mounted my little wife in the buggy by the side of our dear cousin, and I on the crest of a pile of bags and boxes in the wagon. We rode into the town of Bennettsville, where, along the main only business street, the inhabitants, few in number, seemed to be on the qui vive to behold Mr. Brewington's cousin John, whose coming had been heralded, and his little wife, whose coming was a genuine surprise to all. Finally we halted in front of a rudely constructed frame residence, which stood on the corner of the main street and another, which gradually merged into a country road, leading to and passing by the village blacksmith's shop and the swimming hole. Beyond these was the imposing residence of the late J. W. Weatherly, a retired speculator in slaves, built by my cousin William under contract. Opposite the Brewington residence was a field, which ere long was gorgeous in its garb of beautiful cotton blooms, and later on glistened in its crop of snow-white cotton. On another corner was the spacious field, in the centre of which stood the cosy home of the late Charles McCall, who in an emergency would shoot and sell to us a nice chicken, and on a third side was the humble residence of old Mr. Whaley, the watch and jewelry repairer, who even then tremulously stood with one foot on the edge of the grave. On entering it, we discovered that our future temporary home was neither lathed nor plastered. The frame of the building was weather-boarded, and this protected us from the wind and rain. Later on, during a light snowstorm remarkable for that locality, the snow filtered through the cracks and crevices of the shingled roof and lay lightly on the spread which covered us. However, we were young, and a little thing like that did not discourage us. On the contrary, it was to us a source of much merriment. Cousin Molly, the wife and mother, greeted us in a kindly way, and made conditions as comfortable for us as she could, while little Nelly and Lula were a never-failing source of pleasure to us both. On the following day I was informed by my dear cousin that 2 of the 3 remunerative positions which he had guaranteed me upon my arrival in Bennettsville had already been filled, to wit, the school to teach and the postmastership in the little post office, the former by a competent young lady, a protege of Mr. Henry J. Maxwell, the state senator representing that district, and the latter by a young freedman, at once ambitious and capable, Cato J. Stewart by name. Under the circumstances, the only position left vacant for me was that of clerk in cousin's little 12-by-16 grocery store, where he and Molly had been accustomed to barter sparingly domestic provisions for seed cotton, that is to say, cotton from which the seeds had not been removed, some of which, I'm bound to say, came in the dark of the moon. Imagine this writer, then, in those surroundings, in the centre of a cotton-producing district, removed from even a railroad station, the nearest one being at Society Hill, 14 miles distant, not a picayune to spend in his pocket, fresh from the social and educational walks of the beautiful city of Cleveland, and the business and hustle of such cities as Pittsburgh, Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York. Was I discouraged? No, I was not discouraged. I was surprised, more or less shocked. As for myself, I did not care a fig. By the help of God and my determined efforts, I had won my way from hunger and want down to that moment, and I was armed, not to suffer, but to conquer. The little fair-haired wife by my side, leaning upon me for support and encouragement, she it was whose very patience and resignation to endure all things, to live or die, confiding in and cheering her husband, stimulated me and nerved me to toil on and hope on, until the silver lining of the cloud which enveloped us became visible. No pay was given to me for my services in the grocery, save our keep, which consisted of a fireless attic to sleep in, and salt mackerel, salt pork, bacon, fried or boiled once in a while, with collards and corn dodgers, black coffee sweetened, generally with dark brown sugar or molasses. There was at that time no market in the town, and cotton being the principal product of the farms in that locality, it was extremely difficult to procure vegetables, poultry, or eggs, even had I possessed the financial means of buying the same. Later on, in that year 1870, a little baby boy came to our home, and when the mother pled for some chicken broth, I could not in any way procure the coveted luxury for her. Finally, I walked down the road past the swimming hole, a mile from the village, to the home of that same ex-slave speculator of whom I have spoken, Mr. Weatherly, and being received courteously by him, I pleaded with him to sell me one small chicken for my sick wife. Without hesitation, he ordered one of his servants to catch a chicken for me. He presented this bird to me, and scorned payment for it. Whatever else he may have been, his conduct on this occasion, the only time he and I ever met face to face, was that of a kindly disposed gentleman, and I shall ever remember him in gratitude. We could not buy a morsel of fresh beef in that little town, save and except on rare occasions, when some countryman would drive in with the carcass of a little butchered bullock, covered with green branches to protect it from the sun's rays and the flies. On one occasion beef in this manner was brought into the village, but before we became aware of its presence it was all sold. The little baby boy had not yet arrived, and my loved one craved a piece of that beef. Cousin William was the proud, happy possessor of a good-sized chunk of it, but neither he nor Cousin Molly would give or sell me a piece. We were not their guests then. So disconsolate, but not cast down, I went to the home of one of the white citizens, who I was informed had bought a piece of the beef, and laid my condition before him. His dwelling occupied a commanding position well back in the yard from the sidewalk, and was guarded at night by a large fierce dog, which was generally kept chained in the daytime. I unsuspectingly and fearlessly entered upon the premises, when, to my amazement and horror, that savage brute came bounding directly towards and up to me. What defence could I make? What could I do? I had no weapon. I was empty-handed. Looking the dog straight in his eyes, I snapped my fingers at him and spoke kindly words to him, when he, to my great relief, wagged his tail and trotted along by my side until I was accosted and met by his master. With every manifestation of true gentility, this southern man, to the manor born, as the current phrase was at that time, cut off from his portion a nice large piece of that beef, and presented it to me gratis. I carried it to my wife, and had the pleasure of seeing tears of gratitude standing in her beautiful eyes, by reason of that man's unselfish generosity. I'm sorry I cannot recall his name. It was 50 years ago, and memory fails me. On another occasion we needed a little tea, black or green tea, it mattered not which. In order to procure, I was compelled to send to Wilmington, North Carolina, for it. And needing a dentist later on, when I had come into the possession of a little money, I was compelled to travel 130 or 40 miles, and place myself under the skillful treatment of the late Dr. Rodrigue, of the old regime, in Charleston, in order to repair the damage done to me by a native dentist, one who did the best he knew how to do, but who, after 7 ineffectual attempts to draw a wisdom tooth, merely broke it off and exposed the nerve. When the fall approached and the cotton crop was laid by, Cousin William suddenly discovered that my services in the little grocery store were no longer needed, that he and Molly could attend to it until after picking time. This condition left me and my family substantially homeless, for we could not remain there, pensioners on their bounty, and I was not in a financial condition to go elsewhere. There was a man in that county, John G. Grant by name. He was the probate judge of Marlborough County, and since his term of office was nearly ended, he was seeking the Republican nomination for re-election, and knowing that I was active within the ranks of that party, he sought my friendship and assistance in that behalf. Green, he said to me, why don't you rent Brewington's corner room and open a grocery for yourself in it? I told him I had no money to rent the room with, and least of all to stock it with groceries. Well, he replied, I have 7 barrels of spirits of turpentine, which is quite valuable. I will ship it to Adrian and Voller's, large dealers in Wilmington, North Carolina, and you can go there and invest the proceeds of that spirits in groceries and start your store. A drowning man will grasp at a straw, and I hurried to avail myself of this opportunity, although one of the conditions was that he should be a silent partner and receive 1/2 of the net profits of the business. This was on Friday, the next day being the day of the Republican convention, by which he was duly nominated for a second term, I assisting as best I could. The next day, Sunday, after attending divine services and superintending the Sunday school, I began to collect money to pay my fare to Wilmington, in order to collect for the spirits of turpentine, buy the groceries, and ship them to Laurinburg. It was not an easy matter to borrow $9 or $10. I had $3 belonging to the Sunday school. I appropriated that with a proviso, and I returned it out of my first earnings later on. Senator Henry J. Maxwell loaned me $3 other, and I reckoned on borrowing 3 others from another cousin of mine, Mr. John Brewington, on reaching the station, which, as I have said, was 20 long miles distant. At 7:30 on that Sunday evening, as the shades of night were falling fast, and while the bell of the neighboring church was sweetly inviting swinners and others to come, fondly embracing my well-nigh disconsolate wife, who stood in the door holding little Johnny in her arms, she weighed 95 pounds, I started on my hike to Laurinburg. The intervening 7 miles before reaching the forest was through thick sand, and since I wore a pair of boots given me before leaving Cleveland by the late Frank Judd, which were snug on my feet to say the least, they began to pain me to an uncomfortable degree, but I gave no heed to that. That last image of my wife and little one standing in that door, dependent and forlorn, and the expectancy of securing the means of making them comfortable and happy, stimulated me to such a degree that I literally devoured space, and sooner than I expected I found myself at the beginning of the blazed way on the edge of the forest. It was now quite dark, save as the moon and stars ever and anon peeped through the foliage and revealed to me the ruts made by the wagons which traversed that route and some familiar objects which I had seen before, the occasional hooting of an owl, and the quaint noises made by other tenants of the forest, lent a weird charm to all the surroundings. Mile after mile reeled off, never wearying, not once complaining, although by this time my heels and toes were blistered, and my gait was somewhat halt and lame. To add to the seriousness of my plight, the sky was now overcast with heavy clouds, and some big drops of rain began to fall as the rumbling of ominous thunder began to be heard in the distance. Under these conditions I failed to discern my landmarks, and I found myself out of the direct route, and was compelled to retrace fully a mile of the distance. The night is long that never finds the day, says one poet, while a profound philosopher, Maupassant, carries the same idea when he says it's a long lane that has no turn. And so I found in this instance, for at 11:30, exactly 4 hours from the time of starting, I knocked at the door of Mr. John Brewington at the end of my first lap, and was welcomed, footsore and weary, with mingled feelings of joy and surprise. After answering many questions hurriedly asked of me, I laid myself on a rough counter with an empty raisin box for a pillow. In the morning, when I attempted to pull on my boots, I found that my feet were too swollen to admit of success, but as time was precious, I put a little soft soap on the side of the heels, and so succeeded in pulling them on, splitting the inner side of one boot leg, however, in doing so. The blisters on my heels and toes, the swollen condition of my feet, and a pronounced pain in one hip caused me to limp along in a very ungainly way from the house to the train en route to Wilmington. I must not forget to state that Cousin John loaned me $3, and thereby assured me the means of returning from Wilmington. Arrived in a few hours in the city of Wilmington, I went as the crow flies to the wholesale house of Adrian and Vollers, and immediately introduced myself to Mr. Vollers, a quiet appearing man of very few words, who had before that day neither seen me nor heard my voice, and for aught that I know to that day had never even heard tell of me. In a few moments he made me aware of the fact that on his part he had neither seen nor heard of the 7 barrels of spirits of turpentine. Thereupon I said to Mr. Vollers, I've spent my last cent for tickets to this city from Bennettsville, South Carolina, and return. I left behind me a frail wife with baby in her arms, and I dare not return there without this bill of goods. I am the cousin of William Brewington, with whom you are acquainted. Can't you let me have the goods on credit? Mr. Vollers looked me straight in the eyes. How much do you want? He dryly inquired. Here is the list, I replied. In a few minutes he had made an estimate of the cost of the goods. $110 was the amount. You may have them, he said. But Mr. Vollers, I exclaimed, I've not a dollar with which to pay the freight on them. Well, he said, we will pay that for you. If an angel of light had spoken to me, I could not have been made more happy. Truly God was with me, truly as a reward of merit in return for some kindnesses on the part of my dear deceased father, or some one closely related to me. God was blessing me, and I silently lifted up my heart in thanksgiving to him, from whom all blessings flow. The goods were placed on the same train which carried me back to Laurinburg on the next day, and a few hours later I again found myself on that same platform with a pile of merchandise, and Bennettsville 20 miles away. What was done, what to do, a glance told me both. So says the poet Reed, when describing Sheridan's famous ride to Winchester 20 miles away, but in the case of the writer, a glance did not suffice, for I was in a semi-hostile country, a stranger to every one, and without the means of employing friends or foe to transport my merchandise for me. Let no youthful reader of this narrative forget the time-honored maxim, where there is a will, there is a way. I love and confide in those old maxims, for generally they have come thundering down the ages, and contain great truths for our guidance and encouragement in many of the perplexities of life. Inquiring of sundry persons whom I met in the one business street, I was finally directed to the home of Mr. Edward Roper, a youthful, hard-fisted, good-natured, kind-hearted Negro man of family, a freedman, so called, who had spent the greater part of his life in bondage, until the immortal Abraham Lincoln issued the proclamation which broke his bonds asunder. Fortunately, Mr. Roper was at home, and gave me a right hearty welcome, his good wife and little ones joining him. An invitation to eat followed, which was accepted, and then, after listening to my tale of woe, he hitched his mule team to his wagon, loaded my goods into it, invited me to sit on the seat beside him, and set me with my goods down at my door in that far-away Bennettsville, and all this without exacting from me any money whatsoever, but simply relying on my individual oral promise to pay him when able to do so. Whatever may be said detrimental to the Negro race by persons who, for one reason and another, do not admire it, I, a person in whose arteries flows a modicum of that selfsame blood, here and now record my knowledge and belief that for love and filial affections, sympathy and generosity, patriotism and martial heroism, industry and a philosophic, hopeful, poetic temperament, it is not surpassed by any race of people on the face of this habitable globe. And Ed Roper was one whose blood had never been tainted by an admixture with that of any other race. During my absence, Ed Sawyer, a friendly carpenter, had procured some lumber in a sort of Wild West way, built me a counter and a meat stand, and placed some shelving in the corner room referred to in the foregoing, where on the first day of my experience as proprietor I sold out nearly everything except my scales, knives, and fixtures, and sent a rush order for supplies to Wilmington, together with a money order for the payment of my original order. In explanation of my rapid sale of all my small stock of groceries, I will state that it was one of the results of a hanging which took place on that day, and which attracted a large crowd of people to that town, the county seat, to witness it. This was a legal hanging, however, in accordance with the required forms of the law. The name of the unfortunate victim was Barry McIntyre, a young and good-looking colored man who, in an evil moment, had decoyed his wife to a lonely place near a gloomy pond, and after killing her had thrown the body into the pond. For some reason that could not be explained, one of the arms of the victim was missing, and although the defendant finally made a full confession of the crime, yet he to the end denied the dismemberment of the body. The gallows was erected in the public square of the village, without any attempt to screen it from public view, and numbers of the onlookers stood near the foot of the scene. When the trap was sprung, the body plunged downward, breaking the neck of the victim, I suppose, for when an attempt was made to shorten the rope and clear his feet from the ground, it was limp and unconscious. I do not believe the man knew what killed him. After the execution, the crowd thronged the groceries, and their patronage was welcome and beneficial. In the course of a few months, my income from the grocery was such that I bought a lot on a hillside fronting on the south side of the little square, and erected thereon a humble residence and storeroom combined. Long piles from the bodies of pine trees supporting the rear of the house, which was raised about 10 feet from the slant of the hill, while the front rested on low sills near the brow of the same. The depression between the sill of the house and the mainland was planked over. Here, owing to my political activities and social endeavors, my business grew rapidly, and in the course of a year I was well established. In the month of September, 1870, the 20th day of September to be exact, I made application to be admitted to the bar of South Carolina. Judge J. M. Rutland, a carpetbagger, presiding over the Court of Common Pleas of that district. There were 2 other applications filed on the same day by 2 promising white young gentlemen, residents of that town, J. Knox Livingston and H. Hope Newton, both of whom were admitted during the course of that day. But in my case, a committee of 3 lawyers, consisting of Colonel J. L. Hudson, Duncan D. McColl, and Charles Townsend. By order of the committee, I visited the office of Judge Townsend after early tea, which proved to be at 7:30 p.m., and was orally examined by those gentlemen in turn until 11:30 o'clock of the same evening. I am pleased to record the fact that I answered satisfactorily every question asked of me save one, and that related to marine law, which to us in Bennettsville was not of much interest, inasmuch as the nearest body of water to the town was the stagnant swamp at the foot of the hill in the rear of my little home, and the only running stream which I can now recall was the creek tributary to it, which in its course furnished our swimming hole. In making their report to the court on the following day, the committee said in part, "We find your applicant, John P. Green, not only qualified, but well qualified." I took the examination there, instead of going to the state capitol and being admitted on motion, because I craved the respect and professional assistance of the members of the Marlborough bar, which I cheerfully say was accorded to me as long as I practiced there. During the year and a half and more given to the practice there, I saved 2 lives. The third, John J. McQuaig, white, indicted for murder, they had no varied degrees, only murder and manslaughter, made his escape from prison, plunged into the dismal swamp in the rear of the jail, and to my knowledge was never heard of again. One of my fortunate clients was Irene McRae, a colored girl not yet 17 years of age, who one hot July day gave birth to a child, cut its head off, and then got into a tub of cold water. Since she had no money and the other lawyers did not care for the case, she became my client, and adopting the defense of puerperal mania, I secured a verdict of not guilty. Some mention of this defense was made in one of the Harper periodicals of that day. When we were impanelling the jury for the trial of that case, old Peter McCole, clerk of the court, who was nearly 100 years of age, and shook in his voice and his hands almost like an aspen, proceeded as follows. John W. Crossland, he called. To the front came a Southern gentleman, owner of much land and erstwhile owner of numerous slaves, who tilled the soil for him. Prisoner, said the aged clerk, look on the juror. Juror, look on the prisoner. Then we both looked. What say you? He asked. Now I was in a quandary as to whether I should say, swear him or excused, for Crossland bore the reputation of having been a very cruel driver of his slaves, and it was reported that any one of his ex-slaves could be distinguished by the white patches of hair on his head where wounds had previously been inflicted, and I feared lest he should show prejudice against this colored girl in the deliberations of the jury. On the other hand, I knew that in weighing professional and scientific questions relating to the case, he was just the man of all needed. So I said, swear him. He was made foreman of that jury, and by his elucidations of the technical questions growing out of the defense, brought us safely through. The other case was that of a colored man who, in a drunken brawl, severed the femoral artery of another. I was one of the three who defended Frank Cook. He was duly convicted of murder and sentenced to be hung. After the gallows was erected at the earnest plea of his wife, who was soon to become a mother, I went to Columbus, and by a political bargain persuaded the late Governor Scott of Henry County, Ohio, who was then governor of South Carolina, and was afterwards tried in Henry County, Ohio, for murder and acquitted, to commute his sentence to life imprisonment. He was subsequently pardoned after I left the state, and for aught that I know is still living with that wife and his children. In the year 1903, after having finished a term of 9 years' service in the employ of the United States at Washington, of which more later on, I applied for admission to the bar of the District of Columbia, and in order to evade the requirement of a formal examination, I wrote to the late Duncan D. McCole, Esquire of Bennettsville, requesting him to send me a copy of the journal entry of my admission to the bar of South Carolina in 1870. His letter breathes such a spirit of friendliness that I shall record it, not more as one of the incidents of my career in South Carolina in my youth than as a testimonial of my high esteem and grateful remembrance of a Southern gentleman, scholar, and man of affairs, who recognized merit in all men, regardless of color or previous condition, and he lived a long and useful life. The letter follows. Bank of Marlborough, Bennettsville, South Carolina, May 2nd, 1903. Honorable J.P. Green, Washington, D.C. My dear sir, your favor of the 29th last month's reading. Am certainly glad to hear from you. Went to clerk's office and found the date of your admission to practice law entered on the minutes of the court. Had no trouble owing to your good recollection of date, etc. I enclose your certificate from the clerk of the court under seal, showing you to be an attorney at law in this state in good standing, etc., and copied in the certificate the order of the court admitting you. I hope it will answer your purpose and be all you desire. I paid him 50 cents for the certificate, but do not pay back to me, as I hope sometime or other to get even in some other way. If you will notice, you were admitted to practice on my motion, and I am proud to say that while you practiced at this bar, you did great credit to yourself and the profession. I recall distinctly, although it has been 30 years, 32 years is exact, J.P.G., your defense of Alford Frank Cook, J.P.G., charged with murder. This was a case of infanticide. The writer now refers to the Irene McRae case mentioned above. J.P.G., and your great skill and knowledge in successfully establishing the defense of puerperal mania. Hope you are well and doing well. Yours truly, D.D. McCall. State Senator Henry J. Maxwell, now deceased, treated me at first with utmost contempt. He was about 15 years my senior in age, a bricklayer by trade and a politician by profession. He was a South Carolinian by birth and was evidently proud of the fact. The colored people of the county, who were all active members of the Republican Party, almost blindly followed his leadership, and he dictated the policies pursued in the county, which were implicitly obeyed by them. In the Senate at Columbia he was facetiously denominated the Duke of Marlborough, and he commanded attention and exerted influence. I paid little attention to him at first, but when the fall campaign came on and he was a candidate for re-election, we became well-nigh chummy and not only visited each other, but sat on the same platform and addressed the same political gatherings. Here is yet another of those wise old saws of which I spoke in a former chapter, and which, as a rule, are eternally true. Politics make strange bedfellows. This was literally verified eventually when he and I, in Columbia, South Carolina, actually slept in the same bed together. During my brief political experience in and near Bennettsville, I faced 3 separate contingencies in which I suspect my life was endangered. The first was when on one pretty July afternoon in a grove near the village, I was delivering a political harangue in which I censured some of the methods resorted to by the Democratic Party. A large man, John W. Harrington by name, who was made fierce-looking by bushy whiskers, rushed at me with an ugly-looking knife and attempted to cut me with it. He was intercepted, however, by several of my auditors and disarmed. They, too, had big, sharp knives. My second jeopardy was on the 4th of July, 1871, when I, as orator of the day, was literally making the eagle scream on a platform erected on our little public square in Bennettsville, when Harris Covington, as Esquire, Democratic nominee for Congress, rushed forward, grasped me by one of my legs, and attempted to pull me down from the rostrum. Mr. Covington narrowly escaped being run through the body by a sword in the hands of a colored bystander, and a riot was prevented by the counsels of judicious persons present. The third jeopardy was self-made, and from this point of view I can see that my conduct was ill-advised and silly. The Greeley Democrats of the county had just adjourned a large meeting, which they had held on the public square, and with several of their Negro employees were preparing to return to their homes. I therefore, in the absence of Senator Maxwell, constituted myself Republican leader and declared that I would mount the vacant platform and answer the statements which had been made to the colored men in attendance by the speakers. Sheriff Joel Easterling, the long-whiskered, patriarchal Republican official, said to me, "Green, don't you do it. They will kill you if you persist. I, as sheriff of this county, will not guarantee you protection." Yet I mounted that platform and for 40 minutes preached a pure, unadulterated Abraham Lincoln Republicanism. They did not touch me, but in the next issue of the local paper there was a statement that after the adjournment of the Democratic meeting, a fellow by the name of Green, who came from nobody knows where and lives on nobody knows what, got up on the stand and harangued the Negroes. Occasionally he would awake to find Ku Klux Klan literature strewn near our front doors or tacked on the trunks of the large pine trees in the public square. I have never known whether the Dodgers, which carried at the top the death head and crossbones of the Ku Klux Klan, were a mere hoax or a dire threat and menace. Of one fact I am certain that caused us all to be quite apprehensive, and on many nights Maxwell, William Brewington, John Brewington, this writer, and others, armed to the teeth, took turns in patrolling the streets in the vicinity of our homes in order to prevent a surprised assault, and my own doors were locked, barred, and propped as a source of protection. On one first Monday, the day of the month, when the sheriff sold lands and effects by order of court, a half-drunken fellow, McQuaig by name, started in pursuit of me, to kill me, as he said. I heard of it, and arming myself with a long, sharp knife, pursued him. He dodged me, and that ended the fiasco. Early in 1872, I was elected delegate to the Republican State Convention, which held its sessions at Columbia, the capital of the state. They were present in the elegant hall of the House of Representatives, which had been furnished at a cost of $60,000, and contained cuspidors at a cost of $15 each, not only delegates from all parts of South Carolina, but many members of Congress, judges, public officials, and the governor of the state. During the deliberations of the Committee on Credentials, on motion of Captain Robert Smalls of the steamboat planter fame, I was unanimously invited to address the convention. It came to me like the proverbial clap of thunder. However, I did not shrink, but, on the contrary, grasped the opportunity. Thomas Carlyle says, "Occasion, godlike, rushes storming on swift, perilous, like a whirlwind, like a swift lightning steed. Manfully thou shalt grasp him by the mane, and vault into thy seat on him, and ride and guide there thou." I took his advice For nearly an hour I addressed that august assemblage, paying no more attention to the personnel of the assemblage or the coign of advantage from which I spoke, than if I had been speaking to a jury in the courthouse. The portion of my address which attracted most attention, and which was widely criticized by politicians, was that wherein I declared that the people should select as public servants men known to be intelligent and honest; that unless this policy were speedily adopted, they would be reading the handwriting on the wall; that the Reconstruction carpet-bag governments of the Southern States could exist no longer than they were sustained by the public opinion of the North, and that failing in respect of that support, they would fall to rise no more. Coming down from the rostrum, the speaker's stand, Senator Allen of Greenville grasped my hand and said, "Mr. Green, you have made just the speech which I have desired to make all this session, but from policy's sake have not dared to do." I soon found that Senator Allen was correct, for on returning to Bennettsville I ascertained that a garbled report of my address had outrun me. It was reported and current that I had said that none save college-bred men should be elected to office, and since there were no men of that class amongst the Republican voters of that county, I readily deciphered the handwriting on the wall for me. My political name was henceforth Dennis. This convention elected me an alternate to the Philadelphia National Convention, which renominated President Grant for president. I represented the 1st Congressional District of South Carolina, and it was my first appearance in national politics. The swamp in the rear of my little home at the foot of the hill, breathing forth poisonous miasmata during the summer season, having impaired my health and threatened the life of both my wife and our baby boy, I suddenly concluded that I would pull up my stakes and return to Cleveland, there, for better or for worse, to try the fates as a member of the Ohio bar. In less time than it takes to record these facts, I'd run over to the office of Colonel C. W. Dudley, the Nestor of the town, surrendered to him my deed and all claim on the hillside lot of land, giving to cousin William Brewington the horse which I was buying, and for the full payment of which he was surety; sold to him in bulk the contents of the little grocery, distributed gratis some and crated others of our meager household effects, and were en route towards Fayetteville, North Carolina. No tongue can ever express the joy of my wife when she clearly understood that she really and truly was leaving Bennettsville to return no more. Her gratitude to God and her husband knew no bounds, and she referred to the event during the remainder of her life. We had some true and tried friends there of both races who regretted to see us leave. Even Colonel Dudley, who generally represented the sentiment of the white people of the county, said to me, "If you had permitted the white people to take you up and fight Maxwell, you could have succeeded politically and otherwise." However, that policy was out of the question. I was colored, and I was a black. Abraham Lincoln, John Brown, Frederick Douglass, Republican, and everybody knew it. How then could I, with Democrats of that day, join hands and fight Maxwell and his hosts, many of whom walked from Red Bank, 20 miles distant, to vote for Ulysses S. Grant as against Horace Greeley? End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Fact Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Back to Cleveland. In the city of Fayetteville, we found ourselves in the midst of many relatives and warm-hearted friends, two of whom most highly prized by us were Mr. A. J. Chestnut, father of Charles W. Chestnut, Esquire, author and scholar, whose name I have mentioned heretofore, and the other was the late Mrs. Sophia Carter, a sister of Mr. A. J. Chestnut, who temporarily, in a motherly way, received my dear wife, and made her comfortable and happy as long as we remained there. We left with Mrs. Carter a cook stove, rara vie, in that part of the country, condition that when convenient she should remit to us the sum of $15, the purchase price of the same. Of this transaction more anon. Arriving in Cleveland after spending a month as the guest of my dear mother and sisters, we rented a suite of 2 rooms on the second floor of a frame dwelling house still standing in Brownell Street, now East 14th, furnished it at an expense of $27, and moved into it. It was now near winter, and the remainder of cash which I had brought with me from Bennettsville had dwindled down to a negligible amount, and as I was not known in Cleveland as a lawyer, I began to have visions of the gaunt finger of want. Under these conditions, the late R. L. Holden and I planned and executed a tour of some of the prominent cities of the East, including some of those which I had visited in my school days when I sold my little book and lectured. During this tour we acted in a dual capacity, I lecturing first and Holden following with some side-splitting stories. We were well treated and received enough money to defray all expenses, but little more, and on my return to my wife and 2 babies now, I found myself in the most dire strait financially I had ever been in before, even more so than when I took that midnight trip to Laurinburg, for then I had no rent to pay on the spot, and I had only 1 baby to care for. Moreover, I could see flitting around and past me youths and men of my acquaintance who had never orated in public, and whose names had never been blazed forth as an orator, hero, lawyer, and what not, yet sleek and well clad, still acting in the role of waiters and menials, while I was almost hungry and naked. I was out of coal, with the mercury at almost zero. My rent was in arrears, with no prospect of payment, and the larder was well nigh empty. In this plight, Mr. Cicero M. Richardson, one of the foremost and well-to-do citizens of color, kindly sent me a few bushels of coal, and none too soon. Another dear good friend, Mr. James Thompson, a Roman Catholic, small in stature and very dark, visited me and gave me of his advice and assistance, a favor which later on I repaid in kind, of which he never knew. I went out into the city amongst several of my erstwhile colored friends, and tried to persuade them to loan me the sum of $5, but in vain. I regret to say they proved to be in a worse financial condition than I myself was, provided they told me the truth. I then went to Mr. Byron Hunt, a white man, clerk at the old Birch House, where I worked for my meals during a part of my school days. He loaned it to me without hesitation, and I afterwards returned it to him. I went to a grocery store around the corner of East 14th Street, Brownell, and Prospect Street, and filled my basket with groceries one morning, but not having money sufficient to pay the bill in full, I handed him back the butter. Arriving at home, we ate our bread without butter, which I had often done before. Frequently I attended the police court, hoping against fate that somebody of all would retain me to defend him, but in vain. What knowledge had they of my legal ability, or the contrary? None at all. Some of them perchance had heard of me as being an apt and successful schoolboy, and that I had been graduated from the law college, but the report of my signal success at the South Carolina bar had not reached them, and when the life, liberty, or property of a man is at stake, he wants the best and most influential lawyer he can obtain. But let Hercules do as he may, the cat will mew and the dog will have his day. And my day finally came when a young colored man, J. A. Hawkins, by name, long since deceased, who was unjustly accused of an offense, seeing me in the court room, came to me and gave me a retainer of $25 to defend him. To say I was pleased, and only mildly expresses the sensation which nearly overwhelmed me, not more by reason of the retainer than because it would give me an opportunity of being seen and heard in that legal arena, where I was destined for so many long years to strut and fret and contend as an advocate of justice between man and man, and the state of Ohio and the defendant at the bar. Mr. Hawkins was speedily acquitted, and went from the presence of the court without delay to blazon forth my merits as a lawyer, and thereby assist me in securing my daily bread, butter or no butter. It was a peculiar coincidence that just before Mr. Hawkins retained me, when I was once more dead broke, I received a letter from that dear Mrs. Sophia Carter, enclosing 3 $5 bills, in payment of the little cook stove which we had placed in her possession on leaving Fayetteville. Truly for us, I could say with Romeo, night's candles are burnt out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the misty mountain tops. We had now $40 in cash at our disposal, and I was determined to make the most of it, and from that time down to the present day we have been above sheer want, and at times able to cast a little bread on the waters. The advent of the municipal election drew near. A mayor was to be elected, and various and sundry municipal officials, including a number of justices of the peace, to serve the township and city of Cleveland during the ensuing 3 years. In that contingency, to my great surprise and gratification, uprose Pard B. Smith, sheriff of Cuyahoga County, Ohio, William T. Clark, Esquire, attorney at law, in whose office I had my desk, and Johnny Francisco, highly esteemed, veteran of the Civil War, and in the convention they wrought so manfully and successfully that I received the nomination for Justice of the Peace at the hands of the Republican party. At the same time, John Huntington, Esquire, was nominated for mayor. When the votes were counted on the night of the first Monday in April, 1873, the results proved that Mr. Huntington was defeated by more than 1,200, while this writer was elected by more than 3,000 majority. This was the first instance within my memory of the election of a colored man to any office in the state of Ohio, and to the best of my knowledge, the first time a colored man was elected to a judicial office in the great North, East, and West. In the former slave states, where the colored voters, assisted by a few white men, were in the majority, and members of the race who could neither read nor write were in some instances elected even to the law-making branch, it was different. When I attended a state convention in Columbia, South Carolina, I met and associated with Justice Wright, a pure Negro, who was an associate justice of the Supreme Court of that august state, the home of the Rhetts, the Barnwells, and of John C. Calhoun, of senatorial fame. I rented the office and succeeded to the judicial functions of the late General David L. Wood, and thereafter, for 9 consecutive years by re-elections, I remained one of the justices of the peace of this populous, wealthy, and intelligent city of Cleveland, Ohio. In order that the significance of my promotion may be fully appreciated, it may be recorded that the bond required of a justice was $5,000, which would be equal to $10,000 now. My bond was signed on the several occasions by the late W.C. McFarland, the same attorney whose office I cared for when I was in the Law College in 1869. An able, kind, and generous man was Mr. McFarland, and in his death the Cleveland bar sustained a real loss. Justices of the peace at that time had in civil cases jurisdiction to the amount of $300, exclusive jurisdiction in forcible entry and detainer cases, and examining powers in all felonies and misdemeanors from murder down, which made the Court of Justice of the Peace of more importance than that of municipal judge in Washington, D.C., or elsewhere at that time. Moreover, it was an elective office by a majority of the votes of the people, which I have always considered the most honorable way of obtaining office, no matter of what importance. Amongst the conspicuous lawyers who appeared in my court and transacted legal business may be mentioned ex-Senator Theodore E. Burton, who informed me when he was a notable candidate for the presidency that he tried his first case in my court. Mr. Andrew Squire, who at that time was a youthful practitioner, also tried cases before me, as did the late Virgil P. Klein, R. E. Mix, C. W. Noble, and Mr. John G. White, now famous as a jurist. Thomas J. Curran, John J. Curran, and Mr. William Heisley, all able attorneys, gave me business and appeared in my justice's court. A long list would be required to contain all the names of those attorneys, living and dead, who honored me with their business and presence. The Honorable Myron T. Herrick, ex-governor of Ohio and ex-U.S. ambassador to France, says to me in a postscript to a nice letter, "I recall that you were one of my first friends when, as a young man, I was admitted to the bar." Johnny McGraw, C.R. Heller, and James Sweeney, the first and third of Irish descent, were 2 of my constables, while Parker Hare, L.W. Turner, and J.H. Washington, all colored men, were at times in my office. Parker Hare for 5 consecutive years. While I was serving my second term as Justice of the Peace in 1877, I was nominated by the Republican Party of Cuyahoga County for the lower branch of the General Assembly of Ohio. The canvass was long and at times exciting. I stumped the whole county and tried to meet the objections of a colored man, now deceased, Madison Telly by name, residing in the Haymarket district, who was favoring the Democratic ticket and boasted that he would defeat me. There was another man, White, Wilson Treat by name, who resided in the old 11th Ward, on the west side of the river, who quite effectively opposed me, because when he was in his cups he squeezed one of my hands until small beads of blood oozed from the roots of 2 of my fingernails, and I then and there insulted him by telling him what I thought of him, which was not flattering by any means. The next morning after the election I was declared elected by 62 majority over the late John C. Covert, at that time one of the editors of the Cleveland Leader. The late Edwin Cowles, who with the late Joseph Medill of the Chicago Tribune founded the Leader and for many years made it a great power for the abolition of slavery, the preservation of our glorious Union, and a true wholesome Americanism, was emeritus then while young men were at the helm. My election was blazoned forth with big headlines in all the daily papers. Great was the consternation of the friends and supporters of Mr. Covert. They had run him as a champion of the demand that all church property should be taxed, thereby to inflict a telling, if not mortal, blow on the Roman Catholic Church in Ohio. Another night passed when an alleged recount of the ballots cast for me was had in Old Ward No. 4, which had its headquarters in the engine house, still standing in East 18th Street, then Huntington Street, near Central Avenue. The result of the recount, as announced on the following morning, was that they had thrown out 84 votes previously counted for me, because they could not determine whether they were intended for me or for F.W. Green, one of the nominees on the Democratic ticket. Thus they declared me defeated, and John C. Covert was declared elected by a small majority, and he was subsequently reelected and served 4 years as a lawmaker of the great state of Ohio. But as far as I can see, the taxation of church property belonging to the Protestant or Catholic congregations remains as it was at and before the time of Mr. Covert's election. Ex-Mayor R.R. Herrick and Colonel Lewis Smith-Knight were the bosses of that ward at that time. I'm not sure that they were cognizant of the recount which was made in the absence of myself and my political friends. I was advised by many voters of all races to go to Columbus and contest the election of Mr. Covert, but I had neither time nor money to do so, and I let it drop, awaiting another opportunity to win promotion. During the 9 years of my service as Justice of the Peace, I also practiced law, principally in the criminal branch of the Court of Common Pleas, and in that sphere of action it was my good fortune to be confronted by some courteous and able attorneys who prosecuted for the state of Ohio. Amongst these were the late Homer B. DeWolf, William Robinson, S.M. Eddy, Peter H. Kaiser, Alex Haddon, Edward P. Slade, and last but not least our present Judge W. B. Neff, who for so many years has presided with learning and dignity in our Court of Common Pleas. The first murder case in which I defended in Cleveland was that of the State of Ohio versus Stephen Hood, charged with murder in the first degree in the premeditated killing of his foster son. Green, it was charged that early one spring morning, Hood took his 2 boys, Fred and Green, to the camping grounds from which a circus had just departed, ostensibly to search for lost money and other things of value, and that after searching for a short time he went into a neighboring wood, accompanied by Green, and pounded his head almost into jelly, and left the corpse there to be discovered later on by searchers for him. Hood professed innocence, and that he had no recollection of committing the deed, and the fact, which was not disputed, that Hood had adopted the boy, had always been kind to him, and even protected him when his wife would chastise him, left us all in doubt as to whether or not, if he did commit the act, he did it when in a rational condition. I adopted the defense of insanity, and proved, as I thought, that Hood was subject to hallucinations when his mind was unbalanced, and argued that if he did kill the boy, it was done when he was under the influence of one of these spells. William T. Clark, Esquire, then a young attorney, by my request came into the case to assist me, and very ably aided me in the entire defense. The late Judge R. F. Payne presided and conducted the case with his well-known judicial ability, fairness, and honor, while Mr. Homer B. DeWolf, young, energetic, learned, and able, prosecuted for the state. The trial lasted a number of days, and the courtroom was filled to the doors. Finally, the court having charged the jury, it retired in the afternoon and remained out all night. On the following morning, the foreman handed in a sealed verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. No sooner had the verdict been read and the jury polled than it became known that the jury, in its deliberations during the previous night, had made use of some law books which had been negligently left in the jury room, and that one of the jurors had assumed the role of judge, mounted the platform, and from the judge's bench had expounded the law. I should have said before that the jury was locked up in the court room to deliberate. We obtained the affidavits of several of the jurors establishing these facts, but owing to a decision rendered by our Supreme Court to the effect that the oath of a juror will not be received to impeach the verdict of his fellow jurors, the verdict was not set aside by Judge Payne. We took the case on error to the Supreme Court, but met with the same refusal, and that is the law of Ohio to this day. Failing to get any relief from any legal source, I went to Chillicothe, Ohio, where resided Governor Allen, sometimes called Foghorn, Bill Allen, in token of his stentorian voice, which waked the echoes amongst the hills of southern Ohio when he spoke at political gatherings many, many years ago. The governor had retired from active political life, but the exigencies of the Democratic party had called him forth from his beautiful and peaceful country home, Fruit Hill, which was nestled in the suburbs of Ohio's former capital, to do valiant service and once more reinstate his party and himself in power. The governor, a gentleman of the type and character of the days of Calhoun and Clay and Stanley, received me with all the indications of good breeding and gentility, and after thoroughly discussing the merits of the case, launched out into a sea of reminiscences of his congressional career, and did me the honor to state that he served in Congress and was well acquainted with the late Edward Stanley, mentioned in the first chapter, one of my reputed uncles. Upon the whole, my hour and a half was spent with pleasure and profit in the home of this distinguished statesman, and I left him the wiser for my visit to him, but without profit to my client. Hood had to die. I advised him and tried to nerve him for that horrid ordeal, and had the satisfaction of seeing him firm in step and every movement as he mounted and stood upon the trap of the gallows before he was launched into eternity. After the fall, a few shrugs and tremors of the swaying body were the only indications that it had any life in it, and in a few minutes the doctors pronounced him dead. I could never get from him a confession of the deed, and I believe that when he killed that unfortunate boy he was non-composements, not of sound mind. Many other men and women indicted for murder in the first and second degree I defended while I served as justice of the peace, but to even mention the cases briefly would tire the reader of this narrative, so I will desist. Later on, it may be necessary to make reference to one or more of my experiences in order to bring to the front some of the public actors in the dramas, but until then let the foregoing suffice. While engaged as justice of the peace, it was my pleasure and indirectly my profit to make the acquaintance of a number of young gentlemen connected with the daily press of Cleveland, who afterwards become noted and in 2 instances at least famous as journalists. The first of these was the renowned Frank G. Carpenter, who has since, under the patronage more or less of presidents and other high officials of the United States and of royalty in Europe and Asia, traveled over the whole civilized world, and as a correspondent of syndicated newspapers and other publications contributed much towards the enlightenment of mankind. I recall Mr. Carpenter as a freckle-faced, diminutive young gentleman with an abundance of ruddy hair. He was then connected with the news department of the Cleveland Daily Leader, and in his quest of news items for his paper was the soul of energy and persistency. I for a long time looked forward to his daily calls, and did my bit in securing and furnishing to him whatever of interest I thought would be of value to him, and on more than one occasion he reciprocated the favor by making notice of me and my office in the Leader in a way that was of substantial benefit to me. Another young gentleman with whom I became much more familiarly acquainted was Mr. R. F. Payne, Jr., son of Judge R. F. Payne, the learned jurist who presided on the bench during the trial of Stephen Hood, of whose unfortunate ending I have just spoken. Mr. Payne represented one of the departments of the penny press, as the Cleveland press was then denominated, and it was largely through his indefatigable energy and skill that the press changed its name and became one of the great and influential papers of northern Ohio. He, too, in the commencement of his journalistic career, came regularly to my office in search of news items, and we all, justice, clerk, and constables, were pleased to accommodate him when practicable. In return for these alleged favors, Mr. Paine did us many favors in the way of advertising the office, which of course meant financial profit to us. I can never forget the large-heartedness of this gentleman when, years afterwards, as the managing editor of the press, he ran a conspicuous portrait of this writer on the front page of the press, gratis, which contributed substantially towards the election of the writer to a much higher and more honorable office than the one then held by him. And again, after my return from a trip in Ireland, he published a lengthy letter written by me, descriptive of my tour, in the press, and paid me handsomely for it. I may be excused for recording an interesting event connected with the penny press at the inception of its publication in Cleveland, which I think was the indirect cause of Mr. Paine's connection with that paper. There was a young man, since deceased, by the name of Maurice Perkins, who was connected with the news department of that paper from its inception here. Mr. Perkins was energy personified, and he could write a story which every one would stop to read. In one of the early editions appeared an article, quite readable, which greatly displeased a member of a great business firm of the city. A day or so later on, in pursuance of an invitation extended to him, Mr. Perkins visited the place of business of the aforesaid young gentleman, and while in there alone he received such treatment, in which tar played a conspicuous part, that he subsequently was confined to his bed, and his health was seriously impaired. I think it was about this time that Judge Payne was retained by the paper, and his talented son became one of its reportorial staff. Mention has already been made in the foregoing of a number of prominent attorneys at law who practiced occasionally in my office, but they were for the most part persons who were young in the profession at that time. Attention will now be called to several of riper years who were conspicuous for their learning and success, and as that Nestor of our bar, W.S. Carew-ish, Esquire, was in the same hall where my office was located, and only about 15 feet removed from it, I will first mention him. Mr. Carew-ish, then a man of middle age and residing with his large and interesting family in Woodland Avenue, which was then a beautiful residence street, was a very active practitioner. He spoke the German language fairly well, and by reason of this fact brought into his office a clientele largely German. In the same hall, occupying an office contiguous to mine, was George A. Coble, Esquire, a justice of the peace, of many years' experience, who with a noble band of associates had literally escaped from Germany after the collapse of their attempted revolution, finding asylum and protection here in the United States. At the same time came Karl Schurz, Franz Siegel, Jacob Mueller, August T.M., J.M. Schmidt, Esquire Bone, Edward Bum, and many others. I think they are all deceased now, but in their day they were all politically influential and did much to stimulate the study of the German language in our schools and to foster the love of their fatherland, which during the World War made so much inconvenience and trouble for some of their successors. Squire Colby was very fond of Mr. Carew-ish for the reason that he spoke German, and exerted himself to add to the number of his clients in every practical way. I suspect also that there was a reciprocal feeling for the squire on the part of the able lawyer. Mr. Carew-ish was cosmopolitan in his feelings and conduct. He was generous and liberal, and conceded to every man the right to the same enjoyment of all the constitutional rights which he and his enjoyed, without regard to race or color. I recall an anecdote which he has related to me on several occasions during the past 47 years of our acquaintance, which proved plainly the characteristics of the youth as developed in the man. He, with some of his classmates who were students at Western Reserve College when it was located at Hudson, Ohio, in the early 50s, extended an invitation to Frederick Douglass, who was then famous throughout land, for his eloquence and the strenuous fight he was making for the abolition of slavery in the United States, to address them in the big tent in the campus in Hudson on the annual occasion. The president and faculty demurred, and endeavored to persuade them to cancel the invitation, but they were obdurate, would not yield. As a consequence, at the appointed time, Mr. Douglass made his appearance, and in his own telling way addressed an immense throng, which completely filled the big tent. In answering an argument which was frequently put forth by the slaveholders and their northern friends, that one of the proofs of the Negro's inferiority was that he had a weak voice, Mr. Carowish says that when he uttered that phrase, weak voice, he used the power of Gargantua, or roared like one of the bulls of Bashan. Mr. Carowish derives great pleasure from the telling of this anecdote of his school days. During my official career as Justice of the Peace, an incident occurred which very forcibly displayed this characteristic of love of fair play as developed in Mr. Carowish, which I will here record. Not feeling in the best of health, I went to the restaurant of the late Captain J. M. Richards, on the site of the present American Trust Building, of which I have already spoken, and was refused service of a meal because the enclosed stalls were occupied. I suggested to the usher that I was willing to eat at the outer table, where I saw numbers of young lawyers and others eating. The usher, Harm, I think they called him, said, "Oh, I can't seat a colored man at that table. The captain would raise the devil if I should do that." So with my heart bowed down and my stomach empty, I left the place and betook me to the office of that grand old patriarch, probate judge Daniel R. Tilden, who for more than 30 years was not only probate judge of Cuyahoga County, but was also a father to the fatherless and a very kind friend in need to those who called on him. I found sitting with him that John Marshall of our Ohio Constitution of 1851, the late Judge Rufus P. Ranney, who, as a member of the Supreme Court of Ohio, had made his name famous for all time for his legal learning, as seen in the constructions placed by him on that important document. I related to them my experience in the restaurant of Captain Richards, which greatly surprised and chagrined them both. "Why did Joe do that?" said Judge Ranney. "Is that a fact?" asked Judge Tilden. "Why, Dan," said Judge Ranney, "Green and my Charlie used to go to school together. From these good men I went to Carowish. 'Green,' he said, 'tomorrow we will go to that place, and if they refuse to seat and serve you, we will kick the table over, get arrested, and let the whole thing go before the people, that a justice of the peace of Cleveland cannot buy a meal in an ordinary restaurant.'" On the following day at noon, Carowish and I went side by side to the same restaurant, fully determined to overturn the table if the justice were not served. When we entered, Harm, the usher, looked at us, drew a chair for each of us, and we both were politely and satisfactorily served according to our orders. My pleasure and relief were inexpressible, for as an officer of the peace I was loath to be arrested and fined for breaking the peace. Long live W.S. Carowish! May his posterity practice his virtues and emulate his example. Judge Stephenson Burke was another of the fearless, frank practitioners at the Cleveland bar. The judge was well along in years in his professional career when he came to Cleveland. In the Lorain district he had been elected judge on his merits as an honorable man and good lawyer. He was serving on the bench during the exciting times precipitated by the Wellington rescue, when a large number of persons, citizens of Oberlin, including ministers of the gospel, professors in the college, lawyers, merchants, mechanics, and ordinary laborers, rushed to Wellington, 8 miles distant, forcibly took a fugitive slave from the custody of a United States marshal and set him at liberty. They were arrested, brought to Cleveland, incarcerated, temporarily indicted, and ultimately brought to trial and convicted, several of them being ably defended by the late A.G. Riddle, Esquire, good lawyer, M.C., and author. Then it was that the grand jury of Lorain County, under the charge of Judge Burke, indicted the owner of the fugitive for kidnapping. When becoming aware of the fact, the owner returned to his Kentucky home, and the prosecutions on both sides were abandoned. Such was Judge Burke, and much more, for during the remainder of his long life after he came to Cleveland, he proved himself to be a great lawyer in the important affairs of big business. His name became associated with those of the great captains of industry and commerce of his day. He lived in princely style on our leading avenue, and dying left a generous competency to his sorrowing family. The late Edwin P. Slade, Esquire, one-time prosecutor of Cuyahoga County, Ohio, is recalled with mingled feeling of joy and regret. Mr. Slade, brother of the late Albert T. Slade, who was noted for his legal and literary attainments, was naturally a noteworthy man, but by reason of the fascination the cup had over him, he was his own worst enemy. The name of his friends was Legion, not more for the reason that at times he would make a valorous fight to withstand the temptation than because of his high social and professional standing. As a final and last resort to help him to overcome his one seductive fault, he was elected prosecuting attorney of this populous and wealthy county, and paradoxical as it may seem, he prosecuted its criminal cases and conducted his business affairs in a sober, intelligent, praiseworthy manner. But once again out of office, he rapidly degenerated to his former condition. Staggering into my office occasionally, he would exclaim, "Oh, Brother Green, Brother Green!" Then, lapsing into silence for a few seconds, he would mumble out those well-known words of Cassius, "Drunk, and speak parrot, and squabble, swaggle, swear, and discourse fustian with one's own shadow. O thou invisible spirit of wine, if thou hast no name to be known by, let us call thee devil." Then, as if to add emphasis to the last four words, he would wag his head up and down, sorrowfully, pitifully. Ere long his flickering light went out. We all sighed over his beer, but submissively bowed to the decree of Providence. Judge W. A. Babcock, not so long deceased, was a conspicuous example of what a man, naturally endowed with an active, capacious brain, and educationally trained for activities in the higher walk of life, can do and be, if he wills to conquer. I met the judge when he was plain W. A. Babcock, an alumnus fresh from Hiram College, the very name of which, linked with that of the lamented J. A. Garfield, should be an inspiration to any man. The bright lights and seductive influences of the big city seemed at first to seal the fate of the young man, who really deserved a warmer reception and more wholesome environment than fell to his lot. If only some kindly hand had been stretched out for Will Babcock, which would have led him up to the Mount of Vision, where he could have beheld the honors which the future held in store for him, how different the first years of his career on this stage of action might have been. However, some of the greatest names that grace the pages of human endeavor have been, like him, tried as by fire, and like him have come through victorious. Judge Babcock, upon the whole, made an able and efficient judge. He was a voracious reader and a careful student of law, and his decisions carried weight with them wherever they were reviewed. The judge was also in almost constant demand for speeches and addresses which were not only instructive but entertaining as well. I met the judge near the middle of the public square on one occasion. He halted me and said abruptly, "Green, what is that quotation which you used in an argument the other day? I want to use it in an address tonight, something about making a scarecrow of the law." "Oh, yes, Judge," I answered. "It runs like this: we must not make a scarecrow of the law, setting it up to fear the birds of prey, and let it keep one shape till custom make it their perch and not their terror." Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 1. "Ah, yes," he exclaimed, "where is that found?" I told him, and he thanked me. Judge Babcock was an open-minded, free-hearted man. He had his failings, some of them quite glaring, but what human being is perfect? Once, after I had finished defending a man indicted for murder in the first degree, as soon as the jury retired, Judge Babcock leaned forward and said to me in open court, and the presence of many persons, "Green, the argument you made in this case today is the ablest I have listened to during the 8 years I've been on the bench. Surely this was praise, and the stimulus it imparted to me still impels me onward and upward, I trust." In the foregoing, special mention has been made of the constabulary force connected with my office, but this sketch would be noticeably deficient were not the clerical force gratefully acknowledged. On succeeding and taking possession of the office furniture, dockets, and notarial seal of General David L. Wood, I found in possession, awaiting my advent, a very efficient clerk in the person of Mr. George Menger, who for years had faithfully served my predecessor in that capacity. I was pleased to learn from him that he was ready and willing to retain the same position and discharge the same functions as under D. L. Wood. For it must not be forgotten that when elected in 1873, I had little or no experience in practicing civil law before justices of the peace or in any other courts, and since Mr. Menger was expert in the technicalities of the business, it was in the nature of a godsend that he came to me. Mr. Menger was a German by birth, about 25 years of age, and quite festive in his proclivities, by which term I suppose I'm fairly well understood. In the office of Esquire George A. Colby there were 2 young men of German birth also, August Keel and Edward Belts, my name respectively, and they with Mr. Menger formed a trio which in social festivities was hard to beat. Mr. Keel was rather proud of his record of having drunk in one day 35 glasses of beer, while the 2 others were endeavouring to emulate his example, though I must state that of the 3 Mr. Belts was at all times comparatively conservative. One evening this writer joined them in a jolly meeting at the home of Mr. Menger's uncle in Marion Street, and after the feast and flow we repaired to the street, and in our meanderings ultimately found ourselves in the intersection of Erie, now East Ninth and Ohio, now Central Avenue, streets. It was past midnight, and we were quite hilarious, though not intoxicated, and we were at a loss as to how we could pass the remainder of the time agreeably. As there was an old horse straight in the street, we took turns in mounting and riding him bareback for a block or 2 and back again. At length, in the wee small hours, we repaired to our several homes, where we for a few short hours became oblivious of the past and careless as to the future. Mr. Edward Belts was a gentleman of culture and industry. Under the instruction of Esquire Colby, he entered upon the copying of records in the county recorder's office pertaining to real estate, and continued in one phase and another of that business until he had laid the foundation of a great abstract company, which I consider the most fitting monument to his industry and skill during his long life. The other men died in comparative youth, and today I am the only one of that nocturnal quartet left to tell the tale. Mr. Lyndon C. White, a genial, efficient young man, succeeded to the duties of Mr. Menger. Mr. White's health was poor, which necessitated frequent absences from his desk. On such occasions Mr. Lewis W. Turner, a gentleman of color, very ably filled the interim. Mr. Turner was subsequently elected one of the constables of Cleveland Township, which position he ably filled in my office and that of others. Mr. White died in his youth, sincerely mourned by many friends. The last clerk whom it was my good fortune to employ was Mr. George P. Phibbs, a native of Ireland, who had been discovered by my colored constable, Mr. Parker Hare. Mr. Phibbs gave up the business of barkeeper for a man by the name of Connor or Connors, whose establishment was located on the northeast corner of Michigan Avenue and West 3rd Street. His writing was like copperplate, and his spelling and diction gave evidence of the fact that he had enjoyed reasonable education facilities. After acting as an assistant to Mr. Hare for some few months, he consented to enter my employ as clerk, and from that time on, for about 10 years, we were almost inseparable. He was truly my Fidus Achates, and by his industry and influence amongst the Irish people, especially along business and political lines, he added very materially to my official and political successes. On one occasion, when I apprehended defeat at the polls, by his untiring energy and influence he caused me to run ahead of the ticket in 2 Democratic wards, the Bloody 5th and the Rock-bound 8th, although I was denominated a Black Republican. After I ceased to perform the functions of justice of the peace, Mr. Phibbs and I became partners in the practicing of law, he having on my certificate been admitted to the bar. Mr. Phibbs and I inducted Squire William R. Ryan, subsequently sheriff of Cuyahoga County, Ohio, into the mysteries of his office when he was elected justice of the peace of Cleveland Township, and a little later on in life he stood as godfather to ex-sheriff W.G. Smith of the same county when an infant he was christened. On one occasion, while still in the employ of my office, he visited his old home, Ireland. On returning, he brought and presented to me a beautiful black thorn cane, and in return for the favor, later on, in one of my European trips, I made a detour and visit to the old sod, and even kissed the Blarney Stone, through the courtesy of some tourists, who held me head downwards from the parapet until I performed the osculatory feat. From Cleveland, Mr. Phibbs went to Pomona, California, removing from there to Los Angeles, where for a time he was assistant county or city prosecutor. Later on he became interested in the manufacture of a cereal breakfast food and became wealthy. He died a decade ago, and I have left only the delightful memory of a man whom I consider my best friend, next to my dear mother, sisters, and my family. Speaking of my Irish friend brings to my mind the fact that Mr. Michael Gallagher, a giant in stature and one-time marshal of the city or town of Cleveland, used often to honor us with presents, and occasionally served writs for us. Mike Gallagher was a genial, whole-souled fellow, full of reminiscences of the early days of the city, and withal companionable and helpful. He, too, has crossed the great divide. Looking backwards over my career as a justice of the peace, I think the most humorous episode that occurred in my office was the following. Mr. Discott Evans, who for many years was noted as being perhaps the most skillful portrait painter in this section of the United States, and who with his beautiful and talented daughter were lost in mid-ocean when a great French liner foundered, on their return trip from Paris, where he had spent some time in perfecting himself in the art of delineating laces and draperies, he was also something of a wag as well. On one occasion, seeing a picturesque little colored newsie on the avenue, whose appearance attracted his notice, he offered to compensate him if he would come into his studio and not pose, but submit to some decoration. The boy consented, and once in the studio, Mr. Evans painted his nose a bright vermilion hue, streaked his forehead and cheeks more or less with the same, and sent him into an adjoining room, tenanted by a lady, lover of art, to deliver to her a note which, apropos, the artist had written and given to him. The note ran somewhat as follows: Dear Miss, knowing you to be fond of natural subjects, I send you herewith one on foot. He has a pedigree, etc., etc., etc. The boy, instead of delivering the note, as he was paid to do, carried it home to his mother, who, being strongly saturated with Indian blood, went on the war-path, so to speak, which led to the office of the late J.B. McLaughlin, Esquire, an attorney at law, who immediately came to my office and sued the artist for $300 damages sustained by the boy by reason of the malicious decorations which he had inflicted on him. Mr. Evans, being duly summoned, appeared in court with his lawyer, John J. Curran, Esquire, and demanded a trial by jury, which, being granted, the case was in due course formally tried. Strange to relate, the jury returned a verdict for the plaintiff in the sum of $100. The defendant, of course, was both surprised and shocked at the result, and gave notice of appeal, but before the lapse of the 10 days' limit for appeal, the parties settled the case by defendant paying to plaintiff the sum of $25 and the costs of suit, all amounting to about $40. In the absence of more important news to print, many papers in the United States carried a story of this case, even beyond the Mississippi River, one of them finishing its account as follows: Lawyer McLaughlin, in arguing the case, created a profound sensation in court by the startling definition he gave to the term pedigree. Another case, which I have never forgotten, was one of embezzlement brought by the Wilson Sewing Machine Company, in which the complainant, Muck Bunnell by name, was declared to have appropriated to his own use the sum of $500 belonging to his employer. This case lasted 2 days. Henry C. White, Esquire, subsequently probate judge of the county, represented the defendant. 14 witnesses for the state testified to the identity of the defendant, and he was bound over to await the action of the grand jury, but it was subsequently ascertained that the defendant was not Muck Bunnell, and the company settled with him for his wrongful arrest, imprisonment, and prosecution by paying him $500 in cash. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Fact, Stranger Than Fiction, by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Making Law and Practicing Law. In the fall of 1881, I was again nominated for the lower branch of the General Assembly of Ohio. This time my majority was so large that I succeeded in getting my certificate, and in the early part of the month of January following I was sworn in and took my seat. My desk was immediately in the rear of a group composed of some very conspicuous and able members, amongst who were Dr. Scott, ex-consul to Honolulu, from Warren County; Mr. Hathaway, learned lawyer and very high Masonic, from Chardon, Goja County; Mr. Jones, able attorney and ex-member of Congress from Delaware County; and Mr. Freeman Thorpe, a courteous and dignified gentleman, a portrait painter from Ashtabula County, all of whom treated me without discrimination and with marked consideration. I may say here that without exception during the entire sessions of the General Assembly I had nothing to complain of in this direction. This fact would seem somewhat remarkable, from the fact that some years theretofore, when a member of the House invited the late John Mercer Langston, famous for his learning, eloquence, and general utility, to sit by his side on the floor of that body, serious objection was raised, on the ground that Mr. Langston was a colored man, although his father was a wealthy white Virginian who had given him a college education and a financial competency in addition thereto, and I may add, Mr. Langston a few years later could add after his name the significant letters M.C. The Speaker of the House was the Honorable Orlando J. Hodge, a noted parliamentarian who had seen much service in legislative bodies, municipal and state, and had been a member of the Senate of Connecticut, his native state. In making his assignments for committees, he put me on corporations other than municipal, library, and insane asylums. Of the latter he made me chairman, and on various occasions he honored me by calling me to the chair and allowing me to preside over that august body. I was now acting in a dual capacity, being justice of the peace of the township of Cleveland and a member of the General Assembly from Cuyahoga County, which included the city of Cleveland, and also a number of towns and villages in the suburbs of Cleveland. Of course, I could attend to my magisterial duties only when at home, and since I received no salary in that office, no valid complaint could be made, by reason of my frequent absence from my office. This dual condition ceased to exist, however, after the lapse of 1 year, when my term as justice expired after a tenure of 9 consecutive years. During the existence of this assembly I performed a mass of work in committee and on the floor of the House, but I shall notice here only 2 matters which the press took notice of as being of special interest. The first was my strenuous opposition to the enactment of the so-called Scott liquor taxation law, fathered by Dr. Scott, of whom I have spoken, and opposed by many people throughout the State, on the ground that it was essentially a license law, while the Constitution of the State provided substantially that no law to license the sale of intoxicating liquors should ever be enacted. I, with many others, contended that permitting the sale of such liquors on the payment of a tax was substantially a license, and therefore such a law would be unconstitutional and void. The contentions pro and con were strenuous and at times bitter, but the pros were in the majority and ultimately won, the bill becoming a law. The validity of the law was speedily tested, and the Supreme Court of the State declared it unconstitutional and void. Thereupon commenced some strategic political work, log rolling during the interim between that 65th and the following 66th General Assembly, the like of which I did not suspect could be consummated, for I was young and inexperienced in legislative procedure, and was quite surprised. By the time that the constitutionality of the next liquor taxation law came before our Supreme Court to be tested, the personnel of that august tribunal had undergone a radical change, and a new governor was in the chair. As a matter of course, the law was upheld, and from that time down to the beginning of our present era of prohibition, saloons were maintained and liquor was sold without any hindrance upon the payment of the tax license. During the first session of that General Assembly, the 65th, Speaker Hodge received a letter from Hon. Oliver G. Gope of Cadiz, Ohio, who was collecting data as to the commercial status of the city of Cleveland and the reasons underlying its rapid growth. I was both surprised and pleased when he handed the letter to me and requested me to answer it. In a humble way I attempted to comply with his request, but since I was limited in the number of words my answer was to contain, I will here present a copy of my answer for the inspection and criticism of such as may care to read it. Honorable Oliver G. Cope, Cadiz, Ohio. My dear Sir, through the courtesy of Honorable Orlando J. Hodge, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the pleasing task of submitting to you my opinion as to the leading interests or occupations which have caused the great influx of population into the city of Cleveland is delegated to me. Permit me then to state in brief the following. First, as to our iron industries, including smelting and the manufacture of bar, rail, and other irons, as well as steel, the superior qualities pertaining to Lake Superior iron ore have long been known, and during the last decade and a half the iron masters of the country, acting upon that knowledge, have located extensive works in Cleveland for the manufacture of the same. And obeying a well-known law of political economy, the workers in furnaces and rolling mills have flocked here, followed by their army of dependents. The close proximity of Cleveland to the Massillon, Briar Hill, and other coal and coke districts and vast limestone deposits has added materially to the desirableness of Cleveland as a suitable place for the manufacture of iron and steel on an extended scale. Second, closely allied to our iron and steel industries and largely dependent upon them, are the manufactories of stoves, hollowware, and machinery of various kinds. To mention one or more of them, where there are so many, would be invidious. Suffice it to say their name is legion, and they are rapidly increasing in number. Third, may be mentioned the oil refining industries and those collateral industries dependent on them, such as the manufacture of acids and other chemicals, paraffine, etc., all of which are handled on an immense and increasing scale, as the mere statement of the fact that the Standard Oil Company alone possesses facilities for turning out 10,000 barrels of refined oil daily will prove. Fourth, Cleveland is the grand distributing port of the northwestern lumber trade for this section of the United States, our marine and railroad facilities being such as to make the transportation of lumber and its products not only practical but phenomenally cheap. Collaterally with this industry have sprung into existence all those industries which depend upon the lumber trade, such as the manufacture of barrels and kegs on a gigantic scale, and also woodenware manufacturing on a large scale. Fifth, pork packing should not escape our notice. Years ago Cincinnati claimed, and justly was acknowledged, to be the porkopolis of America, but it is the proud boast of Cleveland today that she is not only in the line of competition, but at our present rate of progress is destined in the near future to outstrip her fair sister in the race. See statistics for 1881. Sixth, shipbuilding must not be ignored in taking a cursory glance at our leading industrial enterprises. This interest, as managed in Cleveland, has acquired deserved fame throughout the lake regions, and the skill of our shipbuilders is proverbial. We have recently launched an elegant and commodious steel ship, the product of one of our great shipbuilding companies, which is attracting the attention of our nautical men everywhere, and is prophetic of increased activity in this line in the near future. This ship is of 3,000 tons burthen, and floats like a swan upon the waters. To attempt a statement of all our principal industries would be useless, as they are numerous and complicated. I may state in addition, however, that thousands are also engaged in the manufacturing of beer, cigars, tobacco, and clothing, to say nothing of the myriads of mechanics and artisans who are engaged in the construction of the commodious and elegant blocks and private residences in this city. Nor can we deny that the location of our beautiful city, with her miles of shaded streets and avenues, her abundance of pure water, and her unexcelled church and school facilities, have contributed largely towards this great influx of population. And last but not least, an able and intelligent press has exerted a wonderful influence in this direction by acquainting the people with our peculiar adaptation for commercial and manufacturing enterprises. During this session there was a junket to Washington by the members of the House. I do not know who managed it, but of one fact I am certain: I received no invitation to join the company, so I did not have the opportunity of seeing or interviewing Guiteau, the assassin of the great James A. Garfield, before he was executed. Perhaps it was just as well, for had I accompanied them, we would have been compelled to part company in Washington by reason of the caste, which then and now excludes persons of color from hotels and dining rooms, except as menials. An incident occurred in the House during that session which enabled me to aid the late Tom L. Johnson in obtaining a sure and firm foothold as a resident and citizen of Cleveland, and since this fact has played so important a part in the recent history of Cleveland, and indirectly given to the nation our great and efficient Secretary of War, the Honorable Newton D. Baker, I shall record it in this place. When Mr. Johnson first came to Cleveland, directly from Indianapolis, where he had some experiences in the line of street railway affairs, he found all the main avenues extending from the public square to the eastern suburbs of the city pre-empted, occupied by existing companies: Broadway, Woodland Avenue, Central Avenue, Cedar Avenue, Prospect Street, Euclid Avenue, Superior Street, and St. Clair Avenue were established and beyond his reach. He offered to pave Scoville Avenue, which was at times little more than a quagmire, if the denizens of that thoroughfare would concede to him a franchise to build and operate a street railroad through it. The offer was quickly accepted, but shortly Mr. Johnson became aware of the fact that as conditions then existed, he would be unable to run his cars beyond Scoville Avenue to the square unless he could in some way secure an easement over at least one of the old lines, which permission was refused him by the officials of each line. At that time each car line had a separate president and board of trustees. Then there was introduced in the General Assembly a bill known as the Weitzel Bill by Mr. Weitzel of Cincinnati, which provided, amongst other things, that no new company should operate its cars over the tracks of an existing company a greater distance than 1/8 of a mile. Immediately the City Council of Cleveland unanimously adopted a resolution requesting the senators and representatives from this county to oppose that bill, for the reason that if enacted it would prevent any competition in the street railway business and create a monopoly in Cleveland in favor of the old companies. When this bill was put on its passage in the House, I alone of the whole delegation opposed it. I read the resolution of our city council and made the fact as clear as possible that the bill was inimical to the best interests of the car riders of Cleveland, that the present management of the street railroads was not for the convenience of their patrons, but for the profit of stockholders of the same. The result, to the surprise of the friends of the bill, was that it failed of passage. Mr. Bruner of Wyandotte County, who had some interest conserved by other provisions of the bill, moved that it be referred to a select committee of one, which was himself. This course was adopted, and in the course of the session he reported it back to the House, when it was passed with the objectionable clause eliminated. Thereupon Mr. Tom L. Johnson, through the council or by agreement with one of the old companies, obtained permission to run his cars over other lines down to the square, and also to and over the viaduct to the west side, and from that time forward he became an honored and useful citizen of Cleveland, serving her in Congress and as mayor. Likewise, he was here to welcome Mr. Newton D. Baker, who for years collaborated with him and others, and succeeded him as mayor of Cleveland. Also Mr. Baker, by virtue of his connection with Mr. Johnson, as well as by his extraordinary ability displayed in every position to which he was called, ultimately headed the delegation of the Baltimore National Democratic Convention, which nominated Woodrow Wilson in the first instance for president, where he showed great ability and masterly activity in contributing towards Wilson's nomination, which fact paved the way for his appointment to his present august position. To what extent was this writer contributory thereto? After the defeat of the bill, L. A. Russell, Esquire, who was the able and efficient attorney of Mr. Tom L. Johnson, came to me and thanked me for the successful fight I had made for the people of Cleveland, as well as Mr. Johnson. Some criticism of my failure to introduce and secure the passage of a bill to repeal the so-called black laws, which were still standing on the statute books of Ohio, has been made. They were like the clause of our state constitution, which restricts the electoral to white male citizens, relics of the old slave regime, a menace to an abridgment of our rights as citizens of the state of Ohio, and diametrically opposed to the 14th and 15th Amendments of the Constitution of the United States. There were several reasons why I did not prepare and introduce such a bill during that term of the Assembly, which I shall now explain. In the first place, there was considerable opposition to the passage of such a law, which was manifested when I mentioned the subject in a general way to some of the members who were quite influential and were of that lily-white faction of the Republican party, who were led by the late Congressman C. H. Grosvenor of the Athens district, whose influence was still felt in the councils of the state. During the 64th General Assembly, when the general statutes of the state were revised and an effort was made to eliminate the black laws from the code, General Grosvenor personally objected, saying that the colored people of Ohio had not petitioned for their repeal and that they did not desire it. This argument was, of course, specious, but it answered the purpose of defeating action, and they were included in the revised edition. Now this condition of affairs prevailed when I was in the Assembly, and to prevent the same objection being raised again, I endeavored to secure the assistance of my colored constituents at home in having petitions signed by colored voters asking for the repeal of those unjust, prejudicial laws, but without success. Time and again I called attention to this necessary action, but without avail, and when the Assembly adjourned not one petition had been formulated and signed, and the matter was postponed until a later day. Another reason why I did not then act was that the late Senator George S. Ely, who was elected from the Cleveland district, notified me that he had a bill in his pocket for the repeal of those laws which had been given to him by some of the voters of Cleveland, and that he too, as myself, was waiting for a petition numerously signed by colored people to file before introducing the bill. The petition never was delivered to him, and the Assembly adjourning, he postponed action to its next meeting, which I am sorry to say never came, for the next Assembly was Democratic on account of the anti-saloon legislation of the 65th Assembly, and George Hoadley, a Greeley Democrat, was elected governor. I was inclined to defer to the wishes of Senator Ely, because he was a grand, good man, high in financial and political circles, and I quite naturally believed that the bill would be more liberally and successfully supported under his leadership than under mine, without any home support. The late Bishop B. W. Arnett, colored, a member from Greene County, fell heir to the Ely bill and carried it in his pocket until a clamor for its introduction was heard all over the state amongst the colored voters and others. It was said by some that as a condition to his election he had pledged himself to the voters of Greene County not to introduce a bill of that purport, and that he could not break his word. Whether that was true or not, I've never ascertained, but it is a matter of history that during the latter part of the session the bill was introduced, and the repeal effected by a Democratic Assembly, aided and abetted by George Hoadley, an old free soil abolitionist who went wrong under the leadership of Horace Greeley. Subsequent to the defeat of the Weitzel bill, and before the adjournment of the General Assembly, a group of 4 gentlemen, each of whom was the president of one of the street railway systems of Cleveland, came into my office in Superior Street and tried to persuade me to agree to support that bill, when reported back to the House by the Select Committee of one in whose hands it still rested. After much talk, arguments, and mutual explanations, I wearied of it, and to cut off further discussion, I exclaimed, "Gentlemen, I would not vote for that bill if you would give me $10,000. One of them answered, "Well, you are very positive, to say the least." Another remarked, "Well, there is one paper in Cleveland that will support you if you will support that bill." Failing to swerve me from my determination to stand by the car riders of Cleveland, they finally left in a disappointed mood. In justice to those gentlemen, all of whom it is necessary to say were the soul of honesty, I will here state that during the whole controversy from beginning to the end, no one of them, nor all combined, offered me any money or anything of value to secure my support of that or any other measure. That my entire course in the 65th General Assembly was endorsed by the Republican party goes without saying, and if any proof of this statement be lacking, I will here state that I was renominated for a second term by acclamation, no one dissenting, but in the next general election we not only lost the governor and assembly to the Democratic Party, but we also failed to elect a United States Senator, the Honorable Henry B. Payne of Cleveland, an old-line Democrat, being elected to that high office. In those days, the liquor interests were tried and faithful allies of the Democratic Party, and to suggest or support any legislation which could be construed as hostile to their interests brought down speedily condign punishment. Query: In the light of the nationwide abolition of the liquor manufacture and traffic by Mr. Wilson's Democratic administration, what do they think now? And what course will they pursue to enforce their maledictions against those who have destroyed their business and in some instances confiscated their property and imprisoned them? Being a candidate again for the same position, I was met in the Republican convention by those 4 street railroad presidents, and to my great surprise and dismay, they worked intelligently, persistently, and ably to compass my defeat. Success crowned their efforts. They defeated me by securing the nomination of another colored man, a carpenter and joiner and mail carrier, the late Mr. Jeer A. Brown. He served through the 67th and 68th Assemblies. After that, he filled several clerical positions in Columbus, Washington, and Cleveland during the remainder of his life. During the 6 years which elapsed between the 65th and the 69th Assemblies, I was engaged in the practice of my profession, which enabled me to buy a home and get my family comfortably settled, and I probably would have eschewed politics for all time had not the convention plan of nominating candidates been discontinued and the Australian or popular vote plan been substituted for it. By this token, I knew that the influence of the bosses, so-called, would not be so potent as on the convention floor, and I determined to pick my flint and try again. The dry details of professional practice, whether it be along the lines of theology, medicine, or law, are of little interest to the average reader, but perhaps some reference to a few of a humorous nature will not be amiss. During the years between 1885 and 1897, the prosecuting attorneys of Cuyahoga County were far above the average in both learning and effort, although Messrs. Homer B. DeWolf, Sam Eddy, Alexander Haddon, Peter H. Kaiser, and William Robinson, who antedated them, were all gentlemen of liberal education and high professional standing. Between the dates mentioned, there were a large number of murder cases tried, and it so happened that this writer was defending in a number of them. In those days, attorneys were not restricted in time. On both sides, they were allowed to discuss all the evidence ad libitum, especially in felony cases, and frequently the arguments in homicide cases occupied a day or more on both sides. I recall a case of murder in the first degree which carried with a conviction a life penalty, in which my argument for the defendant had run over into the second day, and it being then near noon, William B. Neff, Esquire, now Judge Neff, was nervously pacing the floor. What the condition of the jurors was, dependent saith not. Someone said, "Neff, when are you going to make your argument?" To which Mr. Neff answered, "God only knows. If Green does not finish soon, my administrator will have to make it." However, before the recess, I resumed my seat, and Prosecutor Neff began his reply. In his gentle, suave manner, he began, "Now, gentlemen of the jury, don't you be swerved from the path of rectitude by Mr. Green's tears. Gentlemen, Mr. Green is a born actor, and his proper sphere of duty is on the stage, not at the bar. Why, gentlemen, recently, after one of those copious flows of tears, I went to the trouble and expense of having one of them analyzed by a competent chemist, and when that chemist reached the last analysis of that tear, what do you think he found? Simply a $1 mark, for revenue only." The jurors and onlookers, who had been absorbed for the instant, gave loose rein to their feelings and laughed audibly. Such was one of the tactics of that eloquent and able gentleman. There was another case tried during that decade which caused considerable comment and added to my reputation as a criminal attorney, although, if the amount involved is not considered, my civil practice far exceeded my practice in the criminal branch. The case now referred to was that of Ohio versus Clark, one of 2 men indicted for the murder of a poor youth who was on his way to catch a train for his school at Hudson, Ohio. There was another first-degree indictment in that case. It was that of a man by the name of Dempsey, who was ably defended by the late Harrison J. Ewing, Esquire, who was assisted therein by this writer. Mr. Ewing also assisted me in the trial of the Clark case. We were engaged from first to last about 30 days in the trial of these 2 cases, and the outcome was that both defendants were found guilty of murder in the second degree, and received a life sentence in the penitentiary. Mr. Clark, who was tuberculous, died after a few years' incarceration, but Mr. Dempsey, after the lapse of 7 or 8 years, was pardoned, and being married, he is now living the life of an industrious, respected citizen. In defending Clark, this writer and others, including the late Judge Carlos M. Stone, who presided, shed a few more of those tears to which reference has been made during the delivery of my argument for the defense, whereupon Prosecutor Theodore L. Strimple, now Judge Strimple, exclaimed, "Well, you have shed tears now. You had better offer up a prayer." Taking him at his word, this writer immediately knelt and offered up a prayer for wisdom, strength, and success in his undertaking. This was a decided innovation in the method of trying a lawsuit, and it attracted universal attention on the part of both the bar and the public. The newspapers contained accounts of the incident, and one of them sent a representative to interview lawyers and others as to the propriety, first, of a lawyer crying in the course of his argument, and second, with reference to the prayer that was offered. The attorneys gave various answers as to the first, but fortunately for me, the Supreme Court of Tennessee had just at that time handed down a decision which involved this identical question of tears. In that decision, the court said in substance that a lawyer may weep in the midst of his argument if he is moved by the merits of his case to do so, and doubt is expressed as to whether or not the attorney has performed his whole duty if he feels like crying and refrains from doing so. This was all in my favor, but as to the question relating to the prayer, they shook their heads and remained silent. So the time flew by for weeks and months, until on one fair day I met W.S. Carew-ish, Esquire, herein before mentioned, lawyer, scholar, antiquarian, who stopped me in the street. "Green," he exclaimed, "I have a precedent for your praying in court." "Indeed," I answered, "please give it to me." "When Lord Brougham defended Queen Caroline," he said measuredly, "he got down on his marrow bones and prayed in open court." Here then was a real precedent, and coming from that illustrious source, I was vindicated beyond all question, and thenceforward the matter was allowed to sleep. There was another case of a civil nature which attracted considerable attention during that period of time, the interregnum, as I have occasionally termed it. It was the well-known case of Florine A. Combs versus Dr. J.B. Fox, and was predicated on a claim of $750, which plaintiff alleged was due her from the defendant for board and lodging and services rendered for him at his request. This case was tried before the late Judge Henry McKinney, and a jury, I appearing for plaintiff, and W.S. Carew-ish, Esquire, the late Judge Henry C. White, and Jeff M. Stewart, Esquire, all representing the defendant, Dr. Fox, who metaphorically exclaimed, "Millions for defense, not 1 cent for tribute." This case was desperately contested by the numerous and able attorneys for the defendant, but all to no purpose. The jury found for my client, Mrs. Combs, for the full amount, with interest. Defendant's attorneys carried the case to the Circuit Court, now Court of Appeals, where the defendant was represented by the late L. C. Ford, Esquire, who, by the way, had taught me Greek when I was a student under him in the old high school. And being defeated there, it was taken to the Supreme Court at Columbus, where I regret to state it slumbered during several years, and was finally decided in favor of the plaintiff. The attorney for Dr. Fox in the Supreme Court was Solomon A. Schwab, Esquire, who was one of my classmates in the same old Central High School, 1866-69. I had the pleasure of turning over to Mrs. Combs, after a litigation of 7 years, the entire amount of her claim, together with interest. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Fact, Stranger Than Fiction, by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Second term in the General Assembly, Daddy of Labor Day. At the primaries in the fall of 1889, I was again nominated for the General Assembly, and my majority exceeded by 642 votes that of all others on the Republican ticket, being to that number in excess of the vote cast for Honorable Orlando J. Hodge, ex-Speaker of the lower branch of the 65th General Assembly, and since there were 11 candidates on that ticket, my signal success was taken as a substantial vindication of my previous record. At the general election I was duly elected by a majority of about 3,000 votes, and in due time took my seat in the 69th General Assembly. I shall mention only a few of the measures which received my special attention during the sessions of this Assembly, lest I weary the patience of the reader. The first was a bill to modify the school law of Ohio, introduced by Mr. McDermott of Muskingum County, which provided in substance that whenever 25 parents of colored pupils in the schools of any district petitioned for a separate school for their children, it should be granted to them. I fought this measure desperately every time it came before the House, for the reason that such an amendment of the law would have been only an entering wedge for the system of separate schools, which, in my opinion, would be calamitous to the colored children of Ohio. The bill was finally defeated, and our schools are still intact. The second was the attempt on the part of the Ohio State University, under the leadership of the late ex-president Rutherford B. Hayes, to hog the agricultural scrip which was given to Ohio and other states to promote higher education. This movement was ably and persistently opposed by the late Professor Mitchell, president of Wilberforce University, for which institution he desired to secure a minor portion of that fund. Conferences were held on the floors of both houses, and on one occasion one of the chambers was given up for a general discussion of the matter in the presence of many members of both branches of the General Assembly. The entire amount was ultimately given to the Ohio State University, although in urging the claims and necessities of Wilberforce University, President Mitchell demonstrated his wisdom, courage, and industry to a marked degree, and evoked even from his opponents many encomiums. Had a less able and influential man than ex-President Hayes been opposed to President Mitchell, he probably would have won his point. On the day following the discomfiture of President Mitchell, I spoke before the House in open session for an increase in the tentative appropriation for the State Normal and Industrial Department of Wilberforce, and my interest and energy was such that my argument covered a space of 5 hours, and the proposed appropriation, which was $6,000, then printed in the appropriation bill, was changed to $16,000, and the bill, as passed, carried that amount. This was the first large appropriation which was given to the normal and industrial, and the school was so stimulated and enthused by reason of it that a steady growth set in, which has culminated in the large, handsome, and useful plant which is at Wilberforce today. As a token of regard for the interest displayed by me for the school, as well as for the speech which I delivered on the floor of the House in behalf of the increased appropriation, the faculty of the university bestowed on me the degree of Doctor of Laws, the diploma being signed by every member. The third bill was drawn and introduced by myself, entitled, as I now recall it, "A Bill to Create Labor Day in the State of Ohio." The law was enacted April 28, 1890, and from that date the first Monday in September has been a legal holiday in Ohio. There were marchings and counter-marchings in various states before the enactment of that law, but closely following the legalizing of the day in Ohio, Congress took up the matter and made it national in its scope as it remains to this day. If there was any legislation concerning labor's holiday before I drew and secured the passage of that bill, I have yet to be informed of the fact, but as to Ohio, I am positive there was not. On the first Monday in September following the creation of the day, I was the guest of the Amalgamated Trades of Cincinnati, Ohio. I was received at the depot by a committee of the Trades Union and escorted to headquarters, and when the great procession moved, I was in a carriage at the head of the procession with some of the leading officials of the organization. In the evening of the same day, a banquet was given upon one of the high hills which look down on a portion of the city, and I was feted as I'd never been before, nor have I been since. Champagne and other wines and beer flowed freely, as I was hailed by those honest workmen, the daddy of the day. The Cincinnati Enquirer and other papers gave full reports of the proceedings, nor did I hear or read them that the day had been legalized before my bill was enacted. On the following Labor Day, 1891, I was again the invited guest of the same organization, and arriving in the early morning, I was escorted to the Gibson House, a hostelry which in those days was regarded as amongst the first of that city. At the breakfast table I was received and served as a gentleman, but when I presented my hat to the usher at the dining-room door at the dinner hour, he informed me that he had orders not to receive it, for the reason that I was a colored man. At the office I was insulted by an offer made to me that they would serve me in the ordinary, a place reserved for the use of servants and children. This offer I promptly refused, and immediately accepted the offer of a reporter of one of the daily papers to escort me to another hotel. Arriving at the Burnett House, a larger and better appointed place than the Gibson House, I was received as a gentleman, assigned to a front room with a bath-room attachment, and served in the dining-room in all respects as any other American citizen. During the course of the day I was honored by ex-Governor Joseph B. Foraker, who paid me a formal call, and also by ex-Congressman McKinley, afterwards Governor of Ohio and President of the United States, who refused to be a guest of the Gibson House after he was informed of my treatment there by the management. On a third occasion we went to a suburban resort and celebrated the day, picnicking. Governor Campbell, then Governor of Ohio, headed the list of speakers, but he sent his secretary, Claude Meeker, in his stead. McKinley did not wish to precede Meeker. Thereupon I offered to see the managers of the day and have the order changed, which I did, McKinley following Meeker as he desired. This writer was also one of the speakers, of which fact he was very proud under the circumstances. Since that date I have not been the guest of any labor organization, but their friendship for and fidelity to me have been manifested in business as well as in politics. At a later day, when Governor James Campbell of Ohio addressed a vast throng of workingmen at Goodale Park, Columbus, I was honored by being on the program as one of the speakers. The governor, who was not only eloquent but also humorous on this occasion, said in the midst of his speech, referring to laboring men, that there was one position which he had always coveted but had never attained to. Then glancing at me, sitting near him, he exclaimed, "That position is porter on a Pullman car." Loud laughter greeted this essay of wit and humor. However, my opportunity finally came when, glancing at the governor, I said, "Gentlemen, I am more than surprised to hear that the governor of the great state of Ohio declared that he does now or never aspire to the position of porter on a Pullman car. Why, gentlemen, nearly 30 years ago I was a porter on a sleeping car which ran from Cleveland to Cincinnati, and I labored and studied to attain to a higher position. And here I am today, sitting and speaking by the side of the governor of Ohio, the guest of a great labor organization of the state of Ohio." The effect of this retort can be better imagined than described, but from the noise the crowd made, I imagined I had given him my Roland over his Oliver. Another bill which I drew when in the 69th General Assembly was one to exempt from garnishee process the wages due to a person who is the sole support of a widowed mother. It remains to this day in the statute books of Ohio, and is frequently invoked to protect poor widows from want. I ought to say, perhaps, that during the sessions of this 69th General Assembly I introduced and secured the passage of a bill which added $1,000 to the salaries of our underpaid common pleas judges. In addition to this, I led the fight for the addition of a fraction of a mill to our tax assessments to create a fund which paid for the Soldiers' and Sailors' Monument on our public square. This I did in compliance with the wishes of the late Levi T. Schofield, Esquire, a grand, good, talented man, who was the architect and soul of the whole movement. And I also made special effort for legislation fathered by Councilman Curtis of Cleveland for the construction of our central viaduct. The foregoing, with a mass of routine legislation too numerous to mention, called for much energy and effort until the close of that session. Having now served 4 eventful sessions of the General Assembly, to the neglect of my professional business, I began to tire of it, for in very truth my only reason for neglecting my law office and spending my winters and springs in Columbus came from a desire on my part to blaze the way for others of my class, who I believed would follow me, and now that the road was open and clear, I was ready to retire to my private duties. Thereupon numerous of my friends of both races began to advise me to stand for the senatorial toga, which, I must confess, found in me a ready and willing listener, not more because the term senator was music in my ears, than for the reason that the fact of representing such a populous, wealthy, and intelligent constituency as inhabited the great city of Cleveland and her environs, the first city of the great state of Ohio, would be an additional honor which few men would decline. So I yielded, and therefore was recognized as a candidate for senatorial honors. The convention in due time was called to order, and the contest for the place very hotly waged. At one time I considered that I had been defeated, and I went way back and sat down. The fact that the Honorable William H. Clifford, a colored man, was on the floor of the convention distributing his tickets and soliciting support for the lower house did not aid my cause in the least. For I was certain that, with only about one colored vote in 100, at that time the colored people would not be given a member in each branch of the Assembly. And then, too, those who were contesting my candidacy for the Senate pointed to the fact that the colored voters were not united, one faction demanding representation in the House, and another seeking a footing in the Senate. Finally, the late Charles W. Snyder, Esquire, who for 5 consecutive years had a desk in my office and on my certificate took his examination for the Ohio bar, came to me and said that if I would promise to support John Sherman's reelection to the United States Senate, he could secure for me the votes of 2 wards. I readily accepted the proposition because John Sherman was my choice in any event, and another ballot being taken, I was nominated by a safe plurality, amidst loud acclamation on the part of my friends. One of my most earnest and energetic supporters amongst the colored people was the Honorable Harry C. Smith, then and now editor of the Gazette, the militant and unswerving advocate of the rights of the colored Americans. At the general election, I was duly elected by a plurality of several thousand votes, and for the first and only time thus far, Ohio had elected a colored man senator, a fact which I could scarcely realize. I declared before being elected to the Senate that if elected, I would never be a candidate for any other representative office. I have thus far kept my word and expect to in the future. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Fact Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Senate, Sunshine and Shadow. When the Senate of the 70th General Assembly was organized, I was duly sworn in and took my allotted seat, which was near the center aisle in the outer rim of the semicircle, my nearest neighbors being the senators from Hamilton County. Of course, I was easily the cynosure of all eyes, but that fact was not to be wondered at, for it was an historical event which marked in an unmistakable way the steady onward trend of a great people whose ancestors for the most part had scarcely emerged from a barbaric despotism. True it is that prior to this time 2 different colored men had been elected to the Senate of the United States and had been sworn in as members of the same and served their term, but these men were not elected by popular vote. They were elected by members of legislatures in 2 of the Gulf states during the Reconstruction period, at a time when their respective states were dominated by the votes of the freed men, and some of the legislators could neither read nor write. The relative strength of the respective classes, white and colored, in Cleveland and Cuyahoga County at the time of my election was about as 1 or perhaps 2 to 100, and all the functions, social, political, and educational, were in the hands and under the control of white male citizens, which constituted a marked contrast between elections of colored men in Ohio and those in the lower tier of Southern states. As an indication of the view taken of my election by white in Ohio, the following anecdote will be enlightening. I was sitting at my desk on the floor of the Senate when a white gentleman visitor approached me, and the following colloquy ensued. Gentleman, I beg pardon, but are you a member of this Senate? The writer, yes, sir, I am a member of this body. Gentleman, with apparent surprise, where are you from? The writer, I'm from the 25th, the Cleveland district. gentleman, still more surprised, "How on earth did you ever get here?" I answered him by saying that the people were not only just but generous, and that they had sent me to the Senate, partly out of compliment to the colored residents of the district, and partly as a reward of merit for my long years of fidelity and labor in behalf of the Republican party and at the local bar. Then followed a long conversation between him and me, in which he showed his great surprise at the extraordinary progress made by the colored people since emancipation under discouraging handicaps. The presiding officers of this Senate were the late Andrew L. Harris, President of the Senate, and Elbert L. Lampson, President pro tem, both learned and able men. Mr. Harris subsequently became Governor of Ohio, and Mr. Lampson was for years the honored and efficient reading clerk of the House of Representatives at Washington. On an auspicious occasion, President Lampson called me to preside over the Senate of Ohio, and I gladly and eagerly availed myself of the opportunity. For although my active experience as a parliamentarian was exceedingly limited, yet here was opportunity knocking at my door, and I dared not let it pass me by. During the half hour or more which elapsed while I occupied the chair, the Honorable James E. Campbell, ex-governor of Ohio, entered the Senate chamber, and I had the superlative pleasure of introducing him to the senators who stood to receive him. It is also worthy of note, I think, that during the same period of time I was the de facto lieutenant governor of the state of Ohio. Later on I will include a list of all the bills which I actively supported while a member of the Senate, but at present I shall confine myself to mentioning a few to which I gave a special and energetic effort. First, the streetcar vestibule bill, which made it obligatory on the part of the owners and operators of streetcars to annex to them enclosed vestibules for the protection of motormen and conductors from the rigors of winter and inclement weather. Prior to that time, both of those employees were compelled to protect themselves from the weather as best they could without any other than that of their wearing apparel, and since their motor power was horses, the opportunities of warming themselves were few and quite inadequate. The bill came over to the Senate from the House, but the lobby in opposition to it in the upper house was so strong and influential that it found at first little or no favor. Here I found an opportunity of repaying to some extent the many favors which the laboring men had conferred on me, and I lost no time in going to the front in support of this bill. I builded more wisely than I anticipated, and ere long had the satisfaction of seeing the bill enacted into a law, still existing, which resulted in the placing of vestibules on the front and rear of every railway passenger car. It was argued that the glass windows in the front of the proposed vestibules would become frosted and covered with snow so as to obscure the vision of the motorman, thereby increasing fatalities and other accidents. But down to this date, the prophecy has not been fulfilled, nor does it seem likely to be in the future. Another bill which I took under my wing, metaphorically speaking, was the one which provided that the coal miners of the state should be paid by the run of the mine instead of by the screen, which was then in vogue. Now there were annually many thousands of tons of fine coal which passed through the screen and sold at a good price in the market, for the mining of which the miners received no pay, and it seemed only reasonable and fair that they should be recompensed for all that went into the market. The bill was bitterly, stubbornly opposed by the mine owners throughout the state, and the arguments and other efforts to secure its defeat were numerous and at times interesting. I, as in the case of the vestibule bill, espoused the cause of the laborers, but as my memory now serves me, the bill could muster the support of only 6 votes amongst the entire membership of the Senate, and failed a passage. However, it is still a source of great satisfaction to me to know that I strenuously supported our idea, which ultimately prevailed, and that for many years the hard workers down in the coal mines underneath the ground have been receiving their just reward in this respect, whatever else may be said apropos of other contentions. A humorous sequel arising out of this contention over the anti-screen bill will bear repeating here, I think, and I will add I did not become fully informed in the premises until after the lapse of a decade or more of years, so well had my informant kept the secret. At a time when the contest was at its topmost height, a senator came to me and said, "Senator, The so-and-so coal company has a book of abstracts of coal lands which they desire to have examined by an expert, and have referred them to you. They will pay you well for your work, and I hope you can accept the offer." I thanked him and lost no time in coming in touch with the company and receiving from them a book of about 30 abstracts of title to coal lands in the heart of the coal-producing section. I carried the book to my lodgings, and from 5 o'clock a.m. until the breakfast bell rang, for several days I scrutinized those abstracts until the work was finished, when I returned it to the office in Cleveland, duly certified in accordance with my instructions. The gentleman who received it asked me my charge, when I promptly replied $25. I shall never forget the blank stare which he directed at me, but he said nothing. Going to his desk, he drew a check and handed it to me. I accepted it gratefully and took my departure. As the years passed by, the transaction passed out of my mind, until one fine day a personal friend of mine said, "Senator, I have a joke on you, which I have kept for 10 years, but I guess I can tell it to you now." I, of course, became curious to know the purport of it, and said to him in substance, "Let me see what in thereat is, and this mystery explore." Then he made known to me the fact that the employing of me to examine the abstracts was one way of winning my vote against the run of the mine bill, by giving me an opportunity of collecting from the corporation the sum of $500, more or less. I collected less, hence the blank stare, when I presented my bill for $25. The establishment of a system of parks and boulevards was a subject which at this time was claiming much attention in Cleveland. The munificent gift of Mr. J. H. Wade, Mr. J. W. Gordon, and Mr. Jacob B. Perkins had made this possible, but all three of the gifts being predicated to some extent on the future development and upkeep of the system, it became necessary to finance the undertaking in order to preserve them and initiate the much-needed improvements. To that end, a bill was drawn having as its object the bestowal upon the city of Cleveland, through the designated authorities, power to issue and sell bonds in the sum of $1,000,000 for the purpose of carrying out the conditions of the several grants, and to render them to some extent adaptable to the needs of the people. This bill was placed in the hands of Senator Wilbur Parker, but after it came from the committee on his motion, it was referred to a select committee of one, himself, and for some reason which I have never known, he carried it in his pocket for several weeks, and notwithstanding the importunities of the Cleveland friends of the bill, he failed to report it back to the Senate. Finally, one day when he appeared on the floor of the Senate after a long absence, I moved that the select committee of one, to whom it was referred, Senate Bill number so-and-so, be discharged from further consideration of the same, and the motion carrying, the bill came once more before the Senate for consideration. Thereupon, at the instigation of Senator Parker, a motion was made for the reconsideration of the motion just adopted, and a battle royal ensued between the friends and foes of the bill, led by this writer, which threatened at times to eventuate in the loss of the bill, for the adjournment of the Senate was near at hand, and the present opportunity was golden. The motion to reconsider was lost, and the law was enacted, which placed on a firm foundation our present elaborate, extensive, and beautiful system of parks and boulevards, which is a source of so much pleasure and healthfulness to all classes of our people. About this time, a bill which had passed the House, of which the late Senator William T. Clark was the author, came over to the Senate and was put on its passage. It was a bill which provided that the firemen of Cleveland should be allowed a few hours off duty every week, since at that time they had no time off at all for any purpose whatever. In consonance with the policy which during my entire legislative career had characterized my conduct, I supported the bill, in fact took charge of it, and had the satisfaction of seeing it become a law. When the passage of this bill became known in Cleveland, there was an immediate outburst of anger on the part of some interested persons. An indignation meeting was called and held, and Mr. Clark and I were soundly berated, for it was said that the granting of a few hours of recreation to each fireman would require an addition to the number of firemen, and thereby entail an extra expense which the taxpayers would have to pay. I came from Columbus and confronted that boiling, bubbling meeting, and demanded to be heard. After much pounding of the stand with his gavel, the chairman secured a hearing for me, and before I took my seat my utterances were loudly applauded. But the general trend seemed to be averse to allowing the firemen any time off. and within a few days the Honorable Joseph C. Block, now ex-Judge Block, introduced a bill to repeal the obnoxious legislation, and it was eliminated from the statutes of that General Assembly. The sequel to all this tempest in a teapot is that within a year or two there was a law enacted granting to the firemen more time off than the Clark Bill provided for, and today they have still more time allowed them. Truth, justice, crushed to earth, will rise again. I recall my connection with that ill-fated bill as one of the proudest transactions of my life, and I enjoy telling about it. It is generally known that we have on the pages of our statute books a law known as the Civil Rights Law, which was fathered by the Honorable Harry C. Smith, who for 3 terms represented the county of Cuyahoga, Cleveland, in the House of the General Assembly. This law is far-reaching in its scope and includes, amongst other public services, barbers' shops, though it is, as regards them, a dead letter, since there are few men who have the nerve to compel by law an unwilling, hostile barber to shave them. During the 70th General Assembly, the Honorable George H. Jackson of Cincinnati, who was the colored member of the House from Hamilton County, introduced a bill to repeal that portion of the law relating to barber shops, and supported it on the floor of the House with much eloquence and force, so that it passed without a dissenting vote, as I now recall the transaction. The question now was how to pass it in the Senate. Mr. Greene's opposition to it, non-obstante, for it was well known that I was fundamentally opposed to turning revolutions backwards. On the contrary, it was easily apparent to all the friends of the colored race in the state that what the law stood most in need of was not the elimination of any of its provisions, but more thorough enforcement. It was thought that if Mr. Jackson could make his great speech before the Senate, the bill would pass that body, no matter whether this writer opposed it or not. So a little strategy was adopted in order to enable Mr. Jackson to address the Senate, and since by the rules of the Senate he could not be permitted to address that body, as such it was resolved into a committee of the whole Senate, and the author of the bill was permitted to make his argument for it before that body sitting as a committee. This trick seemed to be a success until after the committee rose and went back into its legitimate form of a Senate, when this writer arose at his desk and characterized the whole procedure in anything but a complimentary way, and with clenched fist, which hammered the desk before him, dared the senators to eliminate any portion of that law, and he threatened, if the bill passed the Senate, to go to the colored voters of the state and denounce their action. On the roll call, the bill failed to receive the required number of voters to pass it, and from that day until the present no other effort by white or colored has been made to repeal or emasculate the law. About the year 1892, the Cleveland Railway Company, which was composed of all the street railway companies in the city of Cleveland, save and except the interest represented by Mr. Tom L. Johnson, began to consider seriously the necessity of disposing of its horses and adopting electricity as a motor power, and this made necessary an entire change in the way of trackage, rolling stock, power plants, and employees, to say nothing of the vast outlay necessitated in the erecting of poles, stringing of costly wires, and the acquiring, in some instances, of additional rights-of-way and sites for the location of enlarged and costly buildings. The late Senator M. A. Hanna, upon whose broad shoulders rested principally the responsibility and burden of financing these very costly projects, decided that it would be necessary to sell the paper of the company in New York in order to compass success in this behalf, and that they might get a fair consideration for the same. It was equally essential to make a showing of a franchise adequate for the proffered security. For the foregoing reasons, and as a first move towards the accomplishment of these designs, a bill was prepared, commonly known as the 99-year franchise bill, and given to the late Senator Frank O. Spencer, who introduced it in the Senate, and it was thereafter known of record as Senate Bill No. 50. The bill provided in substance that the trustees, councilmen of any city or township should be empowered to grant to any railway corporation within its limits a franchise not to exceed 99 years in duration, provided the trustees or directors of the company should agree to pay to the city or township a percentage of the gross earnings of the road, to be fixed by and between the respective parties at the time of the granting of the franchise. At that time, the only financial benefit Cleveland was receiving from the said companies was a tax of $10 on each car in use, while a percentage of their earnings by the provisions of the Spencer Bill would even then have amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars. And at the present day the city's income from that source would be perhaps $1 million or more annually, provided, however, that the trustees of the city were honest and businesslike, and withheld the franchise until an adequate percentage of their earnings was secured by the terms of the contract. This bill was favored by some of the leading financiers and politicians of Ohio, and it had behind it in the lobby the influence and professional services of one of the greatest law firms in the state. Moreover, the governor of the state, in the person of the late President McKinley, favored it and permitted the use of his office in which to caucus with reference to it. Dan Ryan, Secretary of State, favored it and lent his great influence to secure its passage. The Toledo Blade, Ohio State Journal, and Cleveland World, all influential newspapers, spoke of it in commending terms, and the entire sentiment in and about the State House, in so far as I could discover, favored its passage. This narrator, too, was of opinion that a contract between the city of Cleveland and the street railway lines could be framed by the terms of which the city would derive a substantial income, whereas under the then existing conditions and down to the present time little or nothing was going into our treasury. Under the circumstances, I determined to obtain the opinion of the great daily papers of Cleveland, and with that object in view, I mailed to the Cleveland Plain Dealer, the Cleveland Leader, the Cleveland Press, and the Cleveland World, respectively, a copy of the bill, and enclosed with it a written request, signed by me, that they publish the same and comment on its merits or demerits editorially. The World was the only one of the quartet which complied with my request in any manner, and its editorial comment was favorable. However, the fact remains that prior to its passage in the Senate it had never been published in any paper that had come under my notice, and the people of Cleveland to this day have never read the bill. The parties interested in the passage of the bill in the Senate insisted that I should explain and champion it on the floor of the Senate, for the reason, they said, that I was more practiced as an attorney and fluent and eloquent than was its author. I objected strenuously, for the reason that the Cleveland newspapers, with one exception, had remained non-committal, but day after day, time and again, I was compelled to listen to arguments by its friends, and have cited to me the fact of its support by the eminent and influential men and papers outside of Cleveland mentioned above. Finally, word came to me ex cathedra, if I may use the expression in a political sense, that I had better stand by my friends, and knowing who those friends were, and forecasting the wonderful part some of them were to play in the great world drama of the near future, swearing I would ne'er consented. I explained the bill, spoke in favor of it, and almost unaided, in so far as it was apparent to the casual observer, secured its passage through that body. Then the Cleveland newspapers spoke out, and with no uncertain sound. To read the papers alone, see the names of Senator Spencer and myself at the head of the editorial column of the Cleveland Leader in mourning, and have no other information in the premises, one would have thought that some great outrage had been perpetrated on the state. Yet those same papers, only a week before, with a copy of that identical bill in their hands, had remained mute. Later on, however, after an indignation meeting at which I was present and explained the merits of the bill, and drew from the large audience in the council chamber encores of applause, popular sentiment was mollified and modified, and another assembly actually enacted a 50-year franchise law without evoking an indignation meeting or the anathemas of the press. The men who originated and procured the passage of the first bill through the Senate were subsequently highly honored by the state and country, and properly so, for they were of nature's noblemen, and dedicated their whole life to the public welfare, whether negotiating along private or public lines, all of which the community, when adequately informed and free from blind passion, readily saw and appreciated. The following certificate, mailed to me by Hon. Alex C. Kane, after I had ceased to be a member of the Senate, gives a detailed statement of work done by me in the Senate, in addition to what I have already mentioned in the foregoing. I hereby certify that Hon. John P. Green supported all the following named bills in behalf of labor while a member of the Senate of the 70th General Assembly. A. C. Kane, Clerk of the Senate. 1. Compelling railroad companies to equip cars with air brakes and automatic couplers. 2. Protecting lives of mechanics employed in the building trades. 3. Protection of street car employees. 4. Regulating competition of convict with free labor. 5. Arbitration of labor troubles. 6. Providing employees with attorney in action for wages. 7. Preventing discrimination against organized labor. 8. Increasing opportunity of education for working people. 9. Relief of overworked railroad employees. 10. Increase in force of mine inspectors. 11. Additional factory inspectors. 12. Enlarging the power of shop inspectors. 13. Imposing heavier penalties for imitation of union labels. 14. Restricting manufacture of knit and woolen goods in public institutions. 15. Employees not to be intimidated in voting. 16. Providing for the more distinct labeling of convict-made goods. 17. Counter floors for safety of employees in construction of buildings. 18. Providing for pure oils for illuminating purposes in mines. 19. Preventing fraud and imposition of minor employees. 20. Against 7 days' work for 6 days' pay. Mr. Green is also author of the Labor Day Law. One of the most agreeable episodes of my life occurred about this time in connection with a grand banquet tendered to Governor McKinley by the Protective Tariff League of Canton, Ohio. Quite unexpectedly to me, I received an invitation to this notable function, together with an invitation to respond to the following toast: America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. At the appointed time, I appeared in Canton and was received in a kindly, gracious way by the distinguished committee, which was made up of some of the leading gentlemen of the city. I was escorted to the first hotel, where I registered and was for a day one of its guests. At the banquet, I was seated at the head of the table, on the left of Governor McKinley, while at his right sat James R. Garfield, a son of ex-President James A. Garfield. My response to the toast assigned to me met with a very enthusiastic reception, and at the close of the exercises I was heartily commended by many of those present. It has often occurred to me that the climax of my political honors was reached on that occasion, when I, an ex-waiter, boot-black, janitor, and factotum in general, now a member of the Senate of Ohio, from the most famous district in the state, an invited guest at that very notable function, sat beside the governor of the state, then destined soon to be President of the United States, and responded to that significant toast. O ye humble, struggling, ambitious American youth, both white and black, reflect on these facts, ponder over them, take courage, and persistently press onward and upward. About this time also, when the session of the Senate was nearing its close, I had an experience, the relating of which may prove of interest to the readers of this biographical story. During the banquet, Governor McKinley became aware of the fact that I had an increasing desire to visit parts of Europe, including Great Britain, France, Italy, Spain, and Vienna in Austria. Coming to me, he said, "Senator, I think I can be of some service to you in forwarding your desire to make a tour of Europe." I said, "Indeed, Governor, I'm more pleased than I can express to you to hear you say so." "Yes," he replied, "I'm going to New York in the near future, and while there I shall meet Colonel Elliot F. Shepard, a friend of mine, and I shall tell him of you and your plan. He is the owner of the Mail and Express, which employs correspondents in parts of Europe, and perhaps he will give you employment along that line, which will enable you to pay your expenses while you make your tour." I thanked him profusely, my heart swelling with joy and gratitude, for I had learned to know that whatever McKinley espoused was well nigh certain of success. After the lapse of about 2 weeks, the governor's messenger came to my desk and said, "Senator, the governor wishes your presence at your leisure." I thanked him and stayed not on the order of my going, but went. The governor informed me that he had just returned from New York, where he met Colonel Shepard, to whom he made known my cherished desire, and he said the colonel will wire you to meet him there in a few days. True to the expectation, a day or two, I received a telegram from Colonel Shepard inviting me to meet him at his home, located on the corner of Fifth Avenue and 53rd Street in the great metropolis, New York. When I arrived in the front of the palatial residence of the son-in-law of the late W.K. Vanderbilt, Sr., it was all aglow with light, and liveried coachmen and footmen were in attendance upon the numerous equipages which bordered the curb in the vicinage. Nevertheless, not one whit embarrassed by the fact, I pressed the button of the big front door, and my card having been delivered to the distinguished host, I was immediately ushered into the elaborate library, where, ere long, I met a high-born, instinctive gentleman, Colonel Elliot F. Shepard. Senator Green, he said, grasping my hand, Governor McKinley has been telling me about you and your plan to visit Europe. I've considered the matter, and I've concluded to offer you the sum of $50 a letter, and you may mail the mail and express one letter every week. I answered that such an arrangement would be entirely satisfactory to me, and thanked him for it. Then I said to him, Colonel, when shall I begin to write the letters? At once, he answered, if you wish. Seeing that his residence was gradually filling with the elite of social New York, he noticed my apparent surprise and remarked, Senator, this is the anniversary of my silver wedding, and the invited guests are arriving. I am sorry that I cannot be with you longer. Just then 2 gentlemen entered the library. Senator, he said, meet my brother. And turning to the younger one, he said, Senator Green, this my only son. My son, meet Senator Green of Ohio. Then I took my departure, highly elated by my success, for now I considered that my touring venture was predicated on a sound financial basis, and that I could cast all worry on that score behind me. As an addition to the good words which Governor McKinley had spoken of and for me, I placed in Colonel Shepard's hand a laudatory editorial which I had clipped from the Cleveland Leader, referring to the fact that I had risen from a very humble sphere in life. The colonel did not approve of the reference to my former humble station in life. This surprised me greatly. The following week I mailed to the Mail and Express an article 1 column in length on the growth of Cleveland as affected by the protective tariff. It was received and published, and in a few days I received a check for $50. The following week, in return for a second letter which had been published, I received another check for the same amount. Then a day or two later, I read in a newspaper that Colonel Shepard had died on an operating table under the influence of an anesthetic while undergoing an examination for a minor trouble. I cannot say whether my surprise exceeded my grief. I could not truthfully say. However, thus from childhood's hour, I've seen my fondest hopes decay. For, in very truth, my grief was not so much because of my individual loss as for the fact that a noble, kind-hearted, generous man had been so suddenly cut off in the flower of his manhood, without any notice or opportunity to take his leave of all whom he held most dear on this earth. Be good, my friend, and let who will be clever. Do noble things, not dream them all day long, and so make life, death, and that vast forever, one grand sweet song. Charles Kingsley, in a farewell. The sequel to this narrative will come in the next chapter. Suffice it to state here other steps had to be taken, other plans formulated and consummated before the contemplated journey could be taken. But in the language of one of Milton's creations, what though the field be lost? All is not lost. The unconquerable will and courage never to submit or yield. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Fact Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John D. Rockefeller. I'm writing this short sketch, embracing some of my personal reminiscences of Mr. Rockefeller and members of his family for several reasons, but principally because I have always admired his sterling manhood, his exemplary life, his democratic affiliations amongst the people of his acquaintance, and his unexampled, unselfish generosity. With all his wealth and social and financial influence, Mr. Rockefeller has come very near to leading the plain, simple life, and though I have met him frequently in this, his home city, during the past 63 years, yet I have never discovered in him or his family anything of the supercilious, highbrow characteristic which is so often in evidence on the part of persons who are rich in this world's goods. He has always worn his heart upon his sleeve to be read of all men, whether in the church, the Sunday school, in the varied avenues of commercial life, or elsewhere. Even the poor, despised Negro, both in the North and the Southland, has basked in the light of his countenance, and found in him a true, open-handed friend. Hence I not only admire him, and wonder at his unheard-of financial conquests, but I hold him up to the whole world as an example of true manhood and unadulterated Americanism. Many years ago I noticed and was struck with the fact that whenever, as a captain of industry, Mr. Rockefeller absorbed collateral branches of his own gigantic business, it was to the advantage of the other party. It always took on new life, which led to overwhelming success, so that in no sense, even along the lines of competitive commercial transactions, can he be stigmatized as a business vampire. I've already mentioned the fact of seeing Mr. Rockefeller as a young man in 1858, when the family lived in Cedar Avenue in Cleveland, at which time I paid no special attention to him, for the reason principally that I was his junior, associating with a class of boys younger than he, of whom his late brother, Frank Rockefeller, was one, and for the additional reason that I could not then foresee what the fates held in store for him in the not distant future. Subsequently, in 1859, when I was a student in the Hudson Street School, now Sterling School, over which Mr. Eaton, afterwards during the Civil War, General Eaton, was principal, I met a mild-mannered, quiet little lady, who taught the class of which I was a member English grammar. This young lady was none other than Miss Laura C. Spelman, the late lamented wife of the subject of this sketch, and the daughter of the Hon. H. B. Spelman, ex-member of the Ohio General Assembly, if I mistake not, a gentleman who, for his social and business attainments, stood high in the esteem of all Cleveland. The fact that Miss Spelman and Mr. Rockefeller later on became husband and wife more than any other cause, kept them in the eye of some of us schoolboys, for we regretted the loss of that estimable lady from the faculty so keenly that we followed her in the future with undiminished interest. Aside from this casual acquaintance with Mr. Rockefeller, I had no knowledge of him or his growing business other than as I heard members of his Sunday school class speak of him or read of his successful transactions in the daily newspapers. The years glided or flew onward, and my subject waxed fat, became immensely rich in the eyes of the world, and through competition and in some instances jealousy, was frequently unjustly criticized, until one day during a session of the 69th General Assembly, if I mistake not, a member, without any apparent reason for it, digressed from the line of his argument to brutally and falsely make a verbal assault upon Mr. Rockefeller in the matter of his business transactions. When he resumed his seat, I waited for a short space to see whether any member would challenge his statements, and the silence not being broken, I rose and gave expression to my views of Mr. Rockefeller, predicated on my knowledge of him from my boyhood days in no uncertain manner, and least of all complimentary to the member. Colonel Lewis Smith-Knight was present during the whole transaction, and when the applause following my short speech had subsided, he came up and congratulated me, and commended the spirit which moved me. All knew that Mr. Rockefeller did not need any apologist or champion, yet under any circumstances it is difficult to remain silent when uncalled for and unmerited abuse is heaped upon one's friend, especially in a legislative hall. A year or two after the incident which I have just recorded, while passing through Lower Euclid Avenue in Cleveland, I was confronted by a gentleman whose personal appearance and mien stamped him as being facile princeps, first amongst men. I knew at a glance that he was a Rockefeller, but so much time had elapsed since I had last seen him that I could not positively identify him. To my great surprise, he stopped and addressed me, calling me by name. I reciprocated the courtesy, and said, "Mr. Rockefeller, I believe." "Yes," he answered. "Which one?" I queried. "John," he replied. "How is Mrs. Rockefeller?" I ventured to ask. "She is quite well," he rejoined. Then he added, "Mrs. Rockefeller and I have noted your political successes with much pleasure, and she often speaks of some of her former pupils," to which I expressed much pleasure. Whereupon he said, "By the way, we have a cozy home in the East End. We would be pleased to have you and Mrs. Green come out and visit us sometime." I inquired as to a convenient time for them, and he suggested that we notify them, and they would send the family carriage to the terminus of the street railway line at Lake View Cemetery to transport us the remainder of the distance to Forest Hill, the cozy home. We then separated, each going his respective way, he conscious, I dare say, of having stooped, socially at least, to lift up and encourage a fellow man, and radiant with pleasure and expectation by reason of the unexpected invitation. In due time a notice of our coming was mailed to Forest Hill, and at the designated hour on the appointed day, we, Mrs. Green, our daughter Clara, and our niece, Miss Kitty Skeen, together with this writer, alighted at the terminus of the street railway, and mounted into the carriage of John D. Rockefeller. And in a few minutes, having passed the porter's lodge, we found ourselves upon the broad veranda of the Rockefeller mansion, the subjects of a genial and cordial welcome on the part of Mrs. Rockefeller, her aged mother, her honorable sister, and two winsome daughters. Mr. Rockefeller, we were informed, was in conference with gentlemen who had come all the way from New York for that purpose. During the half hour while the ladies were engaged in conversation, I was comparatively mute, or, under existing circumstances, I felt that, like the Moor of Venice, I could truthfully say, rude am I in my speech, and little blessed with the set phrase of peace. And accordingly I maintained that golden silence which at times is most becoming. Ere long the touring carriage was driven up to the porte cochere, and at the suggestion of Mrs. Rockefeller we all entered it for a drive through the spacious and beautiful park surrounding the residence. And at the end of 1 hour and a quarter, without repeating any of the route, we declare it to have been the most enjoyable of our existence. At one point on our route our hostess invited us to dismount, and while the driver waited for us on the opposite side of a shaded grove, we meandered through it, engaged in reminiscent conversation, and in gathering vari-colored mosses and sweet wild flowers. Then it was that Mrs. Rockefeller, whose friendship and generosity for me as one of her former pupils became apparent, addressed herself to me and called up the past, as if it were a real pleasure to live over again her girlhood days, forgetful that she was now the wife of one whose name alone attracts attention wherever it is mentioned throughout the civilized world. She spoke of her late father affectionately, and remarked that her husband had named Spelman Institute at Atlanta, Georgia, for him. She further informed me that Mr. Rockefeller was metaphorically carrying it under his arm, and that during that same year he had given it $50,000. Further, she said that her father was a man of kindly impulses, and invariably favored the underdog. As for herself, she said when teaching in the schools of Cleveland she had no pets, but that her sympathies invariably went out to the one who needed help. It was during this conversation that I made known to her my increasing desire to make a tour of the principal states of Europe, when she, with her characteristic generosity, suggested that I notify her when the time was ripe for my departure, and to anticipate by a few months, I will here record the fact that upon that notification her great husband sent me his check for half enough money to defray all the expenses of my trip. It was a gratuity pure and simple, for I had never had the opportunity of serving either of them in any practical way during my lifetime. As we neared the edge of the grove where the carriage was in waiting for us, Mrs. Rockefeller, with her own hands, pinned on the bosom of my wife the tuft of pretty moss and the sweet wildflowers which she had gathered in the wood. A very gracious act, I must say, considering the relative social standing of the hostess and her guest. How thoroughly the act was appreciated may be known from the fact that until her dying day my dear deceased wife recalled the act, and spoke in terms of admiration and gratitude of it. Returning to the residence, we were joined by Mr. Rockefeller, who, being released from the conference, now commanded his time. A light luncheon was thereupon served on the veranda, of which all partook. My feelings on that occasion can be more easily imagined than described, for who was I, a poor colored man, dependent upon my daily toil for a very livelihood, and with no social recognition that I could boast of, aside from persons of my own caste, a strange word for America, that I should be sitting at luncheon with the financial leader of the whole world and his family. I recall that I had said to Mrs. Rockefeller during our stroll through the woods somewhat as follows: Mrs. Rockefeller, one of my most intelligent associates, maintains that social recognition of the colored man in the United States will begin at the top of society and progress downward, paradoxical as it may seem. Why so, she asked. Because, I replied, persons of unlimited means and fixed social status can with impunity afford to associate with persons of good moral character without losing their social standing, while others of small or no financial standing and who themselves are struggling for social recognition dare not take the risk. Well, she said, I had not thought of it in that light before. It seems reasonable, and may be a fact. The time of our departure was at hand. The carriage with the waiting coachman was standing in the porte cochere. The adieus were pronounced, when Mr. Rockefeller, and addressing himself to this writer, said, Mr. Green, I spend most of my time in New York, and I am seldom here to make use of these grounds. If at any time you wish to drive in them with your family or friends, you are welcome to do so. I heard him with amazement, thanked him, and we were whirled away by the well-groomed steeds. I have never to this day availed myself of his magnanimous offer to make use of his ample and beautiful grounds, though his kindly offer is graven up on the tablets of my heart, never to be erased. Some notice of our reception at the Rockefeller mansion found its way into the columns of the newspapers, after which I was approached by sundry needy persons who tried to persuade me to use my influence with Mr. Rockefeller in their behalf, which of course I could not do. On another occasion, one of our best singers, who was arranging for a public concert, procured me to inquire of Mrs. Rockefeller whether her name might be used as a patroness. Mrs. Rockefeller answered by inviting Mrs. Green and me to call a second time and bring the singer with us, which we did. Again we were driven through some portion of the grounds, this time a slight shower of rain having previously fallen, and Mr. Rockefeller desiring to keep his drives in good condition, he mounted his bicycle and piloted the carriage some portion of the way. When we reached a knoll which overlooks the lake and the neighbouring country, the driver, in attempting to make a short turn, nearly overturned the carriage, and I suspect that this writer prevented our hostess from falling out. On returning to the mansion, the sweet singer sang very beautifully for Mr. Rockefeller and his family, being accompanied on the piano by Miss Edith, now Mrs. McCormick of Chicago, who translated the difficult music at sight, to the astonishment of the singer and all others. I recall that Mr. Rockefeller remarked that in his youth he took lessons on the violin, and for a while practised 6 hours a day. Was not this prophetic of future success in any vocation in which he might embark? For whoever has the nerve and persistency to apply himself to a violin or any other musical instrument 6 hours a day, will in the end say, I came, I saw, I conquered. It was on this occasion that we saw and were introduced to Mr. Rockefeller Sr. He was a large, well-built man of ruddy complexion, and the resemblance of the two sons whom I had met was so striking as to cause remark. When we were in the act of leaving, Mrs. Rockefeller invited us to attend a church social of the Second Baptist Church, which was scheduled to meet at their home the following week, and Mr. Rockefeller drew from one of his vest pockets a little bunch of banknotes with which he consoled the singer for Mrs. Rockefeller's refusal to lend her name as a patroness. We attended the church social, of course, and had seated at the table with us several members of the family, in addition to a very wealthy and prominent lady friend of theirs. On every occasion we were transported to and from the mansion in the carriage of our host and hostess, and although since then we have been entertained both at home and abroad by some very distinguished people, yet I have concluded that, in the courtesies and kindnesses showered upon us by Mr. and Mrs. Rockefeller, as I have related in the foregoing, we reached the zenith of our social preferment, just as at the Canton banquet I attained to the topmost height of my political aspirations. I've searched in vain to ascertain the underlying reason for the unusual and liberal courtesies bestowed upon me and mine by these august personages, whether it was to gratify the desire of his great and good wife, who was always fond of her old pupils, or whether Mr. Rockefeller had heard of my conduct in the House when a member attempted to assail his business integrity. Or was it the simple outflowing of two great big hearts, bent on scattering sunshine in the pathway of two humble beings, yearning for recognition and encouragement? I shall never know, perhaps, but of one fact we are certain. It was a substantial uplift, not only for us, but for others of our class, the good effects of which, like the ripples on ocean or the waves in the air, go onward and onward until they reach the bosom of Almighty God. During the first McKinley campaign for the presidency, I had stumped for the Republican Party in Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Illinois, and Missouri. In addition to the foregoing, I had written a manifest for the use of Southern colored voters, which Mr. Hanna and Major Dick denominated my special literature, and subject to their orders, I, with assistance of 2 of my sons, had mailed 14,000 copies to places in that section designated by them. After the President had been inaugurated, I circulated in Cleveland a petition amongst the leading politicians and businessmen requesting the President to appoint me to an office in Washington, at once honorable and lucrative. This petition was signed by great industrial heads, bankers, and railroad presidents. Having obtained the signatures of a goodly number of such men, who collectively were said to represent more than 200 millions of capital, I mailed the list to Mr. Rockefeller, with a request that he also sign it. I may add that I had drawn a line through the center of the page from top to bottom, and all who had theretofore received it had signed the name to the left of the line, and the occupation to the right. But when Mr. Rockefeller signed it, he wrote clear across the legal cap page in bold characters, John D. Rockefeller. I am regretting to this day that I released that document to be filed in the Interior Department in Washington, for in fact I valued it more than I did the little office which I secured, and though I made frequent inquiry and earnest effort to regain possession of it, no one had been able to locate it for me. Later on in life I received another communication from him, which contains his autograph, but I mourn the loss of the first, for it carried with it, in the very freedom and form of the writing of it, an intimation of the good will which inspired it. When I was in the employ of the United States government in Washington, I had occasion to write to Mrs. Rockefeller in behalf of a poor, forlorn person who was struggling against fate, and I asked for an alms for her. She sent the money, small in amount, together with a beautiful letter, still in my possession, of which the following is a copy. My dear Mr. Green, enclosed please find check for the amount desired in your letter of the 4th, to aid in lifting the debt from the distressed family who find in you a friend. The case is unique and sadly pathetic, and now many such there are. The wrongs of crushed humanity cry aloud from the ground. I recall with no small pleasure my teaching days, and many of the pupils still stand before me with distinctness, and not a few with distinction. Among these are yourself, who has conquered untold obstacles, and standing for God and for truth is helping the upward progress of race and the world. Mr. Rockefeller joins in kind regards for you and your family. Very sincerely yours, Mrs. John D. Rockefeller. Golf House, Lakewood, New Jersey, March 7, 1904. On another occasion, I enclosed to Mrs. Rockefeller a clipping from a newspaper which complimented me in no uncertain terms. The following is a copy of the letter which she sent to me, acknowledging the receipt of the same. I still retain the original. Golf House, Lakewood, New Jersey. My dear Mr. Green, I'm pleased that you decided to send me the clipping that your letter of the 3rd enclosed, and I am glad to be kept in touch with one of my pupils in the public school 40 or more years ago. Note, it had been just 52 years. JPG. The time does not seem so long to me since you sat behind the desk with Abner Griffin, not far removed, and the Austins and Richardsons in the same school. I'm as proud and grateful as you and your family can be of the record you have made. It is a quiet but decisive victory against fearful odds which still beset the path of your race. I remember the pleasant call of Mrs. Green and yourself several years ago at Forest Hill. Mr. Rockefeller joins me in kindest regards to you both. Very sincerely, Laura S. Rockefeller. April 11, 1911. Following the death of my beloved wife, I received the following telegram. Tartown, New York, 2612. Mr. John P. Green. Letter, February 3rd, received the first we knew of the death of Mrs. Green. Be assured of our sympathy for you and yours in your great bereavement. John D. Rockefeller. There are other communications and transactions which I might record herein, but what I have written is sufficient, I trow, to prove that in my gradual rise from penury and want, I had gained the countenance and association of some of the greatest and most powerful of God's children, and were it possible for me to close my biographical story right here, it would spell a career at once unique, if not romantic, and at least bordering on the successful. That Mr. Rockefeller may live to see the full fruition of his wonderful benefactions is my humble prayer. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Fact Stranger Than Fiction by John Patterson Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Great Britain. My senatorial term being ended, I declined to stand as a candidate for another election on the ground that it entailed too great a financial loss on me, and also that my professional business was slowly but surely diminishing, for I had already found out that when a businessman has a legal affair to be looked after, he is apt to select a lawyer and not a politician to attend to it. And besides the loss of time from my practice and the outlay of cash incidental to political campaigns, my keep at Columbus, and incidentals such as the demands of charity and being a good fellow, amounted to more than I could continue to sacrifice. The following table will prove my contention in this behalf. 5 legislative campaigns at $300 each, $1,500. 24 months at Columbus lost to my business at $200 per month, $4,800. 24 months board at Columbus at $25 per month, $600. Charity and good fellowship money, $100 per year, $100. Loss to business indirect by neglect, $1,200. Total, $8,700. Receipts from salary, 6 years at $600 per year, $3,600. Total loss, $5,100. The foregoing is an under rather than over estimate of my loss during the 24 months I served in the General Assembly, for the sessions were held in the winter and early spring, when all the courts were in session, and my professional loss was almost total. Moreover, during that time I lost many good, valuable clients whose patronage I never recovered, and over and above all, some of my clients became offended by reason of the active part I took in opposition to their party and friends, and dropped me. But enough of this. Statistics are dry, complaints are unpleasant. My grip was duly packed for my European tour. The au revoir were all said, the steam was up and the sails inflated, and I was on my way not for Mandalay, but for sights and scenes which from my childhood had been for me pleasant dreams, now to be realized. Does the reader wish to know whence I derived the means of defraying the expenses incidental to this protracted trip, after the collapse of my arrangement with Colonel Shepard, due to his death? Well, I will let him into the secret. When I was fighting for the bill to finance the improvement of our system of parks and boulevards, the argument most persistently pressed against the passage of it was, that parks and boulevards were for the rich, not for the poor; that it would be the unjust appropriation of the people's money to foster the pride and pleasure of the rich. To which I answered in substance that the rich, like Mr. Rockefeller, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Wade, and others, had parks of their own, and many wealthy people spent their summers at seaside and mountain resorts and their winters at Palm Beach and in California, and therefore could get along without these so-called luxuries at home if necessary, while the poor were constrained to remain at home the year round, and of all the inhabitants of Cleveland most needed the few luxuries. Well, the law having been enacted and the system now assured, some of our leading citizens said, "Now, Mr. Green, your fight secured the passage of our park bill, and since your contract with Colonel Shepard must be abandoned, we will pay a part of your expenses if you will visit the parks in different parts of Europe, and write a series of letters to the newspapers here regarding the classes of people who most use and seem to derive the greatest pleasure from frequenting them." I readily agreed to this suggestion. Thereupon they contributed each a generous amount, which, with the check sent to me by Mrs. Rockefeller through her great husband, easily made me comfortable during the whole trip. The stanch and swift Cunard ship Umbria made the run to Liverpool in 7 days, and after landing I went as the crow flies to the Adelphi Hotel, the leading hotel in Liverpool at that time. I registered and was installed in a cozy room, where temporarily I was at home. In the dining room I was treated far differently than at the Gibson House in Cincinnati, as the guest of the Amalgamated Trades. Not only was my silk hat taken at the door, but the waiter in his dress suit served me in a genteel way, and when I went into the barber's shop I was shaven without objection. In short, I immediately forgot that I was a colored American citizen, and when the United States consul called on me, presto, I had changed to a full-fledged citizen, abroad, still under the aegis of my dear native land. I have made 4 visits to Europe, and on each occasion saw and experienced many things which I am sure will be of interest to the reader. I shall not attempt a detailed narrative of them, but will review the principal features in a general way, beginning with Great Britain, and following the trend of my travels into other lands. The late Dr. Adnet, who had been the travelling companion of the late John Huntington when he made a tour of Europe, very kindly had provided me with letters of introduction to sundry persons of distinction in London and its suburbs, amongst whom were Werner, of the Tower of London, a distinguished man, by the way, who at the close of the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 had been the bearer of dispatches for the Prime Minister of Great Britain, which were closely connected with the final settlement of the peace proceedings. This letter gave us the enter into the Tower, and the opportunity of seeing much and of hearing some of the traditionary lore which otherwise we could not have enjoyed. My late friend Mr. Fred J. Loudon had also given us letters of introduction to some of his former friends and acquaintances, which opened doors for us which otherwise we probably would never have entered. In addition to Werner, we met many other persons of social place and distinction, of whom may be mentioned the Lord Bishop of London, Canon Farrar of Westminster Abbey, Reverend Dr. Joseph Parker of the City Temple, Reverend John Clifford, D.D., LL.D., L. Menzendorf, of Idle Lane, large exporter, S.J. Celestin Edwards, scholar, organizer, and lecturer on the universal brotherhood of man, Mr. and Mrs. L.G. Sharp, high in musical circles, Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Coleridge Taylor, great musicians, Mrs. Eliza Leach, of No. 4 Kensington Palace Garden, and many others. Amongst the objects of especial interest to us may be mentioned Westminster Abbey, the British Museum, St. Paul's Cathedral, the Tower of London, London Bridge, Crystal Palace, the Houses of Parliament, the Horse Guards, Westminster Hall, and numerous parks, great amongst which Hyde Park and Kensington Park were conspicuous. Then there were Trafalgar Square, the National Museum of Art, the Nelson Monument with its heroic lion's couchant, to say nothing of the Law Courts, the Bank of England, the ancient and famous sites of past and present theatres, with Piccadilly Circus, Leicester Square, with the Marble Arch, and Old Curiosity Shop made famous by Charles Dickens. Indeed, London is such a little cosmopolitan world within itself that the mere mention of a few of its most important personages and objects of interest would fill the pages of a little book. As an illustration of the manner in which even old residents are at times surprised by new discoveries of old institutions, I will relate the following. One day Mrs. Green and I, strolling down Oxford Street, made a detour when we were near High Holborn, just following our noses, when to our surprise we found ourselves in Lincoln's Inn Fields, of historic fame, where, if I mistake not, at one time numerous executions took place, and some other affairs of more worthy note were transacted. Quite unexpectedly we found ourselves in front of the residence of the late Sir John Soane, wherein is now kept on exhibition a museum of paintings, statuary, and Egyptian and Oriental relics, which cannot be duplicated. To mention only 2 will tend to enlighten the reader. There is an alabaster sarcophagus 9 feet 4 inches in length, 3 feet 8 inches in width, 2 feet 8 inches in depth, and 2.5 inches in thickness. The alabaster is of such purity that a lighted lamp being placed on the inside shines through the sides of the casket. Another curio is the original paintings by Hogarth of the Rake's Progress, showing the slow but sure decline of a handsome, promising youth through dissipation, from good health to disease and death. We spent the remainder of our day in that one little museum, of which a few hours before we had no knowledge whatsoever. Another incident, quite surprising to me, was that of the discovery of an old arcade near the heart of West London by my friend Mr. L.G. Sharp, who just prior to the World War was the world agent of Paderewski, the unapproachable pianist. We were going down into the city from Wandsworth Common when we ran upon this mart of trade, all unknown to or forgotten by this world-travelled man. I have 4 men in mind now, of whom I am sure my readers will be pleased to hear something, and I will speak briefly of them. The first is the Lord Bishop of London, of whose unselfish and persistent labours for the uplifting of the poor and needy in the slums of London the whole civilized world has heard. Even in Wall Street in the city of New York, during his visit to this country some years ago, his voice was heard in support of the Golden Rule. I had never met the Lord Bishop before, and my good fortune in meeting him on this occasion was due entirely to the kindly interposition of my good and helpful friend, the Right Reverend W. A. Leonard, Bishop of Ohio, who mailed to me while I was in London a letter of which the following is a true copy. Right Honourable A. F. Winnington Ingram, Lord Bishop of London, my dear Lord Bishop, it gives me great pleasure to hand this letter of personal introduction to you of the Honourable J. P. Green, formerly Senator from this city in our legislature, and for a number of years identified with public interest. He is one of our most highly esteemed citizens and represents his race with dignity and satisfaction. He is a communicant of the Church and one of the vestry of St. Andrew's Parish in the city, which is our only congregation amongst the colored people of Cleveland. He will greatly esteem the honor of meeting your lordship, and I will be glad to have him get the inspiration from you, which we all do. With cordial good wishes for this new year upon which we have entered, I am with respect faithfully yours, William A. Leonard, 3054 Euclid Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. As soon as I had received the bishop's letter, I mailed it to London House, St. James Square, Southwest London, and in due course of the mails I received the following answer. John P. Green, Esquire, 42 Walterton Road, Paddington, West. Dear Sir, the Bishop of London will be pleased to see you here at 11:30 on Saturday the 20th. Yours faithfully, K.G. Everett, Private Secretary. On time, on the appointed day, I was duly received by the great and worthy bishop and unceremoniously ushered into his cozy workshop, as he was pleased to term his office. There was no sign of affectation in the demeanour of this great man, no patronizing air or lifting of the brows by this well-bred English lord, but grasping my hand, he bade me be seated, and the conversation began as though two old friends had cordially met. Well now, he said, tell me about your people in the United States. When I attended the council in Richmond, Virginia, I heard one phase of the subject, but I would like to hear your side of it. I thanked him and did my possible, as the French would say, to enlighten him as regarded the Negro question from the standpoint of a colored American, and was highly rewarded to discover that his views largely coincided with mine, and that he too, like many another great man, let his sympathies go out in favor of the underdog. I intimated my fear that I was taking up too much of his time, to which he replied that he had no other engagement for the forenoon until His Eminence Bishop Matthews, the Catholic Bishop of London, should call, and requested me to be quite at ease until that time. By the way, he exclaimed in the course of our conversation, what shall I do with this beautiful letter, holding in his hand the letter of introduction from Bishop Leonard. I may lose it in the confusion of my office, and since it is of such personal concern to you, would you not like to have it? I assured him that I would be most pleased to receive it, and he gave it to me. This accounts for the fact that I am able to give to my readers a true copy of it, as recorded in the foregoing. I discovered that the Lord Bishop has a vein of humour pervading his system, for he took occasion to refer to a humorous incident which owed its origin to the word Ohio during the sessions of the Ecumenical Council in Richmond, Virginia, in the first decade of the present century. It was in this wise: quite a large percentage of the clergy attending the council used the consonantal I, pronounced E, thus pronounced Ohio, Ohio, and drew a smile from our dear Bishop Leonard when they referred to him as the Bishop of Ohio. When the presence of the Catholic bishop was announced, he was seated in an adjoining room while he wrote for me and my wife 2 passes to St. Paul's Cathedral to be used on Easter Sunday, 1909, saying, "Here, Senator Green, if you will present these to one of the vergers in St. Paul's Cathedral on Easter morning, he will show you and Mrs. Green to reserved seats near the chancel, and you will see that in England we make no such discriminations as you have experienced in your South land." He also gave me a pass, which entitled me to a seat in the visitors' gallery in the House of Commons, which, as the others, was duly used. Grasping my hand and thanking me for the call, we separated, I full of pleasure and enthusiasm, he beyond doubt conscious that in having done his bit to one of the least of these, he had advanced his cause on earth. The second personage to whom I shall call attention was the late Reverend Frederick William Farrar, canon of Westminster Abbey and rector of St. Margaret's Church, which stands near, adjacent to the old abbey. I was enabled to meet Canon Farrar through the courtesy of the late ex-president Fairchild of Oberlin College, who quite painstakingly wrote me a beautiful letter of introduction on his little office typewriter, and after receiving it, I was loath to surrender it to the distinguished prelate, for I am unable to state to this day whether I was prouder to meet Canon Farrar than to receive this mark of respect and esteem from so distinguished a personage as President Fairchild. There was nothing in the fact of being received by Canon Farrar, except that I was highly honored by being permitted to call on a distinguished churchman, scholar, and author in the ancient Dean's Yard, contiguous to the sacred land on which for centuries has stood Westminster Abbey. After mutual greetings and a pleasant conversation relative to the conditions in America, we separated to meet again in the near future at Westbourne Baptist Church, where he delivered a learned and eloquent lecture on John Milton. To me it was a significant fact that the canon of Westminster Abbey was in the pulpit of a Baptist church, presided over by Dr. John Clifford, who was the incarnation of opposition to the established Church of England, and was waging persistent warfare against it in all parts of Great Britain. But since John Milton himself belonged to the dissenters, perhaps the transition was not remarkable. The third great man with whom I came in touch was the Reverend Dr. Joseph Parker, and I am inclined to the belief that I scraped this acquaintance by virtue of the colored American push and persistency with which, 25 years ago, I was endowed. Dr. Parker, for some 30 years, had been accustomed to preach a Thursday noon sermon, which, with the beautiful singing and other attractions, drew large congregations of the literary elite of the whole civilized world to hear him. For there is not a day but that multitudes of wayfarers from all the points of the compass find their way within the walls of the greatest city, looking for attractions of one kind and another. Dr. Parker received me in his sacristy after preaching one of his famous sermons, and having in my possession the letter which the Lord Bishop had returned to me, I showed it to him. He read it with evident pleasure, and invited me to call at his home on the following day, and dine with him and his good wife. It is needless to say I accepted the invitation with undisguised pleasure, and spent an hour with the distinguished couple which I shall remember to the end of my life. The conversation turned on great Americans, and also on the subject of public lectures. Dr. Parker expressed the opinion that not even the Reverend Thomas DeWitt Talmage, with all his eloquence, could draw a large audience in London at that time to hear him lecture, so coldly were lecturers then received. I asked him what he thought Henry Ward Beecher's chances would be were he alive and active. He was of the same mind in both cases. Then, changing the subject somewhat abruptly, he exclaimed, "I regard that countryman of yours, a great philosopher, Frederick Douglass, I refer to." I readily assented to that view with a degree of pride, and said that Gambetta, the great French statesman, had recently expressed the same opinion. I heard an anecdote concerning him. Douglass related recently, he added, on one occasion, as the story runs, subsequent to the passage of the Fugitive Slave Law and the rendition of the Dred Scott decision, the outlook for the cause of emancipation was dark and well nigh hopeless. There was a meeting of the Friends of Liberty in progress. Douglass was demure and of a downcast demeanor. Old Sojourner Truth noticed these signs of discouragement, and at a proper time she exclaimed in her piping voice, "Frederick, is God dead?" That exclamation, so full of truth and hope in the power of Almighty God, coming as it did from that infirm old woman, rekindled the fire within them, and so inspired them, that from that moment onward all was vigor and determination to win. The personal of Dr. Parker in the pulpit was reassuring, so to speak. One saw at a glance a real man in his size, form, and general bearing, one of nature's noble men. He carried between his shoulders a large head, a high, expansive forehead, eyes deep set beneath the umbrageous brows, and a shock of shaggy hair, which caused him, when animated, to present that leonine appearance which was altogether unmistakable. and his deep sonorous voice was quite suited to the man. He was such a plebeian and approachable man that after his ponderous and entertaining sermons were delivered, he took pleasure in answering questions and in conversing with any one who visited him in his sacristy. This writer had the good fortune on more than one occasion to meet him there, and he condescended to spend some minutes in pleasant, instructive conversation with him. On one occasion he said, "Well, you heard me preach the same sermon twice. I preached it last Thursday, and I repeated it today." I answered that it was well worth repeating, for it was replete with instruction and edification. On the occasion referred to, when Dr. Parker in my presence spoke in such admiring terms of Frederick Douglass, he expressed an ardent desire to possess a copy of the Autobiography of Frederick Douglass, and on my return to our flat, I mailed one to him, which I happened to carry in my luggage. The second day thereafter I received a letter from him, enclosing a check for the sum of £1 sterling, an equivalent at that time of about $4.83 of our money. After thanking me for my thoughtfulness and kindness in sending him the book, the letter proceeded to read, "I enclose a £1 check for that son and heir of yours. I want him to see what a British sovereign looks like. It is scarcely necessary to add that the son and heir, now Captain William R. Green, lost no time in making the acquaintance of that identical sovereign, but in the language of King Richard III, on an inauspicious occasion, he could have truthfully said, 'I'll have it, but I'll not keep it long.'" The last, but by no means the least, of the distinguished Londoners of whom I shall now speak, is Reverend John Clifford, D.D., LL.D., pastor emeritus of the Westbourne Baptist Church, whose name is more familiarly known than that of any other in Great Britain, save that of Lloyd George, perhaps. Dr. Clifford has spoken much and written extensively in the furtherance of every good cause which has come before the British public during the last 50 years, and prior to the Great World War it was generally believed of him that his influence for good in Great Britain was greater than that of any other man, except the Prime Minister. When Dr. Parker was expressing to me his doubt as to whether Mr. Talmage or even Mr. Beecher could attract a large audience to listen to a lecture in London in 1893, he added, "If any one in London can get out an audience to listen to a lecture, Dr. John Clifford is the man to do it." And he gave me a letter of introduction to him, which was the foundation of a friendly acquaintance between us, and has resulted in the mutual exchange of some interesting and valuable instruction for me, to say the least. Dr. Clifford is the bête noire of the State Church of England. He has spoken against it, organized for warfare against it, and written volumes in opposition to it. It remains to be seen during these turbulent times following, in the wake of the World War, what will be the fate of that relationship between the State and the Church, which has subsisted for so many centuries. That the doctor is not narrow and intolerant, I feel sure, for he is constantly working for a union of all the orthodox churches, and I have shown that by his invitation. Canon Farrar of the State Church lectured from his pulpit on the subject, John Milton, to an audience composed largely of Baptists. We had not resided in London long before we became associated with a goodly number of congenial persons, whose every effort was in behalf of our comfort and pleasure, amongst whose names those of Mr. Harry A. Williams and his wife, Mrs. Lizette Williams, Mr. Clarence Cameron White and his wife, Mrs. Beta White, Mrs. Eliza Leach and her companion, Miss Martineau, a niece of the late distinguished authoress Harriet Martineau, Mr. L. G. Sharp and his wife, Mrs. Adele Sharp, Mr. S. Coleridge Taylor and his wife, Mr. L. Mensendorf and his wife and daughter of Belem, Mr. Henry J. Thrift and wife, Mrs. Mattie Lawrence Thrift of Fairfield Lodge, Croydon, and many others, all of whom we still hold in sacred remembrance, even should we never again meet them on this earth. Scotland. Through the kindly offices of Mr. S. J. Celestin Edwards, a colored man, residing at that time in London, and publishing a small periodical entitled Fraternity, an arrangement was made by which I was invited to visit Scotland as the guest of the Society for the Promotion of the Universal Brotherhood of Man. I had visited Scotland before, but only for a brief sojourn. Now, however, was the opportunity of becoming acquainted not only with its rocks and rills, its woods and templed hills, but with her lads and lassies and her home life, with which, through the reading of her literature, I already felt almost familiar. I doubt whether it comes within the realm of possibility for a person of pure African or white blood to appreciate, understand the feeling of one who has a modicum of both, a man who shares equally the blood of both races, or who, as in some instances, has a preponderance of the blood of the English or Scotchman leaping and bounding in his arteries, and yet is ignored to some extent by both. There is a trite old saying that blood is thicker than water, and I believe it is eternally true, for we cannot hold to the one and despise the other, as in serving God and mammon, for the Negro blood is very strong, and will manifest itself in some instances unto the third and fourth generation, while of the Scotch English blood it is equally true, it does not quail in the presence of man or beast. Is it any wonder, then, that constituted by blood as this writer is, he should feel in Scotland as did that famous warrior when he exclaimed, "Ye crags and cliffs, I'm with you once again"? Or as that other one, John Home, who makes one of his characters to say, "My name is Norval on the Grampian hills, my father feeds his flocks." I love to gaze upon the rock-ribbed lands as the rapid train whirled us through the grand old country. In my mind I had always associated Scotland and her heroes to some extent with Switzerland and her freedom-loving sons. The highlands and beautiful lakes of Scotland reminded me of the mountain declivities of the little republic, with her splashing, dashing waterfalls, rippling streams, and enchanting blue lakes. And who can read of Wallace and Bruce? Of the former of their romantic daring, astounding acts of heroism for liberty, and not think of William Tell and Arnold von Winkelried, of the latter who defied tyrants and even death itself in behalf of the same. Let not my readers, however, imagine for a moment that all my race pride is swallowed up in my admiration of and love for England and Scotland, for unfashionable as it may be in some parts of the world at present, it is nevertheless historically and metaphysically true. The Negro is descended from an antiquity antedating even that of some of our most powerful and favored nations of the present day, and the continent of Africa can lay claim to a climate in some of its parts, and relics of past wealth and grandeur, which fill travelers with astonishment and awe. The great Bishop Heber, when he wrote "Where Afric's sunny fountains roll down their golden sands," realized a part of this at least, and who can doubt that when John Milton wrote these ravishing words following, that he too had Africa in mind? Now gentle gales, fanning their odoriferous wings, dispense native perfumes, and whisper whence they stole those balmy spoils. Paradise Lost, Book 4, page 118. The Africans were always brave in war, for we read in the records of the Crusades that under one of those brave captains, fighting for the Holy Cross, valorous deeds were done by his Negro troops, and centuries before that, in Homer's time, Virgil speaks of them as having been in the great review before the walls of Troy. In Book 1, line 489, Virgil says, "Eos acris et nigri memams arma." Those eastern ranks and the black arms of Memnon, and the learned commentator tells us that Memnon, the son of Tithonus and Aurora, and nephew of Priam, came with both Oriental and Ethiopian forces to the succor of Troy, and was slain by Achilles. And I can never forget the eloquent tribute paid by the late Senator Roscoe Conkling of New York, when, speaking in the Garfield campaign, he said, "Their fathers fought and subdued lions and tigers in the forests of Africa when our ancestors were yet in ignorance." Of the Egyptian antiquities, the oldest monuments show the Negro and Negroid features. The Sphinx, the age of which is so far back that it has not as yet been ascertained, has the features of the Negro. One of the modern commentators, in speaking of its nebulous age, says the priests of Nera supposed it to represent Horus, to hold up its head and catch the first light of his father, Ra, the rising sun. In my own native land, the United States of America, the success of the Negro is even now puzzling the biologists, for he not only increased numerically while for 250 years he was driven under the yoke of slavery, but since his manumission without jewels of silver or jewels of gold, he has increased in numbers at an alarming rate to some people, reduced his illiteracy to a minimum, where he has had a fair opportunity, voted for the welfare of the Republic, and heroically fought and died for democracy. Save the mark. Unlike the Indian, the white man's civilization cannot kill him. On the contrary, he thrives in the midst of it. He has followed the white man everywhere, even to the top of the earth, and it looks as if in the wisdom and mercy of Almighty God, the two races are destined side by side to work out their destiny upon this American stage of action. But let us return again to Scotland, the home of brave men, bonny lassies, of poets, historians, philosophers, theologians, and humanitarians. Here was the home of Hume, Macaulay, Carlyle, Livingston, Allan Ramsay, John Knox, Bobby Burns, James Boswell, Sir Walter Scott, and many others. I was met at the station by several members of the Society in Edinburgh, and escorted to No. 5 Malta Terrace, where resided Mrs. Frances M. Saleeby, the widow of a gentleman who, when teaching in Syria, fell literally from the housetop and lost his life. Mrs. Saleeby is the mother of two noble sons, Frank, late deceased, and Caleb W. Saleeby, M.D., F.R.S., Eden, who is the author of several voluminous works on medico-philosophic and biological subjects which are read around the civilized world. In the home of Mrs. Saleeby I did not lack for any comfort. The two sons, then boys, surrendered to my use during my stay their own bedroom, and little Frank acted as my guide to make sure that nothing worthy of notice escaped my attention in the famous city, while the mother, assisted by some of her many friends, arranged a series of entertainments for my pleasure and profit. My coming had been heralded to some extent in a meeting to be held in the Carubers Close in the High Street, almost contiguous to the old John Knox residence, had been amply advertised. On the occasion of the meeting, I had the honour of addressing a large audience of Scotchmen and women for the first time on their native heath. Invitations to social functions were numerous and kept me busy. Amongst those who extended these courtesies to me were Mr. and Mrs. Sangster and family, who had recently returned to Great Britain after an absence of 35 years in government service in India. It was an intelligent and very interesting family. Another was Mr. Marshall and daughter, of 4 East Castle Street, who gave me a drawing-room. That is to say, the parlours were furnished with chairs to accommodate a numerous audience, and a personage of known prominence in the community presided. When the invited guests are all seated, the chairman, in a few well-chosen words, introduces the guest of the occasion, who in an address of some 30 minutes makes known his mission and the causes sustaining it. At the conclusion of the speech he answers such questions as may be propounded to him. Then any brief comments are indulged in by individuals in the audience, which may seem apropos, and after that light refreshments are partaken of, and the drawing-room is ended. Mrs. J. Miller, of York Place, a near relative of the late John Bright, next received me. It was on the occasion of a drawing-room given in honour of Reverend Dr. Laws, who at that time had been a missionary on the west coast of Lake Nyanza for 19 years. I spoke by invitation for 10 minutes on the subject, the Coloured American. Mrs. Miller is, or was, I know not whether she be still living, the daughter of the late Duncan Maclaren, who represented Edinburgh for 15 years in the House of Parliament. His widow was a sister of the late John Bright, one of Mrs. Miller's brothers, as was a Lord Justice of Scotland, and another, Walter Stowbright Maclaren, was in Parliament. Mrs. Elizabeth Pease Nicol, of Huntley Lodge, Napier Road, Matcheston, Eden, signally honoured me by inviting me to call on her. Mrs. Pease was at that time 86 years of age. She was a beautiful elderly lady with a fair complexion and silvery white hair, and was totally blind, but with mental faculties quite unclouded. Her late husband, Professor John Pringle Nicol, was associated with the University of Glasgow for many years, and was famous as an astronomer, some of the treatises written on that science being 3 books entitled Views of the Architecture of the Heavens, the Stellar Universe, and the Planetary System. Mrs. Nicol, in her active life, had been the intimate acquaintance and friend of the late William Lloyd Garrison, who was her guest for 2 weeks on the occasion of his visit to Scotland. She had 2 portraits of Mr. Garrison hanging on her walls, and also a marble bust of him, and even then, being stone blind and almost 90 years of age, she was in regular correspondence with his sons, and kept fully advised as to public affairs. Mrs. Nicol was proud of the fact that both she and her husband had met the great Irish patriot Daniel O'Connell on several occasions, and had travelled in the same railway coach with him on one occasion. She stated that O'Connell was very gallant in her company, and occupied much of the time in conversing with her. She spoke of his sweet Irish accent. I suggested brogue, but she replied, no, it was not a brogue, it was a sweet Irish accent. One statement made by O'Connell during their conversation she said had made a lasting impression on her mind. Referring to capital punishment, O'Connell said he had always favored it, until on one occasion 3 brothers were condemned and duly executed, although protesting their innocence. At the scaffold their mother fainted away in a dead fit. After the execution it was discovered that they were innocent. Frederick Douglass and all the great American abolitionists were well known to her and admired by her. She had 2 house servants and a maid. One of the servants had been in her employ 41 years and was treated as one of the family, and the other had been with her 29 years and was held in very high esteem. This grand old lady was bitterly opposed to vivisection of dumb animals and all other needless cruelties to them, and she still held in pleasant remembrance a faithful dog, which for 17 years was the constant companion of herself and husband. His grave was in her yard, and a headstone bore an inscription as to his friendliness and fidelity. She has long since gone to her rest, where all eyes are opened, and she now sees her lord and master face to face. This story would be singularly imperfect did it fail to make particular mention of Miss Eliza Wigham of No. 4S South Grey Street, Eden, where she had been in that identical house from her birth at the time when I first met her. She was then 75 and well preserved in health. Miss Wigham informed me that in 25 years she had not suffered a day's sickness. She was a member of the Society of Friends, Quakers, and in conversation she used their accustomed thee and thou. Her sympathies for the poor, the afflicted, and the oppressed were as wide and as deep as is suffering and need universal. The roll of membership list of every Masonry society and institution in Edinburgh bore her well-known name. She had, through her individual efforts, established a penny banking and depositing institution of which she was the sole corporate existence, and the poor of that city, both adults and children, were accustomed to entrust to her keeping, without any security whatever, their small earnings consisting of a few pennies each, and in some instances even a single penny. By so doing, in time each one had a small account with her, which was surrendered on demand. In a single year Miss Wigham had 10,000 transactions along this line, of which she kept a simple account without any assistance, often sitting up until 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. During the anti-slavery agitations in both England and the United States, she was a great power in behalf of the oppressed, and her acquaintance with all the anti-slavery workers was very extended. Her library, which was large and well selected, contained in it a number of books by colored authors, and much information concerning Africa and its inhabitants. One of the books written by a colored man which I scanned was that of John Box Brown. I asked her why the author bore such a unique name. She answered that he was so dubbed because he had escaped from slavery, nailed up in a box, so that they named him for the box. One of her dearest associates and friends was Mrs. Patterson, wife of Dr. Maurice Patterson, of 7 Hatton Place, Grange, Eden. One son of these distinguished people, Mr. R. H. Patterson, was at that time a student of law in the University of Edinburgh, and he was also the local secretary of the Society for the Recognition of the Universal Brotherhood of Man. When I spoke of the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, her eyes filled with tears, while the others cried, "Oh, for shame, for shame!" I must not protract these individual sketches, though the temptation to do so is great. One of the dwellings I loved to gaze upon at times was that of Sir William Simpson, the discovery of chloroform, which all the victims of the operating table will rise up and call blessed. In taking a rapid stroll through the streets and suburbs of Edinburgh, the objects of historic interest are so numerous and interesting as to fill one with astonishment. There in the High Street is the former residence of the late John Knox, the inflexible Presbyterian preacher of eternal damnation, whose denunciations of sin caused the unfortunate Queen Mary of Scotland to tremble. Next door is the Carubers Close, of which I have spoken, the People's Temple, built in the first instance through the efforts of the late Dwight L. Moody, and afterwards enlarged, if I mistake not, through the generosity of the late Andrew Carnegie. Not far removed from here is the grand old church of St. Giles, in which John Knox, more than 300 years ago, preached. It has undergone changes on the interior, but it still maintained its original form and dignity on the outside. I heard an able and eloquent sermon preached in this church while in Edinburgh. In the neighbourhood, not far removed, stands Edinburgh Castle, now unfit for martial purposes, but of absorbing interest in the light of ancestral days. What most interested me was not the tower, the keep, or the antiquated big gun, but the cunning little dog cemetery, where lie the remains of a number of dogs, duly marked with slabs bearing inscriptions on them. Down at the other end of the old High Street is Holyrood Palace, once the home of royalty, but now only a curious relic of the past. In going to the palace, one passes through the Cannon Gate, so called, we are told, because King David I in the 12th century founded the Abbey of Holyrood, and gave the canons of the abbey the right to build a suburb between their church and the rock upon which stands the castle. And it is from this grant to the canons that the name of Cannon Gate is derived. Down under the high, steep rock on which stands the old castle is the grass market. Here, for a long time, criminals were executed, and I suspect some who were not criminals. Many, for conscience' sake, were tortured and killed by those who verily believed that they did God's service. It has been the way of the world. It is still the way of the world. The ruins on Calton Hill are a sight to behold. They remind one of the relics of some former Greek or Roman temple. It seems that an effort was made by a past generation of the good people of Edinburgh to build on the summit of this high hill a monument at once great and ornamental, but for some cause which I did not ascertain, the undertaking fell through, and there the good beginnings still lie in evidence. Author's Seat, another high rocky hill in the very shadow of which Holyrood Castle stands, is an object of curiosity, and many young tourists climb to the summit of it, whence they can view not all the kingdoms of the earth, but all of Edinburgh and much of the surrounding country. This writer mounted it, and was well repaid for the effort by the beautiful and grand scenery which confronted him. Returning to the home of Mrs. Saleeby, my hostess, we were abundantly refreshed and entertained by gentle social functions, and the hours sped rapidly and pleasantly. One of the objects attracting my attention and greatly interesting me was a fishwife, which I will here speak of briefly. The fishwife is not attractive to the eye of the average male, though I suppose in her settlement she has those who admire, woo, and marry her. She is short and stout in appearance, an effect which is not lessened by the fact that she wears from 8 to 10 heavy woolen skirts, as we are informed by the knowing ones. She carries fish in a basket or creel, which rests on her hips behind. The bundle of clothes which she wears breaks the weight on her back and protects her kidneys. The weight of her load at times amounts to 100 and 150 pounds. A strap attached to the sides of the creel passes over her forehead, and bending forward she thus sustains and carries the heavy load. These hard-working women live together in hamlets, and are very exclusive. They intermarry, which gives rise to physical defects and malformations to their disadvantage. We are told that the weight of the loads carried by them flattens the pelvis, and they are delivered with difficulty. The retina of the eye is to some extent disorganized, which is laid at the door of their marriages, often between blood relatives. The fishermen in these settlements seem to regard their duty as being fully performed when they have landed the fish, and they will stand and lean against a post, while the women lug the heavy loads to the top of the bluff. After that, the women are obliged to peddle the fish about the town. Before taking leave of Edinburgh, it was suggested that I visit the Great Forth Bridge, and also run up to the thrifty town of Kirkliston, the home of Reverend R.A. Landrum and his talented and agreeable wife, and in accordance with the suggestion I accomplished both facts. The Forth Bridge is one of the engineering wonders of the world, and is well worth the small time and trouble required to visit and behold it. It is related that during the time of its construction a town was built and inhabited in the vicinage, where thousands of workmen with their families in some instances resided until the great work was completed. In order that my readers may have some conception of the size and nature of this great structure, the following figures are given. It is a cantilever arch and truss bridge containing 2 spans. Each span is 1,710 feet in the clear, or 100 feet more than the clear span of the famous bridge between New York and Brooklyn. The total length of the bridge is 8,091 feet, and the center is supported by Inch Garvey, a little island. The abutments on Garvey consist of 4 steel pillars, 60 feet in diameter, and sunk down to the solid rock. The floor of the bridge is 150 feet above the water, and there is a depth of 200 feet of water under the center of the great spans. This wonderful bridge connects North Queen's Ferry with South Queen's Ferry, and is about 9 miles from Edinburgh. At Kirkliston I was the guest of Reverend and Mrs. Landrum, and was entertained at the manse, which is the parish house of the Presbyterian Church, of which Mr. Landrum was the pastor. Reverend Landrum has served a church somewhere in the United States prior to my visit to Scotland, and was quite familiar with conditions relating to us colored people in our native land. However, this fact did not prevent either him or his good wife from treating me in every respect like a gentleman. Mrs. Landrum, in the course of our conversations, often referred to John Knox Bakwi. She played and sang one or more of his musical compositions, and gave reminiscences of his conversation when on an occasion he too was a guest at the manse. Finally, I asked her of what nationality is Mr. Bakwi. She informed me that he was a Kaffir Negro, secretary to the mission at Lovedale, Cape Colony, South Africa. Imagine my surprise. From the laudations and frequent mention made of him, I concluded that he was some white man of intellectual and social standing. So much for having spent my whole life in a different social sphere of action. The meeting at Kirkliston was a great success. The audience was large, and the display of interest was reassuring. The pastor and his wife maintained 2 servants and kept a beautiful, cozy home. Reverend and Mrs. Landrum, to my surprise, expressed a wish that I were black. He remarked that many of the Scotch and English young men and women were preparing for the mission fields of Africa, and that they were led into the service by the love of Christ, having no further interest in the Negro. As to the numbers of candidates, I had much information, for when I visited different departments of the great University of Edinburgh, I conversed with a goodly number of the students of both sexes, and to my agreeable surprise, I found that a large percentage of them were preparing for the African mission field. My duties being performed now in Edinburgh and vicinity, I reluctantly took my leave of the many dear friends within her walls, who had done so much for my pleasure and instruction, especially my very dear friend Mrs. Saleeby and her 2 bright sons. Little did I surmise then that later on, 15 years later on, she would be domiciled at Chayside Villa, Winchmore Hill, near London. Well, this writer and his dear wife, now deceased, would be temporarily in London, and that the social relations between us would be renewed and continued down to the present date, 27 years from our first acquaintance. End of chapter 12.